220. The old woman was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Chin Pingan, she was a little surprised. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. This was the teachings of the saints. Although there was also a saying that one should not be tired of eating and not be tired of eating, it did not mean that a gentleman would cook by himself. However, the old woman soon felt relieved. The young man in front of her had traveled far and wide, and he did not look like a child of a scholarly family. However, the old woman did not think that Chin Pingan could be of much help. So, she asked him to help with some chores and watch the temperature of the stew. Chin Pingan did not insist and helped with the chores. Finally, in the warm kitchen, the sound of the old woman skillfully cutting vegetables on the chopping board could be heard. Thud, thud, thud. Chin Pingan sat on a small stool and peeled the bamboo shoots. There was a fresh smell of grass and wood. The old woman asked casually, "Young Master Chin, what happened to your left hand?" Chin Pingan glanced at his bandaged left hand and smiled. "I accidentally fell down. It's nothing serious." The old woman rarely had someone to chat with, so she smiled and said, "The rain is slippery and caused you to be injured. Our house is already quite old. Previously, it was in a difficult situation where tigers and wolves were watching us, so we did not dare to show off. At most, we would just sew the courtyard walls and rarely hang lanterns at night. For so many years, we were afraid of scaring the people, so we did not dare to ask the bricklayers to help us. I was the one who messed around. Of course, my workmanship is bad. There are a lot of bluestone tiles that are bumpy and can't even be considered flat. If this was in the house of a big family in a big city, not only would it be an eyesore to their own family, but if other families saw it, they would laugh at us. They would definitely gossip behind our backs and say all kinds of unpleasant things. Fortunately, Master and Madam have never cared about this. This is my fortune." The old woman's tone was calm like the still water. 100 years, happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, and separation had all settled in her heart. This is my fortune. This should be the conclusion of the old woman's life. Chin Pingan said softly, "It's the couple's fortune to have an old lady like you running the house." The old woman was stunned for a moment. With a smile, she turned her head and teased, "Child, you look simple and honest. How can you be so good at talking?" Chin Pingan had already put all the peeled bamboo shoots in a clean bamboo basket. He looked up and said, "Old woman, I'm telling the truth." The old woman looked at the young man's clear and spirited eyes and nodded. She turned around and the smile on her face widened. She casually said, "Young Master Chin, do you have a girl you like? The women in our beautiful Robes country's Yenji County are famous for their beauty. If you are not in a hurry, you can go there and stroll around the temple fair or something. Maybe you will have a beautiful marriage. Besides, although your martial arts realm isn't high in a small place like Yenji County, where there are no righteous gods or earth immortals, it really isn't bad. If you're willing to take root here, you're more than qualified to be a general or commandant. When the time comes, you can marry a well-bred girl from a scholarly family." Chin Pingan was a little shy. He mumbled and did not dare to talk about this topic. The old woman turned her head and glanced at the young man. She smiled and said softly, "I know. Young Master Chin must have a girl he loves." Chin Pingan held back for a long time. He asked with a red face, "Old woman, if the girl I like once asked me if I liked her and I said no, then went to find her and told her that I like her, do you think she would think I am a liar?" "Young Master Chin, your words are really confusing." The old woman could not help but laugh. She sat on a stool next to the stove and asked with a smile, "Then why didn't you say you liked her? Was it because you were timid and embarrassed? Or did you feel that you would lose face in front of the girl if you nodded and said yes, so you deliberately played the hero?" Chin Pingan thought seriously and confidently. He gave a sincere answer, "I am stupid." The old woman was really amused this time. She laughed so hard that her old face softened. "I think the girl you like won't be angry. If a girl is liked by someone and that person likes her completely, it is a beautiful thing." Chin Pingan was a little distressed. He brought a bamboo basket of spring bamboo shoots to the stove. "But that girl told me that she only likes the great sword immortal." The old woman held back her laughter. "Oh, then it must be hard for you. The great sword immortal should at least be a 6th realm immortal. My young master is so talented. He used to cultivate in the high and mighty blessed enclave of the Divine Grandeur sect, but he never entered the middle 5 realms and reached the legendary immortal cave realm. Young Master Chin, let me give you a suggestion. You can discuss with that girl and see if you can change the requirement of Great Sword Immortal to Little Sword Immortal. For example, the Immortal Cave realm is too high. What about the 4th and 5th realms? You must know that sword cultivators in the world are still very popular no matter how low their realms are. The 4th and 5th realms are already very impressive. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Miss Ning's so-called Great Sword Immortal must be at least the 12th realm. Even if Ning Yaozhen was easy to discuss and agreed to lower it, it should be at least the Great Sword Immortal realm of the Wind Snow Temple's Wei and Jin dynasties, right? Qin Pingan sighed and suddenly reminded, "Granny, the dishes are ready." The old woman hurriedly got up and opened the lid of the pot. Soon, a delicious delicacy was placed on the plate. She asked Qin Pingan to bring the dish to the main hall of the three-section courtyard. She also asked him not to come back after delivering the dish and to eat and drink there. After that, she would serve the dishes and wine. Qin Pingan ran out and back. Seeing the old woman pretending to be angry, Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Granny, I'm here to get the wine. Also, I've talked to Master Yang and he promised to give me wine to drink." At this point, Qin Pingan took off the wine gourd and shook it. He smiled brightly and said, "Until it's full." The old woman took out a wine ladle from an old red cupboard. Then she smiled and pointed to a few large wine jars by the wall. "Bring an unopened jar over. There's an open jar on the side. There's still half a jar of homemade soju left. You can put it in the wine gourd. It'll be enough no matter what." Then the old woman ignored the youth squatting in the corner and poured wine into the gourd. She continued to cook. Finally, Qin Pingan bid farewell and left the kitchen with a jar of wine. The old woman smiled and turned to look at the vermilion wine gourd at the youth's waist. It was old and ordinary and unremarkable. This child was so young, but he was already an alcoholic? She didn't know if it would turn into a gourd of wedding wine or a heart-wrenching wine when he met the girl he liked. However, the old woman still hoped that the youth could fulfill his wish and become a master and madam like the young master and young lady. In the main hall of the three-section courtyard, the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. The master and mistress of the old house, the ghost Yang Huang and the female ghost named Ying, sat on the left. The big bearded swordsman was invited to the seat of honor. Su Yuanxia was forthright and didn't bother to refuse. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng sat on the right. After Qin Pingan served the dishes and wine, they began to drink. The female ghost was a little funny. Her extremely long tree roots extended from the embroidery building like green vines and circled into the main hall from the door. In order not to spoil the fun, she even deliberately wore a thick veil to cover her face. The big bearded swordsman had previously asked if there was any magic that could help the pitiful woman recover her face. Yang Huang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't hide the truth and explained the reason in detail. It was related to the Qing Ci treasure advice of the God Grandeur sect, a heterodox formation secret technique, and the wood core of the ancient Yu Kingdom's ancestral elm tree. It was extremely messy because the formation of the old house and the wood core of the ancient elm tree were integrated into one and couldn't be moved. Moreover, the chi of the mountains and rivers within a radius of hundreds of miles was originally a mass grave. 200 years ago, the colorful clothes kingdom encountered a terrible plague and hundreds of thousands of people were infected and died suddenly. Most of them were randomly buried here in Yanji County. The successive emperors of the colorful clothes kingdom all hoped to change the feng shui of this place. However, even a Taoist immortal of the Viewing Sea state was summoned by the emperor when he was wandering through the colorful clothes kingdom. He personally came here and made many arrangements. Just 2 heavenly grand ritual alone cost nearly 1,000,000 taels of silver. Unfortunately, it only recovered for a few years before it returned to the mournful scene of rampant miasma and wandering ghosts. Even the immortals were helpless. The root was still in the feng shui of this land. It was not only a life-saving medicine for the female ghost, but it was also tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. One day she would fall into an evil spirit. Yang Huang was blunt about this point, and the female ghost was also calm. It turned out that the husband and wife had already agreed that when that day came, they would both commit suicide to avoid harming the people. In fact, the core of the ancient elm was naturally clean. It was just that at that time he was anxious to keep the female ghost in Ying's soul. In addition, he was desperate to find a cure, so her soul could only deteriorate step by step. If she could continue to absorb the pure aura of heaven and earth, she could actually recover her spirituality and even nourish the fate of the land, becoming an existence similar to the mountain god of lust. However, her nature as a god was definitely different from that of the Qin god because of the ancient elm. In the end, Yang Huang was open-minded and laughed. At most, in another 30 years, there would be no people, no wine, and no food in this house. Therefore he hoped that Su Yuanxia and the other two would come here more often before then. In any case, they could still have a clean room and bed as a place to rest. They could also chat happily like tonight. When it came to the enormous fate of hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers, The big bearded machete man and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng were speechless. They really could not come up with an effective solution because only the 10th realm Qi cultivators were qualified to give advice. It was an unwritten rule that the 10th realm Qi cultivators could be called saints. At first, it was a compliment of the secular dynasties because immortals of the upper 5 realms were too rare. The 10th realm Qi cultivators had to firmly occupy a blessed place with abundant aura. They needed a long time to accumulate their cultivation and break through the realm. Occasionally they would also have to fight with the emperors and generals at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, common names such as the scholarly sage, the land immortal of Taoism, and the golden arhat of Buddhism were all included in this list. It was true that Qin Pingan liked to drink nowadays, but he did not drink too much each time. The big bearded machete man, on the other hand, had the personality of drinking big bowls and eating big chunks of meat. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng's alcohol tolerance was even worse than Qin Pingan's, but he was thin-skinned. After Yang Huang and Su Yuansha's persuasion, he drank half a bowl in one gulp. In the end, Qin Pingan only dared to pour him a little wine each time. Even so, the young Taoist priest with the peachwood sword on his back was still swaying. His face was flushed and his voice was much louder. He chatted with the big-bearded machete man about his Jianghu experiences and poems with the landowning ghost Yang Huang. He was very happy. The old woman would bring a dish every few days. Seeing that a jar of wine was empty, she would bring another jar over. The host and guest were all very happy. Just as the second jar of wine was about to be emptied, a wail suddenly sounded. Brother Chu, where did you go? Don't leave me here alone. Soon, another sobbing voice sounded. Little Taoist, surnamed Qin, how come you've disappeared too? Could it be that you were caught and eaten by evil spirits? Don't, the monsters in the house, if you want to eat people then eat them together. Don't eat me alone in the end. The old woman had just brought a dish over and was about to appease the official's son surnamed Lu and explain the reason. Qin Pingan hurriedly got up and said that he would go. The old woman thought that he was right. If she went, the poor scholar would probably faint from fright. When the scholar surnamed Lu was pulled into the courtyard by Qin Pingan, his legs were trembling and his lips were ashen. After seeing the big-bearded machete man, his condition improved slightly. However, when he saw the terrifying tree roots from the back door into the main hall, his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Qin Pingan tightened his grip on his arm, immediately waking him up from the pain. The scholar sullenly complained, "Just let me faint." Qin Pingan said unhappily, "If you really can't do it, then go drink to boost your courage. You should at least have the courage to do that, right?" The scholar surnamed Lu said bitterly, "Can I not?" Qin Pingan was so angry that he laughed. He said resolutely, "No." Carefully looking at the young man's face, the scholar surnamed Lu didn't seem to be an accomplice to a villain. He sighed and encouraged himself, "Fine, I'll drink. Even if I die, it's still wine." At the table, the scholar surnamed Lu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at anyone. He only focused on drinking. The big-bearded machete man laughed and asked, "You scholar, how can your luck be so bad? You made such a bad monster friend? He even went on a scenic tour and tricked you into coming here. However, you're lucky to be able to live until now and drink with us. Looking at your clothes, are you a rich son from the colorful clothes country?" The scholar surnamed Lu said with a trembling voice, "My father is the governor of Yanji County, but my family really doesn't have any money. I can't be considered a rich son." The big-bearded machete man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What? Do I look like a bandit?" The scholar raised his head and glanced at the big-bearded machete man, thinking that they couldn't be more alike. The big-bearded machete man stopped scaring the weak scholar. He suddenly became worried. "Brother Yang, will that old Taoist really get rid of the lewd ancestral mountain god? Will he deliberately let it go and leave it to disgust you?" The man shook his head and laughed. "Since Marshal Uncle Fu is watching over this matter, the outer circle of the Divine Grandeur sect will definitely investigate to the end. Moreover, every batch of outer circle disciples go down the mountain to train and the final evaluation is extremely meticulous. Zhao Lu won't be able to act on his own." Yang Huang's expression suddenly changed. "I'm only worried that the lewd ancestral mountain god has a backer in the government. If Zhao Lu is bent and uses the pretense of not wanting to bully others to discuss this matter with the provincial governor, saying that it's a discussion, but in fact it's a private teaching, then it'll be difficult. Once Zhao Lu convinces the imperial court and the Ministry of Rights of the Colorful Robes Kingdom to take the initiative to ask to keep the lewd ancestral mountain god, or even to become a legitimate mountain god, it'll be very troublesome. Although the 5 mountain gods of the colorful robes kingdom can't be compared to their counterparts in big countries and dynasties, they're only 6th realm chi cultivators. They can only exert the strength of a sea-viewing realm in their own territory. The one surnamed Qin is after all a mountain god with a golden body. As long as Zhao Lu interferes and helps him obtain the emperor's order, he may have the strength of a cave-dwelling realm. The immortal master from the Divine Grandeur sect can casually say a few words and the emperor of the colorful robes kingdom will consider carefully. After saying this, the big-bearded machete man Taoist Zhang Shanfeng and Qin Pingan all looked at the trembling scholar at almost the same time. The scholar was at a loss. What 5 mountain gods, lewd ancestral mountain god, cave-dwelling realm, sea-viewing realm? He didn't understand a single word. He said timidly, "My father is only a 4th-rank county governor. What mountain god? My father probably hasn't even heard of it. He can't help." The big-bearded machete man smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're not asking for your father's help. We're just preventing him from making things worse. Early tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you back to Yinji County City and quickly go to pay a visit to the county governor. We can't let Zhao Lu beat us to it. I believe that as long as Zhao Lu sees me in the county governor's mansion, he'll know that his plan won't work. Even if it does, he'll have to be careful of us going to the Divine Grandeur sect to make a scene. We'll learn from the commoners who beat the drum in front of the government office and call for justice for the people." At the end, the big-bearded machete man laughed out loud. Ghost Yang Huang stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Then I'll thank Brother Su in advance." The big-bearded machete man suddenly had a strange expression on his face. He drank a mouthful of wine and said in a muffled voice, "Brother Su something, I'm already too old to be your grandson." Yang Huang laughed and said, "A hero's background doesn't matter, and a friend's age doesn't matter." Even the female ghost's soft laughter seeped out from behind her veil. The weak scholar, who had gathered a little courage with great difficulty, was scared pale by the melancholy and lingering laughter. That night the young Taoist priest drank too much. The scholar named Lu Gaohua didn't dare to drink to his heart's content. He was afraid that if he got drunk, he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. In the end, the 4 of them stayed in the courtyard with Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng in the wing next to each other. The scholar and the big-bearded machete man became neighbors. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng got up and opened the door. He saw that Qin Pingan was already practicing his walking stance in the courtyard. Compared to the first time they met, he felt that Qin Pingan was getting slower. After eating the breakfast prepared by the old woman, the 4 of them left together. Because the sun was high in the sky, and because the master and mistress of the old house didn't like sunlight, they didn't go out to see them off. They stood by the embroidery building and waved from afar. The big-bearded man yawned and squinted at the increasingly dazzling sun. Languid, he said, "It's a new day." The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was talking to the scholar Lu Gaohua about the local customs of Yinji County. After Lu Gaohua walked out of the old house, his entire spirit changed. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He talked non-stop and chatted happily with the young Taoist priest. Qin Pingan suddenly turned around and walked to the threshold. He whispered to the old woman, "Granny, if, and I'm saying if, something troublesome happens, you can send a letter to the northernmost Dali Longquan County. Send it to a person called Wei Pai in the cloud-splitting mountain. Just say that Brother Yang Huang is my friend and that Qin Pingan owes you a lot of wine." The old woman smiled and nodded. Although she didn't take it seriously, she still didn't reject this kindness. Some kindness was like the cold spring sunshine. Although there wasn't a big difference whether it was there or not, why should she reject it? Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and handed over 7 to 8 pieces of snow. "Dali Longquan and Rainbow Clothes Country are far away. This is the money for you to send the letter." This house had already exhausted all of Yang Huang's wealth. It was hard to make ends meet everywhere. Therefore, even the wine was brewed by himself and the dishes were picked by the old woman from afar. The old woman hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the few pieces of snow. Of course, sending a letter to the northernmost Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent would cost a lot. However, it definitely wouldn't cost 7 pieces of snow. However, when the young man handed over a handful of coins, they were just like the copper coins in the marketplace. It was just a small handful, no more, no less. It was as if she rejected it or purposely accepted a few pieces. It was as if she was unreasonable or pretentious. Even if she accepted it generously, she wouldn't owe him such a big favor. The old woman sighed. He was so young, yet he knew how to take care of other people's feelings. She didn't know how much hardship he had suffered when he was young to have such a sense of propriety. Taoist Zhang Shanfeng smiled and called out, "Qin Pingan, let's go." Qin Pingan sighed and said goodbye to the old woman. After running for a distance, he suddenly turned around and looked at the embroidery house. He shouted, "The book said if there is a Qin in the house, let's get married." The female ghost at the embroidery house looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Although the husband and wife were no longer human, but it didn't matter. The young man with the sword sheath on his back and the gourd on his waist ran backwards and waved goodbye to the old woman again. "Grandma, the stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots is delicious. I will come again next time." The old woman stood at the door with a warm smile. Looking at the young man bathed in the sunlight, she sighed softly. The group arrived at the governor's mansion in Yanji County. The governor was dealing with government affairs in the official hall. The bearded swordsman and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng sat in the simple living room, drinking tea brought by the maidservants. Lu Gaohua took Qin Pingan all the way to his father's study like a thief because Qin Pingan had asked him for a geomancy map of Yanji County, and it had to be the kind that had the seal of the imperial court. Although Lu Gaohua didn't know the inside story, he thought that he could leave the old house this time, and that he had seen demons and ghosts with his own eyes. He even sat at the same table with her and drank wine. When he thought of this, Lu Gaohua's heroic spirit soared. He patted his chest and promised to help Qin Pingan steal a geomancy map of Yanji County from Tsai Kingdom. As a result, Qin Pingan gave him 50 taels of silver without saying anything. Lu Gaohua originally wanted to say that they were friends in adversity and that talking about money would hurt their relationship. However, when he saw those heavy silver ingots, he suddenly felt that it was okay to hurt their relationship. Anyway, the chances of them meeting again in the future were not big. Lu Gaohua tiptoed and led Qin Pingan to the study. After closing the door, he rummaged through the chests and cupboards. With great difficulty he finally pulled out an old scroll. It was an antique geomancy map of Yanji County. It was a backup map. This was normal. Of the two official maps drawn by the imperial court's imperial astronomer, one would be hung in the main hall of the yamen, and the other would be handed over to the local military general for safekeeping. Only this backup map would be left to collect dust. After Qin Pingan confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and said, "This is it." He had to spend 50 taels of silver to buy a very small possibility. Mr. Qi once said that if he saw a geomancy map that he liked, he could take out the pair of seal of landscape and stamp it on it. There was no need for ink paste. After Qin Pingan asked the scholar about the location of the old house on the map, he found an excuse and asked Lu Gaohua to go to the bookshelf and pick out a few books about landscape travel. When the scholar turned around, Qin Pingan took out a pair of seals that looked like mountains and rivers meet. They were carved by Qi Jingchen. The quality of the seals was the best Liju Dongtian snake gall stone. Qin Pingan looked at the two seals and exhaled heavily. Then, he aimed at the location of the old house and gently pressed it down. After that, he did not see anything strange. Qin Pingan rolled up the geomancy map and tucked it under his arm. He said to Lu Gaohua, "Okay, let's go quickly. I don't want your father to find out. If he finds out, I won't care. I've given you the money but I won't pay you back. You were beaten half to death by the county governor. The most I can do is pay for the medicine." Lu Gaohua casually took 2 books and threw them to Qin Pingan. Then they left the study together. Qin Pingan sighed quietly. He felt that the plan he had in mind was probably not going to work. But this was normal. How could he change the geomancy of hundreds of miles by simply stamping a seal? He was not an immortal. However, Qin Pingan miscalculated one thing. Of course he was not an immortal. But the teacher who carved the seals. He was an immortal among immortals. As a result, the mountains and rivers within hundreds of miles around the old house were turned upside down. The filth receded and became clear. The mountain god temple where the mountain god of lust resided collapsed instantly. The golden body of the mountain god Qin shattered. Even though the old Taoist of the Divine Grandeur sect had let him go and had a private meeting with him to teach him the plan, the mountain god was overjoyed. He felt that he was finally going to have a great fortune. He was no longer the mountain god of lust temple who was struggling at death's door. Soon, he would become a righteous god supported by the immortals of the Divine Grandeur sect. Therefore, when his golden body shattered, he still did not understand the reason. He just sat on the altar in a daze and then disappeared. Zhao Lu of the Divine Grandeur sect was leaving the town with a group of young masters. He instantly sensed the change in the world. The old Taoist Zhao Lu was dumbfounded. Did the golden boy of the sect come out in person? Perhaps even the golden boy did not have this kind of supernatural power. The rest of the juniors of the Divine Grandeur sect were even more frightened. Only the young Taoist, who seemed to be frightened, lowered his head. His eyes were full of smiles. The child was secretly delighted. Damn it, I knew it. That guy is an old bastard who has lived for hundreds of years. He must have done this. Haha, when I go back to the sect and see my master, I must boast to him that I met an immortal of the upper 5 states this time. In the embroidered house, the ghost Yang Huang did not care about the sunlight that was burning his divine soul. He quickly flew to the roof of the embroidered house and looked around. The surroundings were full of vitality. Wisps of spiritual qi gathered from all directions. The man's face was full of shock and ecstasy. The female ghost broke the roof directly, exposing the ugly body under her dress to the sunlight. She took a deep breath. For the first time in 100 years, she felt refreshed and breathed smoothly. Yang Huang's eyes were red. He said excitedly, "There must be a saint who helped." Maybe it was because of martial Uncle Fu's appearance that the scene here fell into the eyes of an old immortal of the Divine Grandeur sect. No matter what, this is great news. It's something that I didn't even dare to dream of. The man choked with sobs and suddenly woke up. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the 4 directions. The female ghost could not kneel down, so she bowed piously to the 4 directions. The old woman standing in the courtyard also bowed to the 4 directions. The old woman, who had almost never drunk wine in her life, suddenly thought of pouring a bowl of wine for herself. So what if it tasted bad? She had lived long enough in this life. It was the second life of others. The old woman went to the corner of the kitchen. She held a bowl of wine in one hand and a ladle in the other. She put the ladle into a wine jar that had already been opened. Why was there so little wine left? It did not make sense. The old woman was stunned and puzzled. Then she frowned and felt her scalp tingle. The old woman threw away the bowl and ladle. She stood up abruptly and murmured, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" She wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly smiled. She scooped up half a bowl of wine and then walked out of the kitchen. She sat on the bench in the veranda and looked at the sunlight that quietly scattered on the ground of the courtyard. The old woman drank the wine in small sips. It was rare for the white-haired old woman to be so leisurely. She had nothing on her hands and nothing on her mind. Previously, on such a warm and sunny day, there was a northern youth named Chen Pingon. He carried a wooden box on his back and jogged backwards. He smiled and waved goodbye to the old woman. There was a small red gourd hanging on his waist. There was wine, sword, and jianghu inside. It turned out that he was a drunken sword immortal. The old woman drank the wine and thought with a smile, "Such a good boy. How good would the girl he likes be?" APPAP. 221. In the governor's mansion in Yanji County. After stealing his father's geomancy candidate map, the family thief Lu Gaohua felt a little guilty. He felt that the 50 taels of silver were a little hot, so he wanted to make up for it. He left the bearded swordsman and the other 2 people in the living room and ran to the official hall where his father dealt with government affairs. He said that he had met the immortals and books during his travels. Among them, the bearded man who used a saber was a Jianghu hero who was famous in Jianghu. Even the best master in the county might not be his match. There was also a celestial master Zhang from Dragon Tiger Mountain. He carried a peachwood sword on his back and had a profound family history. It was easy for him to kill demons and subdue demons. The last one with the surname Chen was even more extraordinary. Although he looked like a teenager, he was actually 80 or 90 years old. It was just that he had achieved success in cultivation and looked like a young boy. His son Lu Gaohua's extravagant flattery made the prefectural governor skeptical. Feeling a little uneasy, he brought an experienced and knowledgeable aide to the living room to entertain the guests. As a result, prefectural governor Lu was greatly disappointed. It was true that his son had not seen many supernatural beings, but he had a good eye for people. After greeting them, he sat down and drank a cup of tea. He was not in the mood and asked Lu Gaohua to entertain the 3 guests well. Then he found an excuse to return to the official hall. Along the way, Governor Lu shook his head and said, "What celestial master of chivalry? He doesn't live up to his name. He swindled his way to my mansion. He is really bold. If he dares to make an unreasonable request in the future, I will make sure he stays in prison until he is full." The old aide laughed softly and said, "He won't go that far. It's hard to say about the young Taoist priest and the young man with the box. That swordsman does have some real skills. The guards in the mansion are definitely not his match. Lord Lu, before I entered the mansion, I traveled in Jianghu for more than 20 years and met several famous Jianghu grandmasters. In the south of our colorful robes country, they are all top masters. In terms of bearing, the bearded man is not inferior. His eyes are bright and his bearing is strict. Governor Lu nodded and said, "If that's the case, it does make some sense." The old aide reminded him in a low voice, "Lord Lu, think about it. The general stationed in our province is a recognized great grandmaster of the 4 states. We once watched him from a distance at a banquet. At that time, even though he was drinking and laughing, he still had a dignified spirit. It was very scary. Think carefully. Isn't it similar to that Jianghu man with the surname Su?" Governor Lu frowned and said, "From what I heard, you mean to. Is not polite. I have always been an honest official. I have always been an honest official. I. When scholars looked at Jianghu people, especially those who were court officials, they didn't think highly of them. The old aide sighed in his heart. This county chief Lu couldn't even accept the Jianghu connections that he had delivered to his doorstep. He couldn't blame County Chief Lu for only being a 4th-rank official despite his good writing skills. Moreover, County Chief Lu's teacher, Master Fong, was now a high-ranking official in the colorful robes country. If he was the governor, not to mention borrowing money from rich people, he wouldn't hesitate to sell everything he had. If that big bearded swordsman was a great grandmaster of the Jianghu, as long as he had a connection, then there were many things he could do under the table. Furthermore, people. You are the one giving face to that family. However, Governor Lu didn't like to hear such things. He felt that it was a disgrace. After the old aide mentioned it a few times, he understood. Thinking about this, the old aide felt a little disheartened. The official world was so complicated. Wasn't the Jianghu the same? Before he had concealed his identity, he had actually been a trusted advisor to a southern Jianghu alliance master of the beautiful clothes nation. Although there were grudges and gratitude, there were even more trivial matters in the world. Even if you were an unrivaled hero and full of spirit, you would still be worn out in a few years. Back then, how heroic was the old alliance master? In the end, didn't he still end up with a broken family? After Governor Lu left indifferently, Lu Gaohua felt a little embarrassed. Plus, the governor's mansion was so shabby that it couldn't even spare a few guest rooms. The big-bearded swordsman asked Lu Gaohua to take him to the nearest inn to stay. As long as the old Taoist from the Divine Grandeur sect entered the mansion in the county city, he should immediately inform the 3 of them. Lu Gaohua agreed repeatedly. Because of the good location and the old reputation, the inn's business was booming. Fortunately, the face of the governor's legitimate son was worth some money. He took out 3 guest rooms and didn't dare to raise the price. Lu Gaohua accepted this favor from the beginning to the end. He didn't realize that the inn's manager was feeling sorry for him. This made the big-bearded swordsman laugh. Even the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng shook his head. The ways of the world were also knowledge. This knowledge wasn't taught in the books of the sages, but there were many in the Jianghu. Qin Pingan saw it and remembered it in his heart. In fact, there were also such things in the streets like Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. The 3 of them chatted in the room of the big-bearded swordsman. Naturally, they talked about this trip to the old mansion and Zhang Shanfeng's divine travel talisman. After Su Yuanxia asked about the price and found out that it was so expensive, she felt a little sorry for this Taoist priest from the Juluzhou. She smiled and said that she must have some gains in the next trip to slay demons. Although Zhang Shanfeng was scared of being poor, he didn't complain at all. This made Su Yuanxia see him in a new light. The man knew how important it was for a qi cultivator to accumulate wealth on the path of cultivation. Su Yuanxia, who had traveled the north and south, knew the rules of some of the immortals on the mountain very well. Qi cultivators cultivated for a long time. They cultivated their mind and strength. What they cultivated was real gold and silver. If the young Taoist priest couldn't make ends meet, it would be difficult for him to go higher. No matter how good his mind was, he couldn't withstand such a blunt knife cutting his flesh. After chatting for a while, Qin Pingan understood the glory of the lower 5 realms for the first time. Previously, when he returned from the Great Sui Kingdom with his disciple Cui Dong, Lin Shui was already half an immortal on the mountain. Qin Pingan was a little curious about this. It was a rare occasion when the 2 of them chatted. For the first time, Qin Pingan took the initiative to ask about qi cultivation. In the end, the young Cui Dong rolled his eyes and said, "The lower 5 realms? They're all rubbish. How boring is it to talk about that? It's simply damaging to your reputation. Sir, why don't we talk about the upper 5 realms? Back then I was at least at the 12th realm." At that time, Qin Pingan had a deep prejudice against him. He didn't want to listen to the white-clothed youth's boastful talk. He got up and went far away to practice the upright sword furnace. Now that Qin Pingan thought about it, did it hurt Chui Dong's self-esteem? In any case, he was once an immortal at the 12th realm. He even played chess with the city lord of White Emperor City in the colored clouds. Qin Pingan scratched his head and lowered his head to drink his tea. But what he was thinking was that he regretted sending the 2,000 taels of silver along with the letter to Chui Dong Shan. To be so polite to the former immortal's disciple, he didn't pay attention. Wasn't this insulting? The lower 5 realms of Qi cultivators were the ascending 5 realms, the Copper Skin realm, the Grassroot realm, the Willow Tendon realm, the Bone Qi realm, and the Hut Building realm. The first 4 realms respectively cultivated the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Although they were called Qi cultivators, in fact, cultivating a tough body was also very important. The logic was simple. If the human body was a water bowl, it could cultivate 1 gene of Qi. If the water bowl could only hold 8 taels, the remaining 2 taels would be empty talk. The last realm was to master through a comprehensive study, smelting and casting. It was the realm of great success for the Qi cultivator. The general meaning was that one could officially ascend the mountain. Because the ghost Yang Huang had mentioned the Willow Tendon realm many times, saying that it was the leaving man behind realm, the bearded man explained it to Qin Pingan, a layman. He spoke with great relish, full of the ridicule of a martial artist towards the immortals on the mountain. This made the young Taoist who was stuck at the 3rd realm feel very helpless. There was once a peerlessly talented cultivator surnamed Lu. Just by cultivating his tendons, he directly ascended to the upper 5 realms, achieving a supreme immortal body. Could be said that no one before and no one since. Therefore this realm was named after the Willow Tendon realm. There is also the saying of the leaving man behind realm. This is because many cultivators who have extravagant hopes of taking shortcuts have gone astray. In this realm, they spend too much time on the incomplete secret manual left behind by the cultivator surnamed Lu. If they delay for too long, it will affect their whole life. The bearded man drank his tea in a heroic manner as if he was drinking wine. His words were full of ridicule. We martial artists are always looked down upon by the cultivators on the mountain. However, there is one thing that we are stronger than Qi cultivators. That is, every step we take is solid. There are no messy shortcuts to take. We are the most down-to-earth. Therefore, this Willow Tendon realm has attracted who knows how many young cultivators in the world who are hoping for a fluke. Moreover, for Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms, as long as they are not military or sword cultivators, when they meet us 3rd realm martial artists, they will not have the slightest advantage. The young Taoist was the only Qi cultivator present. He said sullenly, "You martial artists have ascended to the 3rd realm of Qi cultivators. We Qi cultivators have ascended to the middle 5 realms. We Qi cultivators will definitely have a higher chance of winning." The bearded man laughed mischievously. "We only compete in the same realm. A 9th realm golden core Qi cultivator, isn't he immortal enough? Why don't you try meeting us peak realm martial artists? That vassal Song Zhengqiang of Dali, you few 10th realm Qi cultivators dare to be arrogant in front of him? This Song Zhengqiang is the one among our Aquarius continent's pure martial artists." The bearded man gave a thumbs up. He was still unwilling to retract his thumbs up. He praised, "This kind of martial artist is the true hero of the world. Although he is at the foot of the mountain, he can look down on the mountain. It's a pity that I, Su Yuanxia, can't meet him. Otherwise, I will shamelessly toast him with a bowl of wine." Qin Pingan had a strange expression on his face. Wasn't vassal Song Zhengqiang Song Jisun's biological uncle? Previously, when they passed by Mud Bottle Alley, Qin Pingan had even met Song Zhengqiang face to face. Besides, he was a pure martial artist who was similar to Song Zhengqiang. Just in his hometown town, there was Li Huai's father, not to mention Chui Dong's grandfather. Qin Pingan could only drink his tea silently. After that, the 3 of them went to the 1st floor of the inn to eat. There was a lot of discussion at the dining table in the hall. It turned out that there was an old immortal who was about to arrive at Yanji County. His magical power was unpredictable. The immortals in books could cast beans to become soldiers, but he could cast paper to become beauties. Those graceful and graceful women, after the yellow paper fell to the ground one by one, they were no different from living people. They could sing and dance and spoke fluently. The old immortal's journey to the south had already made the high officials and dignitaries of Colorful Clothes Nation gasp in amazement. Therefore, before the old immortal arrived at Yanji County, this county city of Colorful Clothes Nation, which was famous for its beauties, was already looking forward to it. The men were looking forward to those magical beauties that were transformed from paper. Did they have any special charm? The slightly beautiful women were all competitive. How could a thin piece of paper win against them? Qin Pingan was not very interested. The bearded man and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng were eager to give it a try. They said that they must go and take a look. One of them vowed that the old immortal might be a demon in human skin, while the other nodded vigorously in agreement, saying that they would not allow demons to bewitch people's hearts. Qin Pingan looked at the two guys who were full of righteousness and thought, "Can you two wipe your saliva before you speak? Don't you just want to see beautiful women? Just say it. I won't laugh at you." Alas, in the end they had never seen a truly beautiful woman. Qin Pingan was very confident about this point, because he felt that he had already seen the most beautiful woman in the world. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. 222. On Luapa Mountain, there was a newly opened small pond behind the bamboo building. The water was clear and there were no fish in it. No one knew what the empty pond was for. However, Wei Ba often squatted here and looked at it for an hour. He also asked the little boy in green and the little girl in pink to keep an eye on the pond for the next half a year and not let any outsiders come close. Probably because he was worried about the two of them, Wei Ba even had the black snake with the golden thread under its belly move out of the cave and wait near the bamboo building. After Qin Pingan left, the green-robed child had no comparison. Moreover, the cold of spring was gradually fading and the sun was warm every day. Thus, he slacked off in his cultivation. The pink-dressed girl reminded him twice, but the green-robed child insisted that this was called relaxing in moderation and accumulating strength. It was not called being lazy for 3 days and 2 days. Today, Wei Ba came to the bamboo house again, and the green-clothed child followed behind him. Previously, no matter how he asked, Wei Ba only told him to wait and see. He was unwilling to reveal the truth, which made the green-clothed child feel very anxious all day long. He wished he could reveal his true body and jump into the pond to turn it upside down. However, he was afraid of Wei Ba's identity and cultivation base, as well as the mountain god's feminine temperament that hid a knife behind a smile. That was why the royal river water snake forcibly suppressed his curiosity. He didn't want to live under someone else's roof and be made to suffer. Wei Pai still squatted by the pond today and carefully stared at the tiny water flow in the pond. It looked like a stagnant pond, but it was not. The foundation of Luapa Mountain under his feet was not in the mountain god temple at the top of the mountain. The root of the mountain was in the bamboo building, and the water was in the pond in front of him. Mountain deity Song Yuzhang was already on bad terms with this North Mountain deity, and on top of that, he was a loyal minister who worked for the Song clan of greatly wholeheartedly. Therefore, when he reported this secret to the Ministry of Rites and the imperial astronomer, the reply he received was that he should keep his mouth shut and not reveal anything. Since it was the order of the Dali imperial court, Song Yuzhang no longer entangled with it. As for his cultivation being restricted and unable to completely govern Luapa Mountain, Song Yuzhang was indifferent to it. However, the relationship between Song Yuzhang and his boss, Wei Pai, was getting further and further apart. The little boy in green was also squatting by the pond. He didn't even know where this pond of water came from. However, with Wei Pai's identity, as long as it was within the jurisdiction of Dali's North Mountain, it was easy for him to move mountains and water. The little boy in green stared at the pond of water eagerly. He hated that he couldn't find any clues. He didn't notice that Wei Pai, who was squatting beside him, had a tense face in his own territory. His forehead was sweating, and his shoulders were as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't get up even if he wanted to. Time passed like water. The bored little boy in green yawned. Only then did he notice that there was a stranger standing beside Wei Pai. The stranger was bending over with his hands behind his back, staring at the pond with a smile. He was wearing a Taoist robe and had a lotus crown on his head. He was young and quite handsome. However, his smile was not serious. At first glance, it seemed that he would take the opportunity to secretly touch the little hands of the girls under the guise of reading palms. If it was in the vicinity of Yujiang in the past, with the little boy in green's hot temper, he would have long told this young Taoist to get lost. Now that he had seen so many storms in Longquan County, the little boy in green was much more restrained. However, when he thought of the North Mountain God with a golden body beside him and the extremely terrifying Marshal Dao Peak Great Grandmaster in the bamboo building, what was there to be afraid of? The little boy in green hurriedly stood up and moistened his throat. Hey, Taoist, why are you so unethical? Why did you break in without saying hello? Don't you know that my master, Qin Pingan, is the master of this entire mountain? Moreover, there's a vicious black snake near the bamboo building that likes to eat people the most. The reason why you were able to survive is all thanks to my painstaking advice every day, persuading that black snake to abstain from meat. Otherwise right now, The little boy in green crossed his arms over his chest and raised his nose to the sky. He laughed loudly in his heart. Waha, after being sullen for so long, I finally encountered a mortal that I can reprimand. It really wasn't easy. When he thought of this, the little boy in green found the young Taoist more and more pleasing to the eye. He wished for nothing more than to call him brother. I see. In that case, this poor Taoist has escaped calamity thanks to you. The young Taoist's smile was brilliant as he hurriedly expressed his thanks. In the eyes of the little boy in green, the unfamiliar Taoist's actions were much more sincere compared to Wei Pai's sinister smile that hid needles and cotton. However, the little boy in green was once bitten by a snake in the shitty Longquan County, and he was afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake. He had been muddled up to the point where he was slightly paranoid. He carefully sized up the Taoist again, and after confirming that he didn't have the slightest air of a Qi refinement warrior, he was so excited that he almost teared up. He swayed all the way over before jumping up and patting the young Taoist's shoulder. What are you thanking me for? Before my master, Qin Pingan, left the mountain, he said that when he wasn't at home, I would have to shoulder heavy responsibilities and be the master. As a guest, how could I let you be frightened? At the back window of the bamboo building, after the barefoot old man saw this scene, he chuckled and said, "If you have the ability, pat this Taoist's shoulder again." The little boy in green became vigilant and raised his head to look at the young Taoist. He then glanced at the crazy old man at the second floor's window, and then looked at the lotus crown on the Taoist's head. He asked tentatively, "Let's talk nicely. Are you a Taoist 10th realm spiritual master or 11th realm or 12th realm heavenly monarch?" The young Taoist smiled and shook his head. "Neither." The little boy in green was half convinced and half doubtful. He whispered, "Brother, when we roam the pugilistic world, regardless of seniority or cultivation, we all pay attention to treating people with sincerity. You can't lie to people, right?" The young Taoist nodded and said, "I'm really not lying to you." If he was below the 10th realm, even if he couldn't defeat him in Luapa Mountain, there was still Wei Pai and the crazy old man. If he still cowered, it would really be inexcusable. The little boy in green quickly waited and felt that he was already in an invincible position. He immediately beamed and jumped up to pat the Taoist's shoulder again. "I can tell that you have a good foundation. Don't be discouraged. You're just a Taoist earth immortal in the nascent soul realm. If you work hard for a few hundred years, there's still some hope. If you really can't do it, if you're bullied in the future, just say my name and say that you know. Little White Stripe in the Imperial River Waves or Little Dragon King in Luapa Mountain. How about these two nicknames? One is romantic, the other is awe-inspiring." The old man on the second floor laughed wantonly and gave the little boy in green a thumbs up. "Little water snake, you're capable. If you don't die today, you'll have enough to brag about for the rest of your life." The little boy in green swallowed his saliva, rolled his eyes and coughed. He lowered his head and was about to retreat. He muttered, go cultivate, Today's cultivation can't be delayed." The young Taoist smiled and nodded. He said warmly, "You can't slack off on cultivation. Let's go. I have some knowledge about cultivation. You can ask and I'll answer. I can give you some advice." Then the little boy in green's vision blurred. He suddenly realized that someone was walking beside him. This wasn't strange. What was strange was that there was also someone squatting beside Wei Pai. What was even stranger was that at the window on the second floor, there was someone standing opposite the barefoot crazy old man. And behind the silly girl who was sticking her head out of the bamboo building, there was another person who was sneakily looking over with her. All of them were the young Taoist with the lotus crown. The little boy in green closed his eyes and pretended to be blind as he moved forward. "I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I'm sleepwalking. I'm sleepwalking again." At the bamboo building, the girl in pink blinked her big watery eyes. Compared to the little boy in green's disrespect, she was more curious than fearful. The young Taoist standing beside her folded his sleeves and looked at the talisman characters that appeared on the wall. He said in amazement, "The characters are still so interesting. As expected of a helper. Heaven's secrets can't be revealed." On the second floor, the young Taoist leaned against the windowsill and asked with a smile, "I heard that you want to fight?" The barefoot old man bowed respectfully as a scholar of the Chui family. Then he straightened up and took 2 steps back. He cupped his fists and bowed as a martial artist. There was no longer any respect. He said with a burning gaze, "I hope that Chief Lu can teach me a thing or two." The young Taoist pretended to be enlightened and relieved. He laughed and said, Sure. Just a thing or two is enough. If you want to teach me a thing or two, it's really difficult for me. After all, I'm in your vast world now. My 2 legs are like wading in mud. I can't walk fast and I can't jump high. Beside the pond, the young Taoist squatted side by side with Wei Pai and asked, Mountain God Wei, can you tell me the origin of the water in the pond and the golden lotus seed planted in it? Wei Pai still couldn't get up. He could only smile bitterly and said, reporting to Chief Ancestor, the water came from the 30,000 caddies of spring water that I secretly asked people to take out on the eve of the destruction of the Holy Water Country. The golden lotus seed was an antique in the Holy Water Country's royal treasury. Back then, even the royal family and the old man Kintianjian couldn't explain it clearly. They just passed it down as a treasure from generation to generation. After the Holy Water Country was destroyed, they fled through the Chiduan Mountain and I met them. Finally, this seed was born. Therefore, I wondered if I could use the spiritual spring water to nurture a purple gold lotus that only exists in the small lotus paradise. This was because Wei Ba was the righteous god of the northern mountain, the master of all the mountain ranges. Their fates were one. Even though this was the right time, the right place, and the right people, sometimes natural disasters would become the burden of the righteous god of mountains and rivers. When the Taoist with the lotus crown appeared, Wei Ba was immobilized by the Taoist's foot. Even though the Taoist was only stepping on Luapa Mountain, it was no different than stepping on Wei Ba's head. If the Taoist stepped on Luapa Mountain and made it collapse, then Wei Pai's golden body on the peak of the cloud-covering mountain would lose half of its arm. The young Taoist shook his head and retorted, it's not only in the small lotus paradise. The Taoist master mansion in the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the central divine continent also has 3 purple golden lotuses in excellent condition. They grow well and are more than 10 feet tall. Wei Pai was speechless. The Taoist was the 3rd disciple of the Taoist master, Lu Qin. The Taoist master in the green netherworld was divided into 3 sections. The 3 sect masters had a high status and were equivalent to the ritual sage, secondary sage, and literature sage. Lu Qin patted the head of the little boy in green and smiled, all right, stop pretending. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think it would work? Until now, the little boy still did not know Lu Qin's identity. But judging from the Lotus Crown Taoist's remarkable ability, and the fact that it was displayed in front of Wei Ba and Crazy Ol, the little boy knew that he had hit a wall again. And it was very likely that this time, it would be tougher than any of the previous times. Hey, Lu Qin accompanied the little boy to the edge of the cliff and asked with a smile, have you heard of the story of deceiving oneself? The little boy in green raised the back of his hand and wiped his forehead. He choked, I've heard of it. Lu Qin asked again, what do you think? Tell me the truth. The little boy in green sobbed, I just think it's fun. Lu Qin sighed, you're worth teaching. The little boy in green suddenly squatted down and held his head with both hands. He looked into the distance in a daze with a pitiful look. He missed Qin Pingan a little. If he was by his side, even if this master's realm was not enough, the little boy in green would feel more at ease. Lu Qin revealed an unprecedentedly kind look. He turned to the side and looked at the little boy in a daze. He asked softly, little water snake, do you want to follow me to the green netherworld? The little boy in green raised his head. His face was filled with tears and his face was wrinkled. The corner of his mouth curled down as he said bitterly, if I refuse, will you raise your foot and crush my head? Lu Qin smiled and shook his head, of course not. I'll only take away the pond. Because whether it's the spring water or the golden lotus seed, they're all things that I've left behind in this world. Then Qin Pingan will lose a great opportunity. Don't you always call yourself a hero? You've been eating and drinking for free. Don't you have any loyalty? You should at least do something for Qin Pingan. The little boy in green shook his head slowly. His eyes were hazy with tears. If I'm not loyal once or twice, Qin Pingan won't blame me. Lu Qin held his forehead. He was at his wit's end when he met such an ignorant fool. Forget it, the opportunity hasn't come yet. Let's leave it at that. He sighed and said to the little boy in green, go back and tell Qin Pingan that he owes me a favor for the pond. He'll have to return it in the future. As for you, when you're crossing the river, you can go to the Great Blasphemy River that runs through the east and west of the Julu continent. If you can make it halfway, you'll have succeeded. When the time comes, you can ask Qin Pingan to escort you. Yes, this is the favor that he needs to return to me. The little boy in green asked tentatively, why are you so nice to me, immortal? Lu Qin saw through the little boy's thoughts and said angrily, firstly, I'm not your long-lost father or ancestor. Secondly, I'm not interested in your dragon skin after you've turned into a dragon. Thirdly, the reason why I'm enlightening you this time is because your background is special. Furthermore, I might have to ask you again in the future if you want to go to the green netherworld. This Lu Qin disappeared in a flash. The little boy in green stood up and looked over. The lotus flower-crowned Taoist was no longer beside the silly girl and Wei Pai. His tears instantly turned into laughter. He swaggered over to the little girl in pink at the bamboo house and said arrogantly, "Silly girl, do you know? The old immortal praised me for my great talent and almost knelt down to take me as his disciple. He even said that he'll bring me to the world to eat and drink well. Who do you think I am? Since I've taken Qin Pingan as my master, I have to follow the rules of the pugilistic world, right?" I rejected him without hesitation. You didn't see the sparkling tears in the old immortal's eyes at that time. Sigh, I pity the old immortal's sincere heart. If there's anything to blame, it's Qin Pingan's luck that he took in a little boy like me. It's also my fault for being too loyal. Alright, silly girl. What did the old immortal say to you? The little girl in pink raised a small hand that was glowing with a golden light. She said awkwardly, "The old immortal talked to me about the rules of calligraphy. In the end he said that you'll definitely spout nonsense and asked me to do it for you. He'll give you a slap. A crisp and pleasant slap." The little boy in green was slapped hard on the face by the golden palm. He spun a few rounds in the air before landing on the ground. The little boy in green lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Wei Pai stood by the pond and looked at the quiet second floor of the bamboo house worriedly. In a private residence called Demao Residence, in the ancient Yu Kingdom, a tall and handsome scholar with a sickly pale face was eating a steamed peach blossom mandarin fish. He had a special silver hook in his left hand and a pair of green bamboo chopsticks in his right. He was leisurely eating this seasonal delicacy. Beside him was a pot of fine wine from the ancient Yu Kingdom. From time to time he would put down his chopsticks and take a sip. In front of the elegant scholar's dining table stood 4 of the ancient Yu Kingdom's top martial Dao grandmasters and Qi refinement warriors. One of them was a sword Dao grandmaster who was at the peak of the 4th realm of the martial Dao. He was self-taught and had a strong desire to kill. In the pugilistic world of the ancient Yu Kingdom and the surrounding countries, he had mixed reviews. It was widely acknowledged that this person was meritorious but not virtuous. His admirers firmly believed that this grandmaster could win against any sword cultivator from the lower 5 realms who were not from a sect. There was a 4th realm assassin who did not wear a mask. He was an inconspicuous and boorish man. However, it was obvious that he was wearing a fake mask. He was the owner of the Mailiang brothel in the ancient Yu Kingdom. The Mailiang brothel was an assassin organization that was famous in several countries. It meant that the price was fair. The client only needed to pay the price of the flower and wood box to receive a pearl in return. He had once personally accepted a mission to assassinate a middle 5 realms Qi refinement warrior. He had almost succeeded. If not for the fact that the other party had a secret treasure from his sect, he would have succeeded. After that, the Mailiang brothel suffered a round of thunderous revenge and almost disappeared. However, during this period, the Mailiang brothel had displayed enough pugilistic world bloodthirstiness. They spared no expense in assassinating the disciples of the immortal family who had left the mountains to travel. After more than 20 years of entanglement, one was almost destroyed while the other was severely injured. Finally, the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu Kingdom personally mediated and both parties stopped fighting. In that case, not only were the pugilistic world sects struggling at death's door and relying on others, they were also willing to sacrifice themselves to drag immortals down from the mountains. As for the other 2 Qi refinement warriors, the enchanting woman was an itinerant cultivator. She was good at using poison and had many tricks up her sleeves. It was impossible to guard against her and she could corrupt one's soul. Regardless of whether it was the pugilistic world martial artists or the immortals on the mountains, no one was willing to provoke this lady snake and scorpion. However, the other Qi refinement warrior was an unfamiliar face that had never appeared in the ancient Yu Kingdom. The reason why these 4 important people were gathered together was very simple. The young man who looked like a scholar who had come to the capital to take the imperial examinations was the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu Kingdom. After eating the plump and delicious peach blossom mandarin fish, he took out 3 pieces of paper from his sleeve. Each of them had a portrait of a person. He bent his finger and tapped the young man in the middle who was carrying a wooden box on his back. He smiled and said, "There is a Xian-class magic treasure in the national treasury. Whoever successfully intercepts and kills this person can take it away. Let me say this first. This young man is very likely to be a 6th realm swordsman. A pure 3rd realm martial artist is just an illusion. Don't be fooled by him. I only care about collecting the head. As for how I kill him, I don't care. As for the other two, if I kill them there will be some rewards. Everyone please don't worry. The three of them left one after another, leaving only the Qi refinement warrior who was not well known. He sneered and said, Imperial tutor of Chu, it's not very good to be generous with other people's money, right? The scholar smiled and asked, Is it your idea or His Majesty's idea? That person was silent. The scholar smiled and said, As long as you take back the head, isn't it fine? The item will still belong to the Chu's national treasury. It's just a transfer from my side. That person snorted coldly and turned to leave. After stopping for a while in the southern Stream Kingdom, the Kuan ship from the Daidan Mountain continued to rise into the sky and headed south. The Kuan ship sailed in the sky above the southern central part of the Aquarius continent. It was still a good season with light clouds and light winds. At dusk on this day, the old scholar with a mink hat who had knocked out a tooth walked out of his luxurious courtyard and came to the bow of the ship. As far as his eyes could see, the sun had set in the west. It was a magnificent scene. The old Confucian scholar continued to watch. Unknowingly, a woman who was also out for a walk was standing beside him. She had used the small and exquisite flying sword, Lightning Flash, which was famous throughout the continent of Jiluzu as a hairpin. She really had a strange idea. Of course, it was an incomparably extravagant gift. There was a pearl pendant at the end of the lightning flash. The reason was even stranger. The lady's father was afraid that the speed of the lightning flash was too fast for his daughter to control. Therefore he found a dragon pearl he obtained from a secret realm of the Dragon Palace. For this reason he did not hesitate to refine the sword so that he could pierce the pearl and use it to slow down the flying speed. The old scholar did not turn his head to look at the young lady who he had made enemies with not long ago. The old man smiled and his lips did not move. He only secretly transmitted his thoughts. Little girl, you shouldn't have come to see me. Be careful not to expose yourself. At that time, no matter how much your father dotes on you, he will not forgive you. The young lady's face was cold. She replied with her thoughts, Mr. Jian Tun, why do you do this? You have no relatives, no children, and no disciples. The old scholar raised his hand and rubbed his mink hat. This time he did not hide anything and spoke directly. He smiled and said, Little girl, if you really don't like that Mr. Hulu, just say it. You don't have to think that just because a man is good, you have to like him. In the future, if you meet a man you like, he doesn't have to be a bad man. You don't have to like him. The young lady's face turned slightly red. The old man said emotionally, After a bumpy life, the world is my home. In the end, I feel that this small courtyard on the Kuan ship can calm my heart. Fortunately, I brought a box of books before I boarded the ship. Every day when I open the door, there is this sea of clouds, mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. When I go back and close the door, there is a table full of books and moral essays that can cultivate the heart. The young lady sighed softly. This trip to the south was arranged by her father. He said it was for her to go out and relax. At first, she thought that her father wanted to matchmake her with that Mr. Hulu. It was not until the Dali dynasty's Wudong mountain ferry that she knew it was not so simple. Just yesterday she knew the real inside story. Only then did she know that this Mr. Jian Tun was the key chess piece. What a huge chess game. She even thought that she would become an abandoned chess piece. The old man in the mink hat waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. I'm not a handsome young man. You're a virgin and you're accompanying an old man to watch the sunset. Even if you don't feel awkward, I feel uncomfortable. The young lady left silently and returned to the courtyard. She held her breath and quietly waited for the change to come. The old cultivator of the Jiulu continent, nicknamed Mr. Jian Tun, smacked his lips. He took off his mink hat and patted it twice. Then he threw it out of the Kuan ship and disappeared with the wind. Let's go, old friend. The old man looked back at the north. When he was young, he was a scholar with the qualifications of a gentleman in the Jiulu continent. However, his temper was too bad and he was arrogant. From day to night, from year to year, he would curse the courtiers for doing nothing. He scolded the generals for being good-for-nothings. He scolded the emperor for being a fatuous ruler. In the end, he scolded himself for being a useless scholar. Later, when his home and country were gone, the old man could no longer curse. Without his mink hat, the old scholar returned to the small courtyard. Along the way, the deacons and odd job workers were very respectful to him. The old man felt a little guilty, but he smiled as usual. He greeted them and joked with them, making them feel more amiable. Compared to the serious Mr. Hulu and the gloomy Madame Chingu, this Mr. Jian Tun was much more cute. In the dusk, the old man returned to his house. He took a Confucian classic and sat in the courtyard. He did not flip through the book. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to nap. The territory of the Aquarius continent below the Kuan ship was the territory of the Zhuang dynasty, which was the strongest dynasty with the most sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent. It was said that when the Wind Snow Temple's land sword immortal Wei Jin first roamed the world, he stayed in the Zhuang dynasty for the longest time, and fought a few life and death battles. His opponents were all famous sword cultivators of the Zhuang dynasty. The Zhuang dynasty was the most prosperous power in the middle and south of the Aquarius continent. It had more than 10 vassal states. In terms of land area, it was second only to Dali in the north, which had swallowed the Lu dynasty. Among the many descendants of the old Zhuang emperor, there were 2 ninth realm sword cultivators who had decided to give up the throne early on. Among the 4 imperial consecrators, there was a 10th realm sword cultivator. He had fought with Li Tuanjing of the Wind and Thunder Garden, who was known as the strongest person below the 5th realm in the Aquarius continent. He had lost all 3 times. However, the difference was limited. Otherwise, Li Tuanjing would not have agreed to the last 2 challenges. Previously, the 2 dynasties to the north of the Lakeview Academy had fought to the death. Both sides had suffered great losses. The Zhuang dynasty, which was not far from the south, was watching the fire from the other side. Everyone in the court was gloating. There were many countries in the Aquarius continent. It was a true dynasty, and could be counted with 2 hands. The Lu dynasty in the north was already a thing of the past. It was said that the descendants of the royal family had either hung themselves or jumped into a well. Those who survived had all become convicts and were forced to work for the Song clan of Great Li. The Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom was alone. Further south were the 2 rival dynasties that were fighting fiercely. Even the last bit of resources left by their ancestors had been used in the battle. Both sides suffered great losses. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed for thousands of miles. The place where the 2 countries fought was destined to be a battlefield that would go down in history. The north of the Aquarius continent, which was north of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the Lakeview Academy, was very lively. The south was still full of singing and dancing. But today at dusk, on top of an unknown mountain in the Zhuang Kingdom, thousands of strands of sword qi suddenly burst out, illuminating an area of dozens of miles as if it was daytime. The sword qi soared into the sky like a waterfall from the bottom to the top, and it just happened to rain down on a floating Kuan ship. In an instant, the huge Kuan ship that was traveling across continents was riddled with holes. Hundreds of people died on the spot. The heavily injured Kuan fish wailed and writhed violently. The many formations that were used to stabilize the buildings on the Kuan fish's back were already destroyed by the sword qi. The Kuan fish's wobbling made things worse. In addition to the strong wind in the sky, hundreds of people were directly thrown off the Kuan ship's back. They fell to their deaths on the land of the Zhuang dynasty. The destruction of the Kuan ship had already settled down. The qi cultivators of Mount Yao, including the owner of the ship, were helpless. They could only watch as the dying Kuan fish continuously rushed to the ground. During this period, there were constantly great cultivators who flew into the sky in a panic. Madame Qinggu and the others were among them. The slender and thin Madame Qinggu's face was ashen. Her eyes were long and narrow. When she narrowed them, they were sharp. She held her son in one hand and her husband's neck in the other. She stared at the rapidly falling Kuan ship. Then, her gaze swept to the origin of the sword qi as if she wanted to find the culprit. The cultivators who were as small as grains of rice flew into the sky and quickly left the Kuan ship. However, those qi cultivators who could not fly were destined to resign themselves to fate. Moreover, if the Kuan fish turned over and crashed into the ground, all of them would die. There was no possibility of survival. At this moment, an extremely long golden rainbow hung in the sky from the north. The golden rainbow came under the Kuan fish's head. It was a middle-aged monk with a resolute face. He held the Kuan fish with both hands and shouted angrily. He bent his knees slightly and a large patch of golden lotus flowers appeared under his feet. However, the Kuan ship's falling momentum was extremely powerful. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The monk's body sank continuously under the pressure. The golden lotus flowers under his feet shattered one after another. Although his appearance slowed down the Kuan fish's falling speed slightly, at this rate, the monk would probably still be smashed into the ground by the Kuan fish's head. The middle-aged monk was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, it was not bright red but golden. He was actually a Buddhist golden arhat. The monk did not have the slightest intention of giving up. He roared and suddenly turned around. He arched his back and ran forward as if he was carrying something. His freed hands began to form seals in front of his chest. This Buddhist monk raised his right forearm. His fingers were extended upwards like mountain ranges. His palm was facing outwards. It was the Buddhist seal of fearlessness. The middle-aged monk's body was covered in golden blood. However, his expression was still calm. He seemed to be indifferent to the immense pain he was suffering and the loss of his cultivation that he had painstakingly accumulated. When the monk's feet touched the ground, the Kuan ship's sinking momentum had stabilized. However, the monk was still pressed into the ground. When the Kuan ship rumbled and stopped, the monk was nowhere to be seen. After a long time the soil loosened. The monk, who was covered in dust and golden blood, walked out from the bottom of the Kuan fish. The middle-aged monk's face was filled with compassion. He turned around and put his palms together. He lowered his head and chanted Amitabha. In the night, the monk walked on the back of the dead Kuan fish. Collapsed buildings, rubble, ruins and corpses were everywhere. The monk did his best to take care of them. Finally, he came to the front of a young girl whose face was covered in blood. The monk sighed. Seeing that she was fine, he put his palms together and left silently. The young girl's eyes were lifeless. She carried a young girl of the same age in her arms. The corpse, whose face could not be seen clearly, had a beautiful embroidered bag hanging from its waist. The young girl, who was still alive, gently patted the corpse's back and muttered repeatedly, "Don't be afraid." Colorful Robes Country, Yenji County. The sun was shining brightly. The streets of the county were bustling with activity. The official road outside the city was filled with merchants and travelers. The old immortal stayed in a mansion not far from the county governor's office. The owner was very rich. He sent out invitations to all the influential people in the city to be his guests. For this purpose, a high platform was built in the middle of the lake. Before the sky turned dark, colorful lanterns were hung high. Guests filed in one after another. They brought their families with them. There were at least 300 people. Thanks to the county governor's son, Su Gaohua, Chen Pingan and company were able to enter. However, their location was not ideal. There were 2 long benches arranged in a corridor by the lake. However, at the very least there was a small table for desserts and fruits. Compared to the nearby guests who only had a seat but did not receive any hospitality, it was much more impressive. The table was added at the last minute because Su Gaohua did not accompany the county governor and wanted to spend time with his friends. Chen Pingan originally wanted to practice his sword furnace. However, he was worried that it would be too eye-catching. He could only take off his wine gourd and drink slowly. Su Gaohua sat between the bearded man and the Taoist priest, Zhang Shanfeng. He whispered to the two about the family's wealth and the secret relationship they had with a general of the colorful Robes Country. The old immortal and his yellow paper beauty arrived as promised. First, they flew from a tall building in the distance and slowly landed on the high platform in the middle of the lake. When they landed, they were like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. They waved their sleeves, showing the charm of an immortal. This move won earth-shattering cheers. The clapping and cheering rose and fell one after another by the lake. The old immortal's face was flushed. He was thin and elegant, dressed in the attire of a famous scholar. After landing, he did not talk nonsense. He even skipped the formalities with the county governor and the general of the garrison. With a shake of his wrist, a yellow talisman appeared between his 2 fingers. If a Jianghu grandmaster had good eyesight, he would be able to see the lines of a woman drawn on it. It was far from being lifelike. The old immortal gently flicked his fingers. The yellow paper between his fingers shot out. When it touched the ground, it exploded into a cloud of green smoke that slowly spread out. A graceful woman dressed in colorful clothes slowly walked out of the green smoke. She curtsied toward a waterside pavilion where the main guests were. The bearded man and the young Taoist priest were amazed. Lu Gaohua clapped his hands and cheered desperately. Chen Pingan suddenly looked up. Someone happened to look over at the same time. That person was half squatting on the wall of the courtyard in the distance. He was grinning at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan calmly stood up and told Zhang Shanfeng that he was going to find the latrine. The young Taoist priest asked him to come back quickly so that he would not miss the wonderful scene. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. When Chen Pingan walked out of the corridor and down the steps, the young man in black, who was about the same age as Chen Pingan, also walked on the wall. The distance between them was constantly closing. Chen Pingan took a deep breath as if he was facing a great enemy. There were some parting that people did not want to meet again, but often they would inadvertently meet. For example, Chen Pingan and the guy called Ma Kushuan. There were some parting that people clearly wanted to meet again, but they would not meet again. For example, Chen Pingan and the girl called Qiushi. 223. When Qin Pingan walked down from the tall building and returned to his seat, he had missed two big battles. When Taoist Zhang Shan, who was sitting in the chair next to Qin Pingan, saw him, he quickly got up and cupped his hands to thank him. Qin Pingan had to return the salute and take the jade plate. For the sake of fairness, the battlefield of this public fight between mortal enemies was not set in the Wind Thunder Garden or the Xinjiang Mountain, but in the Immortal Platform, one of the 6 branches of the Wind Snow Temple. As the holy land of the military, the Wind Snow Temple had more friends than the Martial Mountain. In addition, the style of doing things was far more low-key than the Martial Mountain. When the disciples went down the mountain, most of them were wanderers rather than generals on the battlefield. Therefore, the Wind Snow Temple had a good relationship with both sides and would not take sides. As for why the Wind Snow Temple chose the Immortal Platform, firstly it was because the Immortal Platform was located at the top of the mountain, with a wide view and pleasant scenery. In terms of appearance, it was the best place for feng shui in the Wind Snow Temple. Secondly, there were few disciples on the Immortal Platform, and the incense was dying. It was almost supported by Wei Jin alone. However, Wei Jin was not close to the sect because of his master. Presumably, the Wind Snow Temple also wanted to take this opportunity to increase the incense for the Immortal Platform. When Qin Pingan got the result from Qiu Shi, he was shocked. The Wind Thunder Garden had lost the previous 2 big battles. A patriarch and a famous sword practitioner of different generations died one after another under the sword of the opponent of the Xinjiang Mountain. In the second battle between the patriarchs, the 2 sides actually died together. However, because the patriarch of the Xinjiang Mountain fought with his last breath and died later than the sword practitioners of the Wind Thunder Garden, the Wind Snow Temple judged the Xinjiang Mountain as the winner according to the rules. On the vast Immortal Platform, there was no crowded scene. A few buildings were densely clustered in the northeast corner. Only the Qi trainers of the Aquarius continent with high status and cultivation strength were qualified to climb the tower to watch the battle. The rest of the practitioners could only watch from the other peaks of the Wind Snow Temple. Such a huge immortal stage seemed to be reserved only for the 2 combatants. After the conversation, Qin Pingan realized that Taoist Zhang Shanji had never even heard of Xinjiang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden before this. This was not strange. The Qi refinement warriors of the Zhu Luzhou had always thought highly of themselves. They had always looked down on the Aquarius continent, which was the smallest of the 9 continents. Perhaps only the Cliff Academy, Lakeview Academy, Dali Chui Dong, Wufu Song Jiangqiang, and Sword Immortal Wei Jin could enter the eyes of the Zhu Luzhou cultivators. Moreover, with Taoist Zhang Shanji's cultivation and vision, it would be strange if he was familiar with the local customs of the Aquarius continent. The Wind Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain had a feud. The feud originated from the deepest part of the Wind Thunder Garden. On the sword testing field, there was the corpse of a female ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. After her death, it had been exposed to the sun until now. Not only was the Wind Thunder Garden unwilling to return the corpse, but they also asked the disciples of Xinjiang Mountain to help bury her. They did not even pull out the Wind Thunder Garden's standard long sword that was pierced into her head. It had been 300 years since they let the inner disciples and guests of the Wind Thunder Garden freely look at it. What was a great humiliation! This was it. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the continent, Xinjiang Mountain had been thriving for the past 300 years. In terms of the excellence of the youngest disciples of the 3rd generation, it had actually surpassed the Wind Thunder Garden. After Xinjiang Mountain's incident, someone would challenge the Wind Thunder Garden almost every 60 years. They would attempt to invite the ancestor's corpse back so that she could die in peace. However, the Wind Thunder Garden's master who killed the female sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain had lived for another 300 years. Even though Xinjiang Mountain had produced many geniuses in the past 300 years, they were still unable to defeat him. He was not as ruthless to those who challenged him later, but he was not merciful either. He would either break the longevity bridge or destroy the natal sword. Perhaps to the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain, death was worse than death. They would rather die a heroic death in battle. This was the origin of the allusion to the Wind Thunder Garden's master suppressing a mountain in the eastern Aquarius continent. Now the master of the Wind Thunder Garden had finally died. In the spring of the new year, it was rumored that he had secretly reincarnated. It also happened to coincide with the generational battle. Although the Wind Thunder Garden had kept a tight lid on it, hoping that this secret would not be leaked, Xinjiang Mountain somehow found out about it. The entire mountain was shaken and everyone was agitated. Some people brought their families to the grave to offer incense and toast, while some decaying old men who were struggling at death's door drank themselves to death. The young sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain were even more eager to fight. They finally had the chance to vent their 300 years of humiliation and resentment. In fact, after the two battles, Xinjiang Mountain had indeed won, and it was a beautiful victory. They had earned a lot of face, so much so that the final battle between the youngest disciples was unnecessary. The maidservant, Qiu Shi, was a little worried. She felt that they would most likely not be able to fight the last battle. The sect called the Wind Thunder Garden had already lost 2 battles. In any case, the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Garden was only a little short of victory in the second battle. At least they had saved some face. If they lost the third battle, they would have lost 3 battles in a row. If word got out, the reputation of the Wind Thunder Garden would be completely ruined. If the Wind Thunder Garden stopped now, they could still get the consolation of being willing to accept their loss. Chen Pinggan thought of Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator who had entered the mountain to search for Jiashu with him. He suddenly said, "The Wind Thunder Garden will definitely fight the third battle." To Chen Pinggan, Lu Baqiao was neither a friend nor an enemy. Among the group of foreign immortals, he had left a deep impression on Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan simply felt that the sect that could teach Lu Baqiao would not back down so easily. As expected. After a secret negotiation between the Wind Snow Temple Xinjiang Mountain and the Wind Snow Temple, the childlike and short sect master of the Wind Snow Temple walked to the center of the immortal platform with a man and a woman and announced that the third battle was about to begin. The representative of Xinjiang Mountain was Su Jia. The woman wore a long sword and a blade-strengthening gourd on her waist. She was valiant and could be said to be beautiful. The representative of the Wind Thunder Garden was the last disciple of the Garden Master. His name was Huang He. He carried a huge sword case on his back. It was unknown whether he was hiding a huge sword or had many long swords. When almost everyone was paying attention to the 2 young sword cultivators, Chen Pinggan was quietly circulating the true qi in his body. He focused on looking for a certain figure in those attics. Although the scroll was only so big, the reason why it was popular in the world was that the eyesight of qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists was far beyond that of ordinary people. When people saw a mustard seed, it was a mustard seed. When a Tao ancestor saw a world, it was a world. When a mortal saw a flower or a leaf, it was a flower or a leaf. Chen Pinggan's eyes suddenly darkened. He grabbed a few pieces of sparrow tongue tea and put them into his mouth, chewing gently. In the corridor on the top floor of a tall building, a burly old man in white was overlooking the square of the immortal platform with his arms crossed. There was a delicate girl riding on the old man's head. The old man was on the right side of the center. On the floor behind the railing, there were many ancestors of Xinjiang Mountain. There were both men and women. All of them were extraordinary. Sword qi gathered like rivers flowing into the sea. Chen Pinggan stared at the old man in white. After a while he looked away. Another tall building was the viewing point of the immortal platform for the Wind Thunder Garden. From top to bottom there were only a few sword cultivators. Compared to the sword cultivators of the 5 states of Xinjiang Mountain, there were only a few people accompanying the Wind Thunder Garden. Most of them were young juniors such as Lu Baqiao, who was sitting on the railing casually. But after losing 2 battles, Lu Baqiao looked solemn. The shabby Taoist watched attentively and murmured, "It's starting." Qiu Shi smiled and said, "The previous 2 battles were all about killing the opponent. There's no need to determine the winner in this battle, and it has nothing to do with the overall situation. I think they'll fight back and forth. It won't be as bloody as before." Chen Pinggan did not comment. His attention was mainly on the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain. Chen Pinggan silently remembered the faces of the people in the loft of Xinjiang Mountain. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one have a target. Compared to beating around the bush and hearsay in the future, the scene in front of his eyes was the most direct and realistic. In the future, these people might be potential opponents who would stop him from ascending the mountain. Of course, that day was still far away. Chen Pinggan was only a martial artist of the 3rd states. After all, no matter how strong a martial artist of the 3rd states was, he was still only a martial artist of the 3rd states. The old man in a Confucian robe wearing a mink hat clicked his tongue and said, "This little girl named Su Jia is a little dangerous." He hit the nail on the head. The young sword cultivator on the far right patted his scabbard habitually. She lost. It's a pity that the blade-strengthening gourd met a bad person. I'm afraid there won't be a 3rd blade-strengthening gourd in the entire Lu continent. His words came true. In just 3 moves, Su Jia had drawn her sword and the natal flying sword in the blade-strengthening gourd. However, she was still beaten to the ground by the young sword cultivator named Huang He. It turned out that the big box on the man's back was filled with small swords. It was similar to carrying a hornet's nest. It was not a natal flying sword, but he was good at controlling the flying swords. Sujia could not fight back at all. Once, her arm was pierced by a flying sword. Another time, the red string of the blade-strengthening gourd was cut off. The last time, her wrists were pierced by 2 flying swords. She fell into a pool of blood and fainted. There were not many fairies in the Aquarius continent who were truly convincing. He Xiaoyang, the fairy maiden of the Divine Grandeur sect, was undoubtedly the number one. After her was Su Jia and 3 or 4 other fairies in the Aquarius continent. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless young Qi refinement warriors. Some people even joked that after Su Jia became famous, the number of disciples accepted by Xinjiang Mountain every 10 years increased by as much as 30%. Huang He, the sword cultivator, stood beside Su Jia. He lifted one foot and stepped on the blade-strengthening gourd that was in excellent condition. The sole of his foot twisted gently. The young sword cultivator of the Wind Thunder Garden curled his lips. He looked around and finally turned his head to look at the tall building where the Grandmaster of Xinjiang Mountain stood. From between his eyebrows, a life-bound flying sword as black as ink flew out. It buzzed, and when this flying sword buzzed, the sea of clouds and mountain winds around the immortal stage turned from calm to chaotic. After the public provocation, the young sword cultivator withdrew his natal flying sword and said loudly to the tall building, 60 years later I, Huang He, will ascend to the top of Xinjiang Mountain to test my sword. I will pluck a head and place it in the Wind Thunder Garden. The white-haired Grandmaster of Xinjiang Mountain on the top floor glared at the young sword cultivator. He could not help but want to go down and beat the arrogant little bastard to death. The door to the top floor of the tall building where the sword cultivators of the Wind Thunder Garden resided suddenly opened. A handsome sword cultivator in black walked out. He smiled at the restless Grandmaster of Xinjiang Mountain. Zhou He, it's not good to take advantage of your seniority. Why don't I play with you? After the sword cultivator walked out of the door, not only the white-haired Grandmaster, but everyone in the tall building of Xinjiang Mountain was stunned. Apart from shock, there was also a hint of despair that they did not want to admit. This person was the master of the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. He was extremely talented. He had reached the 10th level when he was 40 years old. However, he had not broken through in the hundreds of years that followed. It was inconceivable. However, even if he did not reach the upper 5 levels, he was still publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10th level sword cultivator in the Eastern Aquarius continent. Before Wei Jin broke through to the 11th level as a terrestrial sword immortal, he also admitted that he was no match for this person. Didn't they say that Li Tuanjing had died? Li Tuanjing no longer paid attention to the bewildered Grandmaster of Xinjiang Mountain. He raised his head as if he was smiling at the people who were watching the battle behind the scenes. He put one hand behind his back and closed 2 fingers of the other hand. He twirled them gently. A wisp of breeze lingered. With a shake of his wrist, Li Tuanjing said one word with a smile. Slash. After the wisp of breeze left the sword cultivator in black, it instantly turned into a huge and majestic sword chi. It circled above the divine immortal platform and cut off the connection between the divine immortal platform of the Wind Snow Temple and the outside world. The people in the painting were dumbfounded. Outside the painting they looked at each other. In the painting, on the divine immortal platform, Li Tuanjing did not find trouble with anyone on the tall building. He just stood there in a daze, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance that had resumed its unfolded state. This made the Wind Snow Temple feel relieved. As the strongest 10th level sword cultivator, Li Tuanjing's killing power was obvious to all. When a Qi refinement warrior was praised as the strongest, especially in a continent, he would definitely be a terrifying existence. For example, the youngest pure 9th level martial artist, the vassal of Dali, Song Jianqiang, had already displayed the legendary strength of a 10th level martial artist in the siege of the capital city. He broke Li Tuanjing's record and became the youngest 10th level sword cultivator. Wei Jin was now an immortal of the upper 5th level, high and mighty. Carrying the sword case on his back, the Wind Snow Temple slowly returned to the tall building. Xinjiang Mountain began to send people to rescue Su Jia. Li Tuanjing put his hands behind his back and smiled. Even if I only have one last breath left, I will still strangle your Xinjiang Mountain. Even if your corpse will be taken away from the Wind Thunder Garden by your disciples and grand-disciples, I won't be happy at all. Look, 300 years ago, you betrayed my sincerity, so I taught the entire Xinjiang Mountain a lesson and made you unable to raise your heads for 300 years. Because of you, those juniors who were lucky enough to become sword immortals did not have the face to hold a celebration. They could only hide in the sea of clouds on the mountain top and sigh. Even if I'm going to die now, so what? Are you satisfied now? Li Tuanjing collected his thoughts and turned to walk down the stairs. He patted the railing lightly. Li Tuanjing walked to the first floor and came to the side of a young man. Lu Baqiao, who had waited for the battle to end, had his lips trembling. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, Baqiao, you saw your beloved being humiliated and watched her sword heart crumble. Because of the enemy camp, you couldn't help but feel the same way. You couldn't control your emotions, right? Lu Baqiao snapped out of his daze and was about to jump down the railing when Li Tuanjing reached out and stopped him. Just sit. Lu Baqiao said guiltily, Yard Master. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, It's all right, it's all right. You fell in love with a girl you shouldn't have. It's nothing. The sky won't fall and you don't have to feel guilty. Lu Baqiao didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say something that went against his conscience, but he also felt guilty toward the sect and the Yard Master. Li Tuanjing asked, Since Su Jia has fallen into depravity, the blade-strengthening gourd will probably be taken away by Xingyang Mountain. Once her sword heart is destroyed, this fairy who made you kids feel ashamed of your inferiority will have her spirit and chi destroyed. She won't be a fairy in the future. She might even be worse than a female cultivator in name on Xingyang Mountain. Baqiao, I just want to know, will you still like her? Lu Baqiao sobbed, I'll like her for the rest of my life. Yard Master, am I a good for nothing? Li Tuanjing sighed. Silly boy, very good. Then continue to like her. But don't delay your sword practice. You must know that I've always thought highly of you. You're not worse than Huang He. I didn't tell you this before because it was useless. I can tell you now because there won't be a chance in the future. Lu Baqiao turned his head. Yard Master? Li Tuanjing suddenly asked, Practice your swordsmanship well. In the future try to bury my bones together with that corpse. Baqiao, if every dog has its day and Xingyang Mountain is at its peak, suppressing all of us in the Wind Thunder Garden, what will you do? Lu Baqiao no longer had the face and courage to sit on the railing. He stood in the corridor and said solemnly, A swordsman will naturally use the sword to reason. Li Tuanjing teased, Oh, you're just like me when I was young. Li Tuanjing then looked into the distance and chuckled. Remember, this won't work between a man and a woman. Don't think that your swordsmanship is good and everything is like this. When talking to the woman you love, you have to be gentle. You still have to say some words of love. Li Tuanjing turned his head and looked at the disciple in seclusion, Huang He, who was slowly walking over from the staircase. Looking at the two young people, the strongest 10th realm chi refinement warrior in the Aquarius continent smiled. After I die, the Wind Thunder Garden will be under the two of you. Huang He's expression was cold. Master, I alone am enough. Lu Baqiao smiled mischievously. That's good. Capable people do more work. I don't need to carry the burden. Li Tuanjing laughed heartily and pointed at Huang He. A swordsman's killing power is boundless. Famous throughout the world. It's yours. Then he pointed at Lu Baqiao. A swordsman's elegance, wine and beauty are yours. Li Tuanjing finally said leisurely, In short, it's all ours. On the Kuan ship to the Southern Stream Kingdom, the burly man beside the woman said sarcastically, Except for the swordsman in black who appeared at the end, who had some real skills, the other three battles were ordinary. If they were in the Julu continent, they wouldn't have the face to make such a big scene. The woman nodded and smiled. That blade-strengthening gourd is really good. I wonder if there's a chance to buy it. The old granny who was standing solemnly with cupped hands smiled. Madam, you only need to tell us your house number. It shouldn't be difficult to get the blade-strengthening gourd. On the leftmost seat, the old man wearing a Confucian robe and a mink hat could not stand the clamor next door and the endless criticism. Since the first battle, the people nearby had been nitpicking. It was so annoying. The old man tilted his head and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. The swordsmanship of these three people can't be compared to the sword immortals of the Julu continent. But after 3 battles, they were full of pride and satisfaction. What else do you want? The burly man said sternly, Old man, do you have a death wish? The old man sneered. So what if I have a death wish? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? After watching the excitement of the Wind Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain, we'll let the others watch the show too. If I lose, I admit defeat. If I win, I'll *CK your lover for 3 days and 3 nights. How about that? He did not nag and did as he said. The gentle, refined, and timid man beside the woman became the peacemaker. Let's talk things out. We're all from the Julu continent. Why should we harm the harmony? The shriveled woman was not angry. Instead, she turned her head with interest and said with a smile, It's a pity that you're a little old. I reckon that old waist of yours won't be able to withstand more than a few blows from me. Fighting under the bed is very different from fighting on the bed. Isn't that right, old bacon? Bah. The old man spat again. Not to mention a skinny woman like you, I'll *ck that pretty boy of yours as well. Chin Pingon was dumbfounded. Why did it feel like he had returned to Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley? Of course he could not understand the words, but Chin Pingon was no stranger to the way they acted. The young sword cultivator on the rightmost side turned his head and said impatiently, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting our time. Don't dirty our ears." Great, another bad-tempered one. Not only did he not mediate the fight, he even added fuel to the fire. Chin Pingon felt a headache coming on. They wouldn't really fight, would they? The female sword cultivator with a small sword in her hair was indifferent to this. She only raised her head to look at the picture scroll, as if she was recalling the essence, energy, and spirit contained in the 3 deadly battles. Fortunately, the ship owner who had dealt with Wei Pai before walked over with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, starting from the old man in a scholarly robe. Every time he saw someone, he cupped his fists and called out, "Mr. Jen Ern, Madam Chingu, Mr. Hulu, can you give me some face and let this go?" The 3 parties could choose not to give face to the ship's owner, or even give face to Dashi Shan. However, when the ship's owner announced 3 simple names, the matter became simple. The old man in a scholarly robe, nicknamed Jen Ern, was an extremely famous and strange sword cultivator in the south of the Julu continent. His realm wasn't too high, only at the Jindan realm. He didn't belong to any sect, but he was good at nurturing swords and ancient urns. He often helped sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms to nurture their flying swords for free, so he had friends all over the world. Madame Chingu wasn't a sword cultivator, but she had a 10th realm sword cultivator as her godfather. She was extremely protective of her son and had an extremely unreasonable divine weapon. In addition, she was a 7th realm martial arts master who was proficient in close combat. She was infamous for her ferocity. As for the young sword cultivator with the surname Hulu, he was even more famous in the Julu continent. He was the only one with no other branches. There was a land sword immortal ancestor in the family who was at the unpolished Jade realm. He was one of the sword immortals who had led the team to inverted Hanging Mountain. He had a straightforward personality and was close friends with the continent's Taoist master, Xie Shi. The current head of the Hulu family was the governor of one of the largest dynasties in the east of the Julu continent. As he was born unsuitable for cultivation, he was a weak scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. But in the end, he had 300,000 soldiers and gathered nearly 1,000 sword cultivators under his command. He had the reputation of being the 1,000-sword commander. Daishan wasn't afraid of the 3 parties. It wasn't that they were strong enough to wrestle with the Hulu family, but that they were too far away to reach. As for Madame Chingu, who liked to keep male companions, and Mr. Jin Ern, who was a rogue cultivator, Daishan wasn't afraid of them. But they were guests. How could they make enemies out of doing business? The old man exclaimed and leaned forward. He turned his head to look at the young sword cultivator and asked loudly, "Young man with the surname Hulu, who is Hulu Inzi to you?" The young sword cultivator said unhappily, "He's my uncle. He's been in seclusion for many years. You know him?" The old man slapped his leg. "Haha, when Hulu Inzi was young he was a boring block of wood. The first time he went to a brothel I was the one who took him there. After that, TSK he followed me everywhere. I've only heard of freeloaders in the world. I've lived for so many years but I've only met one freeloader like your uncle." The young sword cultivator's face flushed red. He hurriedly and carefully glanced at the female sword cultivator beside him. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he let out a sigh of relief. He said sternly to the old man, "My uncle isn't that kind of person." The Confucian-robed old man rolled his eyes. "Your uncle and I have a true friendship where we help each other push the butts. What the hell do you know?" The young sword cultivator seemed to have been struck by lightning. The female sword cultivator finally couldn't take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Shut up." The old man chuckled. "Wow, what a fierce woman. All right, you're going to have a hard time." The young sword cultivator knew he was in trouble, but he didn't have time to warn her. The female sword cultivator's face was as cold as frost. Speaking rudely and speaking without thinking, "I'll break your dog teeth." The hairpin flying sword, which was already very small to begin with, had no sharp edges, and was exquisite and slender, used to tie up her fine black hair. But when it left the black hair above its master's head, the tail of the sword blossomed with a snow-white light. The flying sword's trajectory stretched out an extremely long dazzling white line in the air. The flying swords of the world were known for their ferocity, speed, and difficulty to defend against. But this woman's small sword was even faster to an unimaginable realm. Too fast. It was an eye-opener. Qin Pingan's thoughts moved slightly. Ouch, mother, it hurts. The Confucian-robed old man covered his mouth. Blood flowed and his words were unclear. As it turned out, the flying sword had pierced the skin of his mouth and broken one of his front teeth. The old man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed happily. He slapped his thigh with both hands and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He shouted with all his might, "What a good lightning flash! As expected of one of the fastest flying swords of my Julu continent. It lives up to its name, lives up to its name." Even Madame Chingu was somewhat frightened. This was another ancestor, the descendant of an otherworldly sword immortal. Moreover, compared to the powerful Hulu clan, the previous owner of the lightning flash was not weak. His battle prowess was extremely tyrannical. He had once walked alone in the Central Plains, where there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. His sword was called Tiger Roar, and his flying sword was called Lightning Flash. Although Qin Pingan didn't know the secrets of the mountaintops of the Julu continent, and they were all speaking in the language of the Julu continent, Qin Pingan couldn't understand them at all. But there was no doubt that this was a fight between immortals that was brewing before a storm. So he obediently sat where he was, prepared to flee at any time if the situation turned bad. Fortunately, after chatting for a while and listening to Chunshui Qiushir's explanation, he understood that it wasn't too strange to encounter any immortals on this Kuan boat that crossed 3 continents. As for the underbelly of the Kuan boat, in the marketplace of the Aquarius continent, there weren't so many shocking existences. It wasn't just the small Aquarius continent that was like this. Even the vast Julu continent, where there were as many swordsmen as there were hairs on a cow, was the same. After the female sword cultivator returned her flying sword to its sheath, she smiled apologetically at the owner of the boat. The latter's heart calmed down. Actually, with her help, things wouldn't be complicated. It would only end early. As expected, the 3 sides quieted down. There was no longer the tense atmosphere from before. At this moment, Qin Pingan didn't feel that the Jianghu was dangerous when he was in the small town or Luapa Mountain. He was far from the despairing state of mind of the green-clothed child. But after seeing the battle between the sword cultivators and the flower and bird banner and the immortals close by, Qin Pingan told himself in his heart, "Qin Pingan, don't just focus on drinking. You have to practice your fist more diligently and practice your sword earlier." Qin Pingan subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky outside the Kuan boat. Flying on a sword, passing through the clouds and rain, accompanied by birds, made him yearn for it. 224. On the platform in the middle of the lake, the old immortal made another strange move. He used 4 pieces of yellow paper talisman to create 4 beauties, each with their own merits. Their looks and bearing did not lose out to the woman in colorful clothes from before. Then he had the well-prepared odd job workers bring in a guqin table, a chess set, a large desk, and a dazzling lineup of the 4 treasures of the study. Ordinary people focused on firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Famous scholars focused on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The old immortal pointed at the woman sitting quietly in front of the chessboard and cupped his fists. "Are there any chess masters in Yenji County? As long as you beat her, you can take away the chess set and 2 boxes worth thousands of gold pieces." None of the items in this house were cheap. Anything that dared to be taken out in front of a county's rich was definitely not ordinary. The culture of Yenji County in colorful clothes country was flourishing. There was no lack of chess masters. Soon, a green-robed old man stood up and walked towards the platform in the middle of the lake. When the old man appeared, some chess masters who thought highly of themselves could only sit down obediently. It was obvious that the green-robed old man was recognized as the #1 chess master in Yenji County. The old immortal and the green-robed old man nodded at each other. The latter walked straight to the chess set and sat down. Before the game, both sides had to guess who would go first. It was unknown whether the old man was conceited because of his 7th rank or because he was an elder of the same rank. He grabbed a handful of white chess pieces without hesitation. The woman in yellow paper who was playing chess smiled faintly and bent down to pick up 2 black chess pieces. In the end, the old man went first. Cheers immediately resounded through the lakeside. As one of the few chess masters in colorful clothes country, the green-robed old man was the pride of Yenji County. It was reasonable for the spectators to cheer for him. Of course they would help each other. Then the old immortal pointed to the two women sitting in front of the desk. He pointed to the one on the left. I heard that the county governor has been worried about something recently. The newly built temple is still lacking a couplet. After she finishes writing whether to use it or not, the county governor's brilliant writing is renowned throughout the country. You have a unique insight. You can make a decision after reading the content. The county governor stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was reserved and gratified. The old immortal then looked at the general sitting next to County Chief Liu in the waterside pavilion and laughed. General Ma, you are a fierce general who has made outstanding contributions on the battlefield. You were once one of the cornerstones of the colorful clothes country at the border. Although I am an outsider, I admire you very much. I specially asked her to draw a picture of a bow full of snow for you. The general gulped down the wine in his cup and laughed wantonly. If it's drawn well, it can really draw out the boundless atmosphere of the battlefield. On the day Old Immortal leaves the city, I, Ma, will personally send Old Immortal off for 30 miles. The Old Immortal cupped his fists and thanked the general first. Finally, he walked to the front of the zither and took out an incense stick from his sleeve. He inserted it into the empty brass incense burner and lit it with his own hands. The incense smoke rose in spirals and purple gas lingered. He nodded at the woman playing the zither. The latter smiled sweetly and lowered her head to prepare her emotions. When the melodious and ethereal sound of the zither rang out, the hundreds of people in the audience felt their minds relax. In the ancient times, the saints created zither to correct the sound of the world. As the saying went, the zither was used to restrain lust and evil. In the veranda, the bearded man was eating melon seeds. He clicked his tongue and said, "You have a lot of tricks. It's just a little boring." He did not pay much attention to the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was not interested in them. He was more willing to watch women dance with swords. The swaying waists of the beauties in colorful clothes and the girls in white clothes were the beautiful scenery he liked to see. The scholar Lu Gaohua was also a chess fanatic. He was very curious about the situation between the old man in green and the woman. He only hated that he was a useless eunuch's son and did not have the chance to see the high platform in the middle of the lake. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was really anxious. He waited and waited, but Qin Pingan did not appear. He could not have fallen into the latrine pit. He did not have time to roll his eyes. After notifying the other two, he got up and went to find Qin Pingan. The old immortal stood with his hands in his sleeves. His smile was tranquil and unfathomable. He took in the scene by the lake and knew that his plan had mostly succeeded. On the small street, Ma Kuxuan took out a porcelain bottle and poured out 2 silver pills. He tossed them into his mouth and said helplessly, "Master, you're really haunting me." It seemed that his master had been secretly watching him during this trip. Ma Kuxuan felt helpless. He knew the temperament of the man beside him. He was like a stone in a smelly latrine pit. He was smelly and stubborn. Once he decided on something, he would follow it to the end. Ma Kuxuan did not feel guilty. An ancestor of Martial Mountain who taught him the secret of the military and gave him treasures had explained the rules of the sect to Ma Kuxuan. Other than the mountain master's order, the rules of Martial Mountain were not real. However, the sect master of Martial Mountain had been in seclusion for 100 years, so the rules were lax. The man did not say a word. The purpose of this trip was to escort Ma Kuxuan to find trouble with the commander of the Tide Iron Cavalry. It was related to the death of Ma Kuxuan's grandmother. The Tide Iron Cavalry's dynasty was in a fierce battle with their mortal enemy. The two sides fought fiercely. One side even sent out the god of Golden Body, while the other side sent out a nation-guarding Earth Bull. It turned out that the nation-guarding Earth Bull was used by the Immortals in ancient times to suppress water. The Ocean Wave Iron Cavalry had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Ma Kuxuan had snuck in and assassinated 3 mid-level generals in a single night before leaving. After that, Ma Kuxuan said that he wanted to explore the Jianghu and sharpen his body. The man did not refuse, but he still secretly followed him. Ma Kuxuan wiped away his tears and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He held the back of his head with both hands and asked, if Qin Pingan had the chance to kill me, would you kill him?" The man finally spoke. "I don't dare to kill him and I don't want to kill him." The reason why he did not dare to kill Ma Kuxuan was that someone had gone to the imperial palace of Dali and caused great damage to the flying sword White Jade Tower. Apparently, that person had a close relationship with Qin Pingan. If that was the case, as time passed, some people would be tempted to kill Ma Kuxuan. However, he did not expect that a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms would return to the mortal world so soon. Although it was said that Ma Kuxuan was the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor, who was the invincible cultivator, there were only a few people in the world who were qualified to take a punch from the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor. The man did not want to kill Ma Kuxuan because he had a good impression of Qin Pingan. If it were not for the rules of the sect, he would think that the young man from the mud bottle alley who had comprehended the true essence of the fist art early was more suitable to be his disciple. However, accepting Ma Kuxuan as a direct disciple was a strict decree issued by the sect master when he was in seclusion. He wanted the entire Martial Mountain to treat Ma Kuxuan seriously and not make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be held accountable when he came out of seclusion. Therefore, Martial Mountain sent him to the Pearl Grotto Heaven. In the process of fighting with the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Divine Grandeur sect for Ma Kuxuan, the man did not back down at all. He was even aggressive and arrogant. However, the man was regarded as Ma Kuxuan's master in name. In Buddhism there were preachers, ascetic monks, Dharma preachers, Dharma protectors and so on. However, the man's real identity was a Dharma protector. He was the guardian of Martial Mountain's disciple, Ma Kuxuan. As for whether Ma Kuxuan's path was the same as his, it was not important. The man suddenly said, "But you can kill Qin Pingan, provided that you can do it." Of course, the man was not instigating others. He was just stating a fact. Ma Kuxuan sneered, "Do it? Why can't I do it? Others might not know how many magic treasures there are in an object, but master, don't you know?" The man laughed, "You have it, but others don't?" Ma Kuxuan grinned, his face full of disdain. "Even if he has it, how can he compare to me? Not to mention the golden body immortal molt passed down from Martial Mountain's ancestors, the two heroic spirits in my body are the most powerful sword cultivators. As long as I haven't reached the middle 5 realms, no matter how many times he stabs me with his flying sword, he won't be able to hurt me at all." The man asked, "Then why didn't you use it? Why did you get beaten up so badly? This fight is much more interesting than the small scuffles on Martial Mountain. How could I bear to use that stupid artifact to make that guy die with a grievance?" Lu Ming thought to himself, "This is not my temperament. I don't want to bully Qin Pingan like this. Therefore, I want to defeat him where he thinks he's the strongest. Isn't he a pure martial artist who has an innate advantage in terms of physique? I'll only use my body tempered by the military to fight him head-on. Master, do you really think I'm drawing a circle? Don't you know how strange Qin Pingan's punch is?" Ma Kuxuan laughed. "I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have deliberately avoided Qin Pingan and avoided his attack. But now that I think about it, if I had to go around a 3rd realm martial artist, wouldn't I have to go around a 6th realm or 9th realm martial grandmaster, or even a limitless realm martial grandmaster like Song Changjing, even if I have the advantage of a higher realm?" The man asked, "Then what's your answer?" Ma Kuxuan looked back. The master and disciple had walked far away and were about to reach the city gate. The young man with the case was long gone. Ma Kuxuan retracted his gaze, his eyes filled with determination. "In the future, when I fight other people, I can decide whether to avoid their strongest opponent based on the situation. As long as I win in the end, it's fine. But that guy can't. I want to have a fierce fight with the physique of a Realm 5 Chi refinement warrior and the physique of a Realm 3 martial artist." The man didn't say anything. Ma Kuxuan frowned and asked, "Why is Qin Pingan's 3rd realm physique so tough? Although I didn't do a good job in tempering my physique and spent most of my time on summoning the spirits of Martial Mountain's ancestors, I only said that I didn't do a good job. Why does Qin Pingan have such an unreasonable physique?" The man shook his head. "Everyone has their own opportunities. You, Ma Kuxuan, can't take all the good things in the world." Ma Kuxian sneered, "As long as I can see, all good things should belong to me, Ma Kuxian." The man laughed it off. It wasn't that Ma Kuxuan didn't do the right thing. It wasn't that Ma Kuxuan didn't do a good job either. A Tao protector only needed to ensure that the person they were protecting walked on the path of the great Tao. They couldn't die halfway. And Ma Kuxuan was destined to walk on the path of the great Tao. As for how far he could walk and who he could stand side by side with in history, many of the big shots in Aquarius continent were looking forward to it. As he walked, the black-clothed youth covered his abdomen with one hand and held his cheek with the other. He cursed, "Damn, it hurts." Qin Pingan took a deep breath to prevent himself from collapsing. He then looked around for the so-called assassin. There was no trace of the corpse on the street. He could only jump onto the wall and run. Suddenly he stopped and floated down. Just below the wall where he and Ma Kuxuan were facing each other, there was a pile of ashes. There was a small white bowl and a small piece of charred ebony. Qin Pingan didn't get close. He stood in place and looked at the small white bowl. There was a picture of the 5 sacred mountains on the outside. He couldn't see anything wrong with the ebony. The assassin should have been killed by the military cultivator in an instant, and then burned to ashes by the true Marshall Mountain's secret technique. But the man purposely left behind the 2 treasures that the assassin kept, and didn't destroy them. Is this his way of expressing his apology? Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment, but still went over and squatted down. He picked up the ebony that was only a foot long. It was extremely heavy, about 8 to 9 caddies. He then picked up the small white bowl and twisted it with his fingers. He looked at the 5 mountains on the white bowl. Looking at the name, if Qin Pingan remembered correctly, it should be the 5 sacred mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom. It wasn't difficult for Qin Pingan to guess the identity of the assassin. He was most likely a subordinate of the scholar from the Chu family. That person had said that even the emperor of the ancient Yu kingdom had to be on equal footing with him. Before his death, his body had turned into rotten wood. It was obvious that he had used a scapegoat technique. He even said that he wanted to cause trouble for Qin Pingan. Later on, the ghost Yang Huang had talked about his wife's female elm core. It was easy to understand. The foundation of the Chu family scholar's great way was a body formed from an ancient elm, and the female elm core of the female ghost in the ancient house. That was why the tree demon had used the word continuous. Since it was a relic left behind by his enemy, Qin Pingan had no qualms about taking it. Not only that, he also complained that the assassin's family was too poor. Why didn't he even bring a few dozen snowflakes with him? Qin Pingan put the light bowl and the heavy ebony into the square-inch object. He really couldn't walk anymore. He staggered for a dozen steps and came to a thick apricot tree by the wall. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. He took out a clean shirt from the 15 flying swords and carefully wiped the blood stains off his body. He couldn't tell people that he had gone to the toilet and ran back covered in blood. Not only would the bearded man and the young Taoist be suspicious, but the whole corridor would also be in an uproar. On such a lively day, Qin Pingan didn't want to be the center of attention. He also didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Gaohua. Qin Pingan was able to endure pain and suffering, but that didn't mean that this feeling was easy to bear. After fighting with Ma Kuxian in the circle, Qin Pingan's internal organs had been injured quite heavily. Right now, all he wanted to do was sit there and not think about anything else. On the high platform in the middle of the lake, the curtains had not yet fallen. Cheers continued to ring out. Qin Pingan's field of vision was blocked by a corridor and a crowd of spectators. He couldn't see anything from here, so he could only look up. The old apricot tree next to him had a large crown and luxuriant branches. The apricot flowers were in full bloom, taking advantage of the spring breeze. People were too different from each other. Ma Kuxian also came from a small town. He especially didn't care about things that he didn't care about, such as people calling him a fool and stepping on his shoes. But when it came to things that he cared about, Ma Kuxian couldn't bear to see others doing better than him. Lu Xianyang would directly choose to give up on things that Qin Pingan did better than him, such as making bamboo bows, making traps, and so on. Slug Gukan of Mud Bottle Alley was eager to see Qin Pingan do better. Then he would only need to follow behind and bask in the glory. Of course, other than one's natural temperament, it also had to do with distance. Qin Pingan took off the sword-nurturing gourd and drank a mouthful of strong wine. This made the burning sensation in his chi dwelling even worse. But the world was just so strange. Even though he was in so much pain, Qin Pingan, who was grimacing in pain, actually wanted to drink even more. He no longer drank big mouthfuls, only sipping small mouthfuls. For a drunkard who didn't have much money, even distilled grains were delicacies. Moreover, the wine in Qin Pingan's gourd tasted very good. Today's battle in the small street had been quite sullen, but even more satisfying. Although Ma Kuxian had been careless this time and the two had barely managed to fight to a draw, Qin Pingan had never cared much about winning or losing. Just like Alliance had said, you must not die. You must first live, only then can you live well. Qin Pingan felt that Alliance's words were crude, but they were reasonable. Therefore, Qin Pingan picked up the wine gourd and raised it high above his head. He shook it a little, then froze for a moment. With a sullen face, he resentfully took back the wine gourd. Some of the bold words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach. So it was because the wine was gone. Qin Pingan lowered his head and pinned the wine gourd to his waist. He suddenly remembered something and connected with Flying Sword 15. Very quickly, an embroidered bag appeared in his hand. After opening it, there were 3 pieces of peach blossom cake inside. Qin Pingan lowered his head and sniffed. They were not damaged at all. Things were really magical. After so long, The pastries were still as fresh as when they were taken over by Luopa Mountain. Chin Pingan held the bag with one hand and picked up a piece of cake with the other. He put it in his mouth and chewed carefully. His head leaned against the wall and he looked up at the apricot flowers. After eating an entire piece of cake, he couldn't bear to eat it again. He carefully wrapped the bag. Chin Pingan's face was full of smiles. He thought that the peach blossom cake in his shop was delicious. His first thought was to let Miss Ning try it. Imagining the scene of their next meeting, Chin Pingan foolishly laughed to himself for a while. Suddenly he slapped himself in the face. Are you stupid? Without the medicine barrel that Wei Pai carefully prepared for him to soak in, Chin Pingan's recovery speed was simply the difference between riding a sword and walking. However, after a short rest, there were no obstacles to walking normally. Just as Chin Pingan was about to get up and return to his seat in the veranda, sparse footsteps sounded in the distance. One was deep and one was shallow. Most of them were men and women. Chin Pingan thought about it and chose to continue sitting at the foot of the wall. With the cover of the apricot trees, it wouldn't be too late to move after they left. But something happened that stunned Chin Pingan. The man and woman, the man didn't seem to be from the colorful robes empire. The two sides spoke in the language of the Aquarius continent. When they reached the dimly lit apricot trees, they began to hug each other. The man and woman were panting heavily. The woman gently rejected him, but the man was thick-skinned. He wildly nibbled on the woman's face, and it was likely that his two hands were not content with their place. Chin Pingan was a little restless. What should he do? Should he warn the wild lovebirds? Or should he hope that they would stop while they were ahead and leave this place? It was better not to join in the fun. If someone noticed, it would really be like yellow mud falling from one's pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it would still be shit. Chin Pingan hesitated for a moment before deciding to get up and cough. The young woman on the other side of the apricot tree screamed and then hid behind the man. The man took large strides around the apricot tree. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Chin Pingan's blurry face. When he saw that it was a thin young man who wasn't tall, he immediately became courageous. Don't be afraid. This is a flower thief who covets your beauty. Even if he beats me to death, I won't leave you far away. In short, if he wants to take advantage of you, he will have to step over my dead body. The woman was about to cry. It was unknown whether she was afraid or touched. Her shoulder nestled against the man's broad and warm back. She whispered infatuatedly, "Lu Lang, you are so good." Chin Pingan was stunned on the spot. He wasn't angry, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "You two were also hit by a cow's tail when you were young, right? It wasn't a good thing to be in a deadlock like this." Chin Pingan found an excuse and pretended to be shy. He said, "Young master, young miss, you may have misunderstood. I arrived here before you. Because this is the first time I entered the house, I didn't know where the toilet was, so I had to." Unexpectedly, the man shouted, "Lecher, flower thief, why aren't you fastening your belt? What are you doing? Disgusting. There is actually such a lecherous person in this world." At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort the woman behind him. "Miss Lu, just hide behind me. Don't let this guy dirty your eyes." In the end, the man secretly winked at Chin Pingan. He was full of pride and had an expression that deserved a beating. It was as if he was saying, "Today I am going to be a hero and save the beauty. Strike while the iron is hot and take down this little girl. If you have the guts, come and hit me." Chin Pingan looked at him. He was a handsome young man with a slender figure and a jade-like face. He was a typical weak scholar. It was no wonder that the bearded man often said that there were not many good things among the scholars. There were only a few young ladies of noble families and pretty daughters of humble families in the world who were not blind. Unexpectedly, they looked down on him, Mr. Su. Instead, they all liked those sickly scholars. Then Chin Pingan took a step forward and arrived in front of the scholar in an instant. He slapped him across the face, causing him to fall to the ground and pass out. The young woman stood in place with her mouth wide open. Her eyes were lifeless. She wanted to scream, but she didn't dare. She was bitterly suppressing herself. She was afraid that this villain would kill her as well. At that time, wouldn't she and her beloved young master Lu, whom she had just met, become a pair of dying mandarin ducks? But in the books of scholars and beauties, weren't the parents supposed to be against it? There were all kinds of ups and downs, but in the end the bitterness would be over and the happiness would come. Wasn't it? There wasn't any book that said that a scholar and a beauty would be beaten to death by a bandit. Chin Pingan left in large strides. He shook the sword case on his back and didn't look back. 225. Not long after Qin Pingan returned to the veranda and sat down, he did not see Zhang Shanfeng. The bearded man was a joker, so he said that the Taoist met a beautiful girl and went for a night walk. Lu Gaohua followed suit, but Qin Pingan did not believe him. Looking at the face of the son of the county governor, Qin Pingan had a strange look in his eyes. He thought that there could not be such a coincidence in the world. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you have any sisters who are married?" Lu Gaohua was confused. "No, each sister has one. Now that I'm not married and they're not married, they're all eating and drinking at home. My father always complains that we're a bunch of good-for-nothings and that we've wasted his salary, especially the dowry and betrothal gifts. It's been years since he's been able to buy a clean document." Qin Pingan was relieved. It was good that they were not married. Otherwise, if the girl who looked similar to Lu Gaohua was really Lu Gaohua's sister, she would have an affair. Whether he said it or not, Qin Pingan would be in a difficult position. The curtain on the high platform of the pavilion in the middle of the lake soon came to an end. There was thunderous applause. County Governor Lu and General Ma did not take advantage of their official status to walk out of the waterside pavilion. They went to the high platform and asked about the old immortal's well-being. The old immortal answered them appropriately. One was a civil official and the other was a military official. Both of them felt refreshed. During this time, there was a young man who looked like a descendant of an aristocratic family. He wanted to be apprenticed to the old immortal, but he was soon dragged away by the steward of the house. Taoist Zhang Shanfeng came back a few steps later than Qin Pingan. When he saw Qin Pingan sitting there safely, he was relieved. He joked, "I thought you fell into the latrine." Qin Pingan did not want to reveal the battle in the small street. He said in a low voice, "I didn't find the latrine and was too embarrassed to ask the steward of the house, so I wanted to find a secluded place secretly. It took me a long time to find it. When I came back, there were many people in the veranda. I was too embarrassed to squeeze in, so I stayed outside for a while." The bearded man mischievously asked, "You've been hiding in the dark, but haven't you seen any intimate scenes? Let me tell you, in this beautiful robes nation, especially in Yanji County, there are many scholars and beauties. When they have nothing to do, they all like to read some gaudy forbidden books. After reading too much, they will follow the path written in the books." When the man said this, Lu Gaohua couldn't help but laugh. He nodded vigorously and said, "Take my little girl for example. She was only 13 years old, but because she secretly read a few books about sex, she had a wild temper. Since she was young, she always wanted to be chivalrous in Jianghu. She always complained that the men in Yanji County were all women, and she was unhappy. She only learned the tricks of sneaking out of the embroidery house and climbing over walls. Fortunately, she was smart. My mother was smarter than her, so the little girl never succeeded once." The bearded man's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "It's good to yearn for Jianghu. I have a belly full of Jianghu stories. Just one or two stories are the best in the world." Lu Gaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Don't. My sister is still young. Hirosu, our friendship is only in Jianghu. Besides, if you become my brother-in-law, you won't lose out in terms of seniority." The man smiled and said, "Don't you have an elder sister?" Lu Gaohua didn't dare to say anything. It seemed that he had something he couldn't say. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The bearded man laughed and slapped Lu Gaohua's shoulder. "Look at how scared you are. I, Su, have been in Jianghu for so many years, and I can't count the number of female confidants with my two hands. I've never been interested in the women in the embroidery house." The banquet ended. The three of them walked out of the house amidst the crowd and returned to the inn. Lu Gaohua was caught by his father for social activities. Although his son was a good-for-nothing with poor craftsmanship and his career prospects were basically ruined, he was the only son in the family after all. County Chief Lu still hoped that Lu Gaohua would be able to support the family's reputation in the future and not be too disgraced. On the way back, because he had obtained 2 items, Qin Pingan asked Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng about the Dharma treasures. If there was someone to blame, it was Qin Pingan's fault. The people he met in the past were too ignorant of the Jianghu. Alliance casually hung a bamboo knife on his waist. As for the young man Chui Dong, when he occasionally talked about realms and Dharma treasures, his tone was frighteningly arrogant. It was as if the Qi refinement warriors of the upper and middle realms and the Dharma treasures they carried were all children's toys that were not worth mentioning. The barefoot old man in the bamboo house was even more straightforward. He said that martial artists of his generation would rather stay at home and work in the fields and be farmers if they relied on external items to travel the world. Qin Pingan was also very helpless. Fortunately, after Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng's introduction, He had a rough understanding of the division of the Dharma treasures. It turned out that the Dharma treasures were equally strict and were not inferior to the official ranks by much. The Dharma treasures were a very general term. The items at the bottom were the craftsman's tools. They could only be regarded as well-made non-living objects. Jianghu sayings such as cutting hair with a single blow and cutting iron like mud were mostly used to describe the weapons in this category. Also, the items symbolically given by the immortals on the mountain to their disciples were usually craftsmen's tools that looked good, just like Taoist Zhang Shanfeng's peachwood sword. Of course, if it was the peachwood sword given by the Taoist master residents of the Dragon Tiger Mountain to the Taoist master at the foot of the mountain, it would be far more than that. Above the craftsman's tools were the heavy weapons. Most of the divine weapons of the Jianghu grandmasters belonged to this category. The materials used were rare. Generally, Qi refinement warriors, especially those unaffiliated cultivators who had no roots and did not have the inheritance of a master, were regarded as pure martial artists who did not belong to the sect of Taoism. On the path of cultivation, if the mountainside people were lucky, they would have one or two heavy weapons. It was really not easy. For example, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng dreamed of having a heavy weapon and hoped that he could have a handy magic sword in the future. The saber that the bearded man carried was actually one of the best among the heavy weapons. The following spiritual weapons and magical weapons were the real Dharma treasures. Spiritual weapons were divided into innate and acquired levels. Innate spiritual weapons were even rarer and favored by heaven and earth. They nurtured abundant spiritual energy and allowed the cultivators to control them with twice the result with half the effort. At the crucial moment, they could even pay the price of destroying the foundation to return the favor to the owner. Small snow coins could be considered as such. However, the spiritual energy contained in a small piece of snow coins was too little and could be ignored. No Qi refinement warrior would be foolish enough to absorb the spiritual energy of a small piece of snow coins to enhance the realm of cultivation. Acquired spiritual weapons such as the high-quality yellow paper talisman and some magical weapons that were carved and forged by Qi refinement warriors. For example, the jade pendant of the young master of Old Dragon City, Funanhua, was called Old Dragon Rain. It was a first-class item among the spiritual weapons and was priceless. There was also the mountain prawn pot that he bought from Song Jisin. It was extraordinarily precious. Compared to the Old Dragon Rain pendant and the mountain prawn pot, the demon binding rope, demon subduing wood, ghost beating bamboo whip and so on carried by the Qi refinement warriors of Xinguang sect. Although they were all acquired spiritual weapons, there was a world of difference in terms of price and value. Above the spiritual weapons were magical weapons. Dharma had always been a very big word. Otherwise, there would not be such a thing as Tao Dharma in Buddhism. Magical weapons contained the invisible rules of heaven and earth. The blade-strengthening gourd, which was specially used to nourish flying swords, was firmly in its place. Of course, the silver blade-strengthening gourd that Alliance took from the Wei and Jin dynasties and the gourd hanging from Su Jia's waist of Xinjiang Mountain were the most precious among the blade-strengthening gourds. It was said that the Tao ancestor had personally planted a string of gourd vines before he ascended. The 6 gourds were then made into 6 vessels for nourishing swords by the experts at the peak of the mountain. Naturally, the blade-strengthening gourds were not comparable to the ordinary ones. Above the magical weapons were immortal weapons. Most of the Qi refinement warriors on the mountain would not be able to see an immortal weapon in their lifetime. Even the immortal mansions with the word sect in their name might not have an immortal weapon guarding the mountain top. The Xinguang sect, the leader of the Xinguang sect, had successfully broken through and became a heavenly lord. That was why he was given an immortal weapon by the great sect of the central continent. Chao Shi, the sword immortal of the South Sa continent, had a natal flying sword tied to his wrist. He had come across a great opportunity and refined it from the water of a great river. It could be considered a half-immortal weapon. This was the reason why people feared Chao Shi the most. However, the most outstanding immortal weapons in the world were all legendary existences. The people who owned them were even superior and famous in the world. For example, the Taoist Master Seal and the immortal sword of the Taoist Master Mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the small bronze cauldron that the ancestral patriarch of the Qin family in Yinyin obtained by chance when he traveled the world when he was young. It was said that it was an imitation of the mountain river cauldron that hung around the waist of the ancient saints. Among the rare immortal weapons, there was an even more legendary kind that, after a long time of accumulation, gave birth to a god with self-consciousness. This kind of god was definitely not the kind of god of mountains and rivers that was conferred by the mortal court. The so-called immortal golden body of the righteous god was inferior to this kind of high and mighty god. Qin Pingan knew in his heart. Even if he did not mention the 5 mountains, he was still very rich. His current wealth was solid. The porcelain bowl and ebony that he had just picked up from the roadside tonight. The wooden sword, exorcism, made of locust wood. The snake gallstone that Lu Qin returned to him through He Xiaoyang was definitely the best spiritual weapon material, even if it was not mentioned that it was the favorite of the flood dragons in the world. As for the 3 seals that Mr. Qi had left for him, they were all carved from the best snake gall stones. Li Shixing gave him the snow wind cone pen and a large stack of precious talisman paper. The blade-strengthening gourd that was extremely special among the magic weapons at his waist was a treasure that most sword cultivators in the Middle 5 realms coveted. The 2 natal flying swords that temporarily recognized him as their master, number 1 and number 15. Therefore, when Qin Pingan walked back to the house alone, there was wind under his feet. He looked very much like a green-clothed child who had not met so-and-so on the road. Although he could not be sure for the time being. Drink, drink, drink. The sword-strengthening gourd was out of wine, so Qin Pingan went to the inn to ask the waiter about the price of the wine. He heard that the worst local wine in Yanji County cost at least 8 taels of silver per caddy. As for the inn's signature rouge wine, it cost 10 taels of silver per caddy, and there was no bargaining. Qin Pingan's wine gourd could hold about 10 caddies of wine. 10 caddies of the most expensive rouge wine only cost about 100 taels of silver. It was not like he was spending money on 100 snowflakes that were specially used by the immortals in the mountains. If he did not drink this kind of wine, how could he live up to the mountains of spiritual weapons and magic weapons he had on him? Therefore, Qin Pingan decisively asked for 10 caddies of local wine. Originally, the 3 of them had already returned to their rooms, but Lu Gaohua came to the inn again. He knocked on Zhang Shanfeng's door first. This son of a heaven-class official in Yanji County had an awkward expression on his face. Behind him was a young man and woman who looked like Lu Gaohua. The woman's face was somewhat similar to Lu Gaohua's, so she was probably his sister. He told Zhang Shanfeng about the matter. It turned out that he had come to ask for some Jianghu men's medicine. He said that Lu Gaohua had gone to see the old immortal tonight. There were too many people and it was night time, so he accidentally fell and hit his head. His head was still dizzy. The medicine shops in the county city had long been closed. His sister was really worried about Lu Gaohua. After hearing that her brother knew the heroes of Jianghu and the immortals in the mountains, she wanted to help take a look at him so that he would not fall ill. She would pay for all the expenses. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng led the 3 of them to Su Yuanxia's room. The bearded man also felt refreshed. He showed the weak scholar to take a look and said that it would not be a problem. Seeing that the woman was unwilling, the bearded man was experienced and ruthless. He smiled and took out a cooling ointment from his bag and had the scholar with the surname Lu apply it to his temple. He guaranteed that the ointment would cure the illness and that there would be no side effects. Only then did the woman relax. She sat on the stool and looked at the scholar with soft eyes, full of love and tenderness. The scholar comforted her not to worry. He spoke in a genteel manner. The bearded man could not stand this the most. He felt his teeth ache. Although Zhang Shanfeng was a monk, he was not careless about joining in the fun. It was better to have fun together than to enjoy alone. He immediately ran over and dragged Qin Pingan over. He said that she was Lu Gaohua's sister. She was a girl with a decent appearance. Tonight she had brought a refined scholar. He guessed that he would soon become the son-in-law of the governor's manor. Qin Pingan had just finished pouring wine and filling the blade-cultivating gourd. The room was filled with the smell of wine and empty wine jugs. Seeing that Zhang Shanfeng was not going to let him go until he saw a good show, he did not want to give himself away. He could only give up on the idea of practicing the sword furnace and follow him to Su Yuanxia's room. When Qin Pingan entered, the scholar and beauty who were having a rendezvous under the moon gasped at the same time. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. Qin Pingan pretended that he did not know anything. He sat down at the table, took off the wine gourd and began drinking. The scholar surnamed Lu didn't know whether to stand or sit. Lu Gaohua's elder sister, the girl who had been poisoned by the story of scholars and beauties, felt even more guilty. After all, she was a virgin from a wealthy family. She was only one step away from being engaged to a strange man. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't a good thing to talk about. Although Yanji County's customs were open, the fact that the eldest legitimate daughter of a county governor was seen hugging a foreign scholar was likely to be spread across half of the county city by tomorrow if it was someone she knew. Lu Gaohua was puzzled. What, you 3 know each other? The The scholar surnamed Lu was good at making things up. He coughed and explained, "Tonight, your sister and I were strolling by the lake when we happened to meet this gentleman. He was carrying a sword case on his back. He was really walking with the vigor of a dragon and had an extraordinary spirit. I was immediately subdued by his bearing. Naturally, I could not forget him. It is an honor to meet him again." The scholar cupped his hands and bowed to Chin Pingan. His eyes were full of pleading and pity. At that time he had only seen the youth under the apricot tree. He had thought that the heavens had bestowed him with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be the hero and save the beauty. If he missed it, wouldn't it be a waste of the matchmaking? Thus, there was a misunderstanding, with an unpleasant ending. Chin Pingan did not like or dislike this person. He definitely did not have a good impression of him. He chuckled and did not expose the scholar's background. It could be considered that he had left some leeway. In the end, Chin Pingan still did not want to get involved in Lu Gaohua's family matters. Whether this marriage was good or bad, whether it was a match made in heaven or an ill-fated relationship, it had nothing to do with him. But then again, if Lu Gaohua was replaced by Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, whom Chin Pingan regarded as a true friend, Chin Pingan would definitely not mince his words. Even if he did not say it in front of Lu Gaohua, he would have reminded Zhang Shanfeng in private that his future brother-in-law was not a very decent person, and did not look like an elegant young master who came from a scholarly family. In the end, it was said that this scholar surnamed Lu, who had traveled all the way to study, met Miss Lu at a temple fair. He was so poor that he had to share a room with others. Because the inn could not spare a room, Lu Gaohua smiled apologetically and begged the bearded man and Zhang Shanfeng to take him in. This opened Su Yuanxia's eyes. It was rare for a brother-in-law to act like this. Not only did he not dislike the scholar surnamed Lu's family background, but he also helped his sister hide the fact that their families were not well matched. The scholar surnamed Lu did not dare to share a room with Chen Pingan, nor did he want to share a room with the bearded man. He always felt that his skin was soft and tender, and the bearded man's unrestrained appearance was too frightening. He chose the most ordinary and pleasing young Taoist priest. Zhang Shanfeng did not have any objections. Lu Gaohua left the inn with his reluctant sister. The siblings walked on the lonely street that was about to be closed at night. When Lu Gaohua was about to reach the gate of the county manor, he whispered, "Sister, I don't like that person very much, but since you like him, I will do everything I can. If one day you find out that you're wrong, don't think too much about it. The sky won't fall. It doesn't matter if father scolds you or scolds you. It doesn't matter if he goes overboard in his anger. When the time comes, you don't have to be afraid." The woman gently kicked her younger brother and angrily said, "Lu Gaohua, can't you think of your sister a little? What are you talking about?" Lu Gaohua turned his head and made a face. The woman pretended to be frightened and shouted that there was a ghost. She picked up her skirt and ran to the gate of the county manor. Lu Gaohua sighed and quickly followed her. Lu Gaohua suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head abruptly to look at the empty street. Looking around, he still didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He shook his head and continued walking. Because at that moment he felt a chill on the back of his neck and on his back. Lu Gaohua kept comforting himself in his heart. What was there to be afraid of? He had seen the old immortal with his father and even chatted with the old immortal face to face. Even if there were filthy things in the world, such as the tree demon in the old house, they would not be able to get close to him now. The moment the odd job worker closed the side door of the mansion, on a secluded and empty street in the distance, a night watchman just happened to start the night watch. But for some reason, even though it was clearly the third night watch period, the gong was sounding for the fourth night watch period. On the street of Yanji County, a hoarse voice sounded faintly. "The weather is dry, be careful of candles." The blind night watchman who had been on night watch for many years was holding a copper gong. He was supposed to have a mute companion who was in charge of holding the clapper to ring the gong. They had worked together for many years and were very familiar with it. But the night watchman did not know that his companion had been replaced by a woman in white. She rang the gong again and again, and blood would splatter on the surface of the gong. But before the blood could splash on the street, it would turn into wisps of black smoke and quickly dissipate. The blind night watchman was still shouting hoarsely about the weather being dry and being careful of candles. 226. I can only guarantee that this month's update will reach 120,000 words, which is no less than the first month's update. On average, it will be around 4,000 words per day. I will definitely have to take more days off, so please forgive me. The night passed peacefully in the inn. Chen Pingan stayed alone in the room at the end of the corridor. Before going to bed, he practiced the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance for 2 hours each. In the end, he took out the porcelain bowl with the true shape of the 5 great mountains and the charred ebony. He studied them carefully for a long time, but he didn't find anything. Hoping that the 2 items would be worth 1 or 200 snowballs, Chen Pingan put away the heavy ebony and poured the strong liquor from the sword-nourishing gourd into a small white bowl. Then he flipped through the 2 travel books that Lu Gaohua had given him under the lamp. From time to time he would take a few sips. After turning off the lamp and going to bed, Chen Pingan closed his eyes and began to recall the fight with Ma Kuxuan in the small street. He reflected on the pros and cons of each punch. Chen Pingan didn't dare to hide the moves taught by the barefoot old man. He fought to his heart's content, and his life was hanging by a thread at every moment. He had to give it his all, and his understanding of the moves in the iron horse chisel formation had deepened. The most unfortunate thing was that he only used 15 punches in the god's drum-beating style. Chen Pingan's intuition told him that if he had to use 20 more punches in one go, Ma Kuxuan would probably have admitted defeat early on, just like how he fought the tree demon scholar in the ancient house. However, Chen Pingan thought that letting Ma Kuxuan think that he won by a narrow margin was the best choice at that time. However, Chen Pingan barely managed to tie with Martial Mountain's Heaven's Pride. He didn't really care about the outcome of the battle. Firstly, he didn't know the significance of Ma Kuxian breaking through 3 realms in a single year. Secondly, Ma Kuxian loathed Chen Pingan from Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Pingan also loathed his peers from Apricot Blossom Alley. Fate was indeed important between people. Some people would have a good impression of each other at first glance, just like the sunshine in the cold winter, such as Mr. Qi, Li Shixing and Zhang Shanfeng. Some people would be like the sun in the hot summer, glaring no matter how they looked at it, such as Ma Kuxuan, Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City, and Madame Su from Clear Breeze City. Before Chen Pingan fell asleep, he was thinking that the deity drum-beating style was definitely his most powerful move. However, he did not know if he could punch out 50 or 100 punches in one go. Would he be able to cut a huge river in half and create a path for himself? Would it be possible that a canyon would be carved out of a mountain? At dawn, Chen Pingan got up and practiced the 6-step stance in his room. Not long after, he found someone reading aloud in a courtyard with fake mountains and green trees. It was the scholar surnamed Lu. He had the demeanor of someone who had studied hard. Everything he read was from the teachings of the sages. Chen Pingan continued to practice. As expected, the guests in each room of the inn began to curse him. Some hot-tempered Jianghu guests jumped out of their beds naked, grabbed the wine bowls and plates on the table, and threw them out of the window. The scholar surnamed Lu also became stubborn. He jumped around to dodge, and his voice became louder and louder as he read the classics of the sages. Many guests who couldn't cover their heads with their quilts got up and cursed. They began to talk to the scholar surnamed Lu's ancestors at the window. It was a complete mess. Half an hour later, Chen Pingan and the bearded man were sitting in Zhang Shanfeng's room. The young Taoist priest was bandaging the scholar surnamed Lu's head. The innkeeper had just walked out with a black face. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He couldn't scold or beat such an ignorant bastard guest. After all, he was a distinguished guest brought by the son of the county governor. He had to suffer in silence. He was really sullen. The problem was that the people who stayed in this inn were not simple. They were either rich merchants from all over the country or heroes from all walks of Jianghu. They were all powerful people who couldn't be underestimated. How could he do business in the future if he was disturbed by the scholar so early in the morning? Would he still have repeat customers? The scholar surnamed Lu was called Lu Qiqing and he was from Baishan. When the scholar introduced his hometown, he emphasized the words near Lakeview Academy, as if it was more glorious than the prefix of the Chen family of Dragon Tail Stream. After that, they had nothing to do in the inn. Lu Qiqing would sneak out secretly to have a spring date with Lu Gaohua's sister. The bearded man took Chen Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng to the scenic spots in the county city. They had to go to the civil and martial temple, and they also had to go to the gathering of the city god pavilion in Yanji County. When they came back, Su Yuanxia looked a little gloomy. When Zhang Shanfeng asked her, she only said that she was tired from the long journey. This time, they got off the boat at the ferry of Nanjian Kingdom and headed south. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was going to Old Dragon City with Chen Pingan. The bearded man was going to the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. He said that he was escorting something to a friend who they met in Jianghu. They hit it off very well, so they were going to the same place temporarily. As for when they would part ways, it would depend on the destination of the next ferry. They waited for 3 days in Yanji County, but they didn't see the old woman from the old house. She went all the way to the county governor's mansion and met Lu Gaohua. Lu Gaohua then led them to the inn and told them the good news. It turned out that for some reason, the fate of the mountains and rivers around the old house seemed to have been turned upside down. The dirty qi was replaced with pure qi. Now, not only did the mistress no longer have to worry about becoming an evil spirit, but her skin also began to heal. After feeding Yang Huang, who was a starved ghost, the mistress also began to nourish his spirit. His realm gradually rose, and he even had a glimmer of hope to break through the bottleneck and enter the middle 5 states. It was really good news. As for the reason, the old woman only said that she guessed that one of the ancestors of the Divine Grandeur sect secretly took action. The bearded man and the young Taoist priest couldn't think of any other reason. Qin Pingan listened from beginning to end. Although his stomach was filled with shock, his expression remained the same. Before the old woman left, she said that she helped Qin Pingan carry a jar of good wine that he bought on the way. The two of them then returned to Qin Pingan's room. Qin Pingan had just closed the door when the tearful old woman was about to kneel down. Qin Pingan was so scared that he hurriedly supported the old woman. He refused to accept this big bow no matter what. Because Qin Pingan purposely revealed the secret of heaven when he put the wine into the gourd in the kitchen, it wasn't strange that the old woman knew some of the inside story and had some speculations. The old woman didn't ask much and Qin Pingan didn't say much either. Before the old woman left, she took out a package wrapped in silk and carefully put it on the table. She explained softly, the golden body of the mountain god with the surname of Qin collapsed. From then on, there was no god in the world who ruined the mountains and rivers. Of course it was a great thing. At that time my master heard the news and hurried over. Before the immortals of the Divine Mission sect arrived, he secretly picked up most of the golden body fragments of the mountain god with the surname of Qin. There were 8 pieces in total. According to my master, there shouldn't be so many golden body relics of a mountain god with the surname of Qin. I think that Qin must have had a strange lucky chance when he was alive. Anyway, these golden body fragments are good things that can only be found by chance. Even the secret treasury of a country may not have so many treasures. Child Qin, please accept them as a way of repaying your kindness. Speaking of this, the old woman's eyes turned red again. In fact, your kindness can't be repaid by a few golden body fragments. It's just that the house doesn't have much money now, so my master set up a memorial tablet in the ancestral hall for Child Qin. If you pass by the colorful clothes country in the future, you must visit the house. Qin Pingan could only nod his head. Finally, the old woman whispered, Madam is now equivalent to half a god of the mountain god. Looking at the atmosphere of Yanji City from afar, she found that for the past 2 days, there have been strands of yin qi rising in spirals in the city every night, making her uneasy. I hope that you can leave the city soon. No matter how powerful you are, my master often says that on the road of cultivation, it's better to be safe than sorry. Don't meddle in everything. Even if you're not in danger every time, it will inevitably delay your cultivation. It's not good. Qin Pingan agreed without hesitation. After sending the old woman to the door of the inn, the old woman smiled and said, I only hope that your journey will be smooth and safe. From the beginning to the end, the old woman didn't look at the red wine gourd on Qin Pingan's waist. Qin Pingan watched the old woman's figure disappear into the sea of people. He turned around and jogged back to the bearded man's house, calling for Zhang Shanfeng. Qin Pingan roughly explained the old woman's discovery of the strange atmosphere in Yanji City. The bearded man grasped the hilt of the knife on his waist and nodded, This is also what I'm most worried about. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you 2 young people would be hot-blooded and insist on getting involved in this muddy water. If it's really a demon who dares to openly commit murder in the county city, completely disregarding the 3 gods of the city god pavilion and the civil and martial temple, it must be a great demon. With our cultivation we might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. However, the county city of a country is such a large territory that there are often hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are even experts in charge. If we really fight, we might have a chance of winning if we have the right time and the right place. In the end, it still depends on the relationship between the imperial court of colorful clothes country and the mountain. Qin Pingan asked, How far are the river gods and mountain gods that are closest to Yanji City? If something really happens, will they be able to rush over immediately? The bearded man pondered for a while and calculated, the water god is 300 miles away from here. The southern mountain god is about 700 miles away. It's just that the mountain gods of colorful clothes country won't have a high cultivation level. After all, their territory is too small and is far from those dynasties with vast territories. I'm afraid that at most they will be of the cave abode realm in the middle 5 realms. Zhang Shanfeng frowned and said, then once they leave the mountain boundary, won't their combat power be equivalent to a 5th realm Qi refinement warrior? Su Yuanxia said helplessly, this is the rule of heaven and earth. There's no other way. Zhang Shanfeng asked, can you inform Lu Gaohua's father? He's the governor of the county city after all. Previously, General Ma, who was stationed near the county city, also seemed to be a cultivator. If we make early preparations, we might be able to let the demons and evil spirits lurking in the dark know the difficulties and retreat. Su Yuanxia sighed, I'm not scaring you and I'm definitely not afraid of death. This matter is very troublesome. Not to mention that the county city will definitely not believe it, even if the governor and general believe it and are willing to take the huge risk of being stripped of their official status after reporting false military intelligence to the imperial court. Do you know how long it will take for the news to be transmitted from the county city to the capital of colorful clothes country, then to the examination of the 6 departments, the decision of the imperial study, and finally to the imperial court to issue an imperial edict secretly ordering the mountain gods to rescue the county city? Let's take a step back and say that once the imperial edict is issued, the Qi refinement warriors in the nearby mountains and the mountain gods will all leave their territories and rush over. Once there's any movement, the county city will be preemptively attacked by the demons and demons with profound Dao techniques. They will leave after plundering and then in the end who will be the one to blame? Su Yuanxia pointed at the young Taoist priest and the young man with a wooden box. Do you believe that when the time comes, the 3 of us will be regarded as accomplices who are in cahoots with the demons? The person who will expose and impeach us will either be Governor Lu or that General Ma. The worst result will be that the demons have other plans from the beginning. They want to lure us away from the mountain. When the time comes, we'll be peaceful here. Some immortal sect or other large city will be turned upside down. I'm afraid that the 3 of us won't need anyone to expose us. We'll be killed without mercy by the colorful clothes country on the spot. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng's face was blank. He did not dare to believe it. Su Yuanxia poured a cup of wine and sighed. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. This kind of thing that makes people want to cry but have no tears. Not only have I seen it with my own eyes, I've also experienced it myself. A few of my friends died because of the word kindness. Su Yuanxia pointed at the bag not far away and said indifferently, I won't say the details. Anyway, out of the 4 friends, only Su Yuanxia survived in the end. One of them didn't even have a corpse. The other 2 can at least let me collect their corpses. Of the 2 urns, one has already been given to his family. The remaining one is the reason why I'm going to Qinghuang country this time. No wonder the bearded man asked Zhang Shanfeng and Qin Pingan to quickly leave the old house. Qin Pingan suddenly asked a question. Hero Su, do you regret your choice that time? The man lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. When he raised his head, the corner of his mouth twitched. The dead don't know. Anyway, those who are alive are about to die of regret. This might be the first time this heroic swordsman was so unheroic. Qin Pingan did not directly say that he would stay or leave. When he brought Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, Qin Pingan needed him to make decisions for everything. He could not allow him to show the slightest bit of cowardice and hesitation. Now that he was traveling alone in Jianghu, there was no need for Qin Pingan to do anything for others. Zhang Shanfeng was obviously helpless. He looked around and asked, then what should we do? Su Yuanxia fell into silence and kept drinking wine. Qin Pingan asked again, if we stay and something happens and the 3 of us take the lead, won't it be very likely that we'll have problems protecting ourselves? Su Yuanxia carefully chose her words and said slowly, I'm afraid that the other side will cooperate with us. If it were me, I would definitely try to suppress the gods of the civil and martial temples. Moreover, it seems that the gods here have been affected by the old house's tactical formation and the mountain god of lust. They are already weak and easy to make mistakes. Fortunately, when I entered the Xingwang temple, I saw the incense, architecture, and atmosphere. It doesn't seem bad, Qin Pingan asked. Can we directly find this Lord Xingwang? Explain things to him clearly? The prefectural governor and the general do not understand how powerful these gods and gods are. Furthermore, if something really happens, they can probably use their official methods to shirk responsibility. However, this Lord Xingwang is closely related to the safety of the prefectural city. To put it bluntly, Governor Lu can hide, General Ma can bide his time, but Lord Xingwang will definitely not be able to run away. Furthermore, if the fiendish demons really have any ulterior motives, they will definitely target the local Lord Xing Wang first. The bearded man's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Taoist Zhang Shanfeng smiled and gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. At this moment there was a knock on the door. After Qin Pingan opened the door, he saw Scholar Lu and Lu Gaohua in panic. Lu Gaohua sat down and poured a cup of wine. "Don't you think it's strange? Just now, half of the heavenly official statue in the Xing Wang temple was cracked and blood was oozing out. Not only that, inside the Xing Wang temple there are snakes, rats and scorpions everywhere. It's so disgusting. Now my father has sent people to close the door of the Xing Wang temple to avoid scaring the people." The bearded man's face was dignified. He was silent and looked at Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng. Qin Pingan asked, "What's the situation in the civil and martial temples?" Lu Gaohua was stunned and shook his head. "I'm not sure. We locals don't like to go there. There's nothing to see there." Facing Qin Pingan, the woman was still a bit uncomfortable. She only dared to sit beside Lu, who was the furthest away from Qin Pingan. She said softly, "Once, when I was serving tea, I heard my father mention to an old Taoist who came as a guest. Although the incense in the two temples is flourishing, there are people worshipping but no one eating." The old Taoist was also quite helpless. He said that the imperial court really can't do anything about it. The colorful robes kingdom only has such a small share, and it's impossible for there to be another mountain god overseeing this place. He also said that if a scholar can appear in Yinji County and successfully enter Lakeview Academy, the feng shui here might change. My father sighed and shook his head, saying that such a scholar is not something that Yinji County can ask for. Lu Qiqing was confused and asked, "What are you talking about? What civil and martial temple? What mountain god?" "I'm familiar with Lakeview Academy. It's at the border of our Baishan kingdom. I've visited it several times. Can I be considered half a scholar?" "Miss Lu, don't worry. Every year, Lakeview Academy recruits a scholar from Baishan Kingdom. It's a preferential treatment for Baishan Kingdom. Maybe one day I can." Lu Gaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Forget about it. The amount of ink in your stomach is not much more than mine." Lu Qiqing resentfully stopped talking. His jumbled assortment of knowledge was useful to women, but not to scholars. After chatting for a while, the brother and sister left. Before leaving, Lu Gaohua remembered something and reminded them, "I heard from my father at the City God Pavilion that Yinji County will be under martial law starting tomorrow. It's easy to leave the city but difficult to enter. But it might be difficult to leave the city the day after tomorrow, so Lu Qiqing planned to leave today. What about you three? Let's make it clear in advance. If it's really under martial law, General Ma will definitely intervene. At that time, as the son of the county governor, I won't be able to help you. If you want to leave, leave tomorrow at the latest." Lu Qiqing had already left the house with Lu Gaohua's sister. They said goodbye to each other in Zhang Shanfeng's house. Fortunately, Lu Gaohua was waiting for them, so the young man and woman didn't dare to be intimate. After Su Yuanxia closed the door, she tapped the table with her fingers and said, "The City God Pavilion most likely has a problem. It seems that this group of heterodox doctrines has a big plan. I just don't know if the Lord City God of Yinji County is currently restrained in the City God Pavilion because his cultivation has declined, or he has been completely killed. The situation is bad now, but it's becoming clear. The county governor's mansion and the nearby garrison should be vigilant. If we inform them now, it will be more credible." The young Taoist priest looked at Qin Pingan and asked tentatively, "Why don't we inform the county governor's mansion before leaving the county?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Then you and Hero Su follow Lu Gaohua and go to his house together. I'll go to the City God Pavilion to find out the truth. The sooner we know the truth, even if it's just a small part, it'll be more beneficial for us to make the right decision." Zhang Shanfeng didn't wonder why they had to go their separate ways, but he didn't understand why he didn't replace Qin Pingan to go to the City God Pavilion that was full of danger. Qin Pingan smiled and explained, "You and Hero Su, one needs to use his saber, preferably with strong winds, to show that he has the demeanor of a master. The other needs to use his peachwood sword to fly around, to show that he's Celestial Master Zhang, who's the best at subduing demons in Mount Longhu. Why should I go? To show off to the county governor?" The bearded man laughed. Zhang Shanfeng had also thought it through. He told Qin Pingan to wait for a while, then got up and went to the house to take out 3 talisman. 2 of them were the lowest grade but the most practical. Once there was evil, the yellow paper would burn. The one at the bottom was a spirit travel talisman, also known as the armored horse talisman. After pouring spiritual energy or vital energy, it would be able to gallop like a horse within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Qin Pingan didn't refuse. He put the 3 talisman into his sleeve and joked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" The young Taoist priest glared at him and said, "Qin Pingan, you can't run away." Qin Pingan quickly waved his hand. Zhang Shanfeng laughed to himself. If Qin Pingan ran away alone, Zhang Shanfeng wouldn't feel bad about the expensive spirit travel talisman, but he would feel bad about losing a good friend. The 3 separated at the entrance of the inn. Su Yuanxia took Zhang Shanfeng and followed Lu Gaohua to the county governor's mansion on the west side of the city. Qin Pingan happened to be going in the same direction as Scholar Lu, but one went straight to the east gate of the city, while the other went to the Xingwang Pavilion on the northeast side. Without Miss Lu, Scholar Lu didn't have the psychological burden of a scholar. He bowed his head and followed Qin Pingan. He asked curiously, "Young Master Qin? Are you one of the legendary martial Dao masters? Although you're young and inexperienced, you're already one of the top masters in Jianghu because you're so talented and come from a famous family. That's why your slap that night was so illusory. I didn't even see you make a move. There wasn't even the slightest bit of smoke and fire. Does that count as reaching the stage of perfection?" Qin Pingan said helplessly, "As long as you're a martial artist, you won't even see your opponent make a move when he punches you." Scholar Lu felt that he had been greatly insulted. "Impossible. Young Master Qin, you must be a Jianghu master who lives in seclusion in the marketplace. If I were to guess, you might be the sword god of the beautiful robes nation who is renowned throughout several nations. You must be his last disciple. Otherwise, who would carry 2 swords when they go out? One of them is the sword that the sword god used to travel Jianghu, right? Can you let me touch it?" Qin Pingan admired this person's imagination. He didn't want to be entangled with him. He nodded with a straight face and said, "Yes, yes, yes, it's the candle. You have to be careful. The scabbard is full of sharp sword qi. As soon as you pull it out of the scabbard, your skin will be cut open. Are you afraid?" "No, I'm not afraid." Lu Qiqing shook his head and said. He originally wanted to touch the scabbard, but now he put his hands behind his back. After the 2 separated, Lu Qiqing continued to walk along the street to the city gate. This weak scholar suddenly raised his head and glanced at a figure standing on the city gate tower. It was the old immortal on the high platform in the middle of the lake. At this moment, the old immortal was standing beside General Ma in armor and 2 old strangers. The old immortal was pointing at the county city. Lu Qiqing clicked his tongue and said, "You don't know that you've let a thief into your house." On the other side, Qin Pingan soon arrived at the square outside the city god pavilion. He looked at it attentively. As he was not a qi cultivator, he couldn't see any clues. However, as a pure warrior, Qin Pingan's intuition told him that the city god pavilion with red walls, green tiles, and a glazed roof with dragon fire was more peaceful and quiet than before. It was more bloody and gloomy, as if someone threw a piece of charcoal on the ground on a snowy day. Ordinary passers-by might not notice it, but as long as they had good eyesight they could see it. And it was very eye-catching. The gate of the city god pavilion was guarded by constables from the government office. They didn't allow pilgrims to enter. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and looked around. He found a relatively secluded high wall and walked over quietly. At the same time he took out an evil flame talisman. When he reached the other side, Qin Pingan took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to jump over the wall. He flipped over and landed on the other side of the wall. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the talisman on his fingertips burned to ashes. It was obvious that there was no need for him to probe the situation. It was already a real demon causing mischief. Qin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd with one hand and drank a big mouthful of liquor. He put one hand behind his head and patted the wooden scabbard behind him. The locust tree sword was named Exorcised Demon. The sword made by Master Ruan was temporarily named Exorcised Demon. No matter how much the little boy in green and the girl in pink looked down on it, saying that it was too common and vulgar, Qin Pingan still felt that the names of these 2 swords were very good. Since he had chosen such a good name, he couldn't let it go to waste. Qin Pingan lightly kicked away the venomous snake that was darting towards him. It looked like he had casually kicked it away, but the venomous snake had already turned into minced meat in midair. Qin Pingan's attention was more on the 2 painted statues of the heavenly official outside the red lacquer gate. One on the left and one on the right, they were covered in blood. There were also countless colorful poisonous snakes wriggling around. There were also scorpions as big as palms standing on the heads or arms of the statues. Their bodies were as black as ink, showing off their might. There were even rats that burrowed in and out of the abdomen and cheeks of the statues. They were extremely bold. For some reason, Chin Pingan recalled the bleak scene in the deity's graveyard in his hometown. He was immediately infuriated. He walked slowly along the wall, trying to keep his head clear and his breath steady. After all, the strength of his punches, the thickness of his spiritual gas, and the speed of his circulation had nothing to do with the fury in his stomach. Chin Pingan thought to himself as he walked, "Chin Pingan, if you can't beat them, you have to run fast enough." 227. Yanji Region City God Pavilion worshipped Lord Qinghuang named Shenwen. Before his death, he had been the imperial censorate of Tsai Kingdom. He was renowned for his upright and plain-spoken character. He had left behind the famous saying, "Live as a loyal subject, die as a straight ghost." For the past 300 years, his incense had flourished. Because he had previously visited the city god pavilion with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, Qin Pingan was familiar with the place. Yanji Region's city god pavilion was divided into 4 halls. 2 originally majestic painted clay statues of heavenly officials stood in front of the door. However, they were now in a tragic state, plagued by snakes and rats. Qin Pingan walked along the perimeter wall for several dozen steps. There were still no signs of evil in the plaza of the city god pavilion. Qin Pingan no longer hesitated. He took out a Yangqi lantern-raising talisman hidden in his sleeve. The yellow paper talisman hovered an arm's length in front of Qin Pingan. It fluttered slightly. When Qin Pingan took a step forward, it automatically flew slowly towards the door. Qin Pingan was greatly reassured. Although the city god pavilion had met with disaster and the entire plaza had changed beyond recognition, the building behind the pavilion definitely still had remnants of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the lantern-raising talisman wouldn't have moved forward. It was destined to retreat towards the high wall. The lamp-raising talisman emitted a faint yellow glow, enveloping Qin Pingan's entire body in its pure radiance. Wherever his feet passed, the 5 poisonous creatures on the ground, including the centipedes and scorpions, all fled. When he passed by the sect, the snakes, rats and scorpions on the left and right Taoist statues of the celestial official all circled around to the back of the clay idol or hid in its hollow abdomen, perhaps because of the ripples of light from the lamp-raising talisman. Qin Pingan held his breath and focused his mind. He continued to slowly walk forward. Behind the door was a large hall. A golden plaque hung from it. The deity worshipped in the hall wasn't Lord Qinghuang, but rather a statue of one of Tsai Kingdom's founding generals. To the left and right were civil and military judges, as well as a total of 8 subordinate officials. Most of the gold paint on the plaque, personally written by the late emperor of Tsai Kingdom, had peeled off. There was a large black snake as thick as a bowl coiled on top of it. Its body hung from the bottom. It stuck its head out and flicked its forked tongue at Qin Pingan. It hissed as if it was demonstrating its power and warning. When Qin Pingan stepped over the threshold, the black snake suddenly leaped and opened its bloody mouth. Qin Pingan turned his body. Without raising his head, Qin Pingan turned, twisted its waist. His 5 fingers grasping the snake's head. He shook his wrist. "Qin, the snake." Qin Pingan followed the swaying light-raising talisman and continued forward. After passing the large hall, there was another plaza. It was smaller in size. Ancient trees were dense and a stone tablet stood tall. It was the Tsai Kingdom's emperor's inscriptions for conferring the title of Tsai Kingdom's deity. At the time, Qin Pingan had stood in front of the tablet and sized it up for a long time. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the handwriting was really ordinary. It couldn't even compare to the young Cui Dong. Fortunately, the Dali imperial tutor, who had already changed his name to Cui Dongshan, wasn't by his side. Otherwise he would definitely be furious. On the left and right sides of the plaza were the Temple of the God of Wealth and the Hall of Taisui. The Temple of the God of Wealth burned incense and kowtowed, praying for a wide flow of wealth. The Temple of the God of Wealth worshipped the God of Wealth, praying for no disasters. Thus, the common people kowtowed here, seeming to be more sincere than kowtowing in the main hall. The light-raising talisman flew straight ahead. Qin Pingan followed closely, not stopping in the slightest. Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head to look. There seemed to be a white shadow flashing past the tall stone tablet standing under the ancient cypress tree. On both sides of the God of Wealth's Hall of Taisui's hall, there was a faint female voice. It was extremely soft, as if they were teasing each other. Behind the charm, there was a chill, as if female ghosts from the netherworld were speaking to the world of the living. The laughter seeped through the boundary between yin and yang bit by bit. Under the cover of the ancient trees, it passed through the windows of the two halls and entered the plaza. Under the sparse sunlight, it melted like snow. It was much lighter, but it still reached Qin Pingan's ears. Qin Pingan frowned and turned his head to continue forward. If he walked a dozen steps forward, he would be able to enter the main hall of the Tsai Pavilion, the Tsai Hall where the former imperial censor Shenwen was enshrined. Other than the wooden box and the twin swords that were temporarily for show, the two flying swords and the sword-nourishing gourd could be said to be the absolute main force besides the fist technique. However, among the external objects, like the Yang light-raising talisman, which came from the ancient book Li Shixing gave him, Qin Pingan also had two demon-suppressing pagodas talismans made of golden material. After destroying the copper coin otherworldly item in the oil paper umbrella in the old house, Qin Pingan was afraid that there would be an accident, so he drew the talismans at the last minute. Later, in the battle with the ancient tree demon surnamed Chu, he didn't have time to use them before he was killed by Chu Yi and Sherwu. Then there was the Yang light-raising talisman and the three distance shrinking talismans. The latter was mainly used to coordinate with the deity drumming style. Of course, it was definitely not inferior to the divine travel talisman that Taoist Zhang Shanfeng lent him. The moment Qin Pingan turned his head, on the stone tablet, a woman in white appeared. She sat at the top of the stone tablet, her hair was disheveled and her face was covered by a head of black hair. Her face could not be seen clearly. However, she stretched out a finger that was only left with bones and no flesh. Her bony finger gently tapped on the top of the stone tablet. In an instant, a fountain of blood gushed out and flowed down. Soon, the thousands of simple words on the stone tablet seemed to have turned into a scarlet letter of blood. However, the strange thing was that the woman's white clothes were still spotless and not a drop of blood was stained. The woman raised her head. Her face was still covered by black hair. She began to sing softly. It was unknown whether it was an ancient folk song that had long been lost in the colorful clothes country. As the woman in white sang in a low voice, she raised her arm and stretched out two bony fingers. She twirled a roll of black hair and shook it gently. Her feet were not wearing shoes and boots. Between her bones and flesh, there was more flesh and blood than her fingers. Her feet swayed and splashed blood on the stone tablet. Compared to the blurry laughter of the two palaces on the left and right, the woman in white sang clearly. The ancient cypress tree above her head rustled in the wind as if it was singing with her. The woman seemed to have reached a happy point. She raised another bony hand and gently turned it over. The closed doors of the Taisui Palace of the God of Wealth Palace on both sides opened with a bang. A man staggered out from each of them. The man who walked out from the God of Wealth Palace was young. One of his arms had been cut off at the shoulder and was missing. However, the bleeding had stopped. His remaining hand was dragging a long green sword. His face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. The middle-aged man who walked out from the Taisui Palace of the God of Wealth Palace limped over the threshold with his head hanging down. Upon closer inspection, this person's neck had been cut off by a sharp weapon. His head was only attached to his body by a bit of flesh. As the woman in white on the stone tablet turned her wrist, the two staggered men suddenly became agile and vigorous. They began to dance on the square. It turned out that the woman in white's bony fingertips had threads of transparent light hanging in the air like snow-white spider silk. The spider silk wrapped around the limbs of the two dead men and controlled their every movement. In the two palaces that had opened their doors, there were constantly women in white dragging billows of black smoke. They quickly drifted around the doorways. Looking at the men's appearance, they giggled, full of sarcasm and hatred. However, the sunlight outside the door was like a natural moat that prevented them from easily crossing. However, there were still 4 or 5 women in white who couldn't hold themselves back. With bursts of black smoke, they quickly rushed out and flew around the two men's corpses. They constantly used their fingers to tease the men's pale faces. They went around their backs and flew up under their armpits. However, for this momentary pleasure, they paid the price of completely disappearing after being exposed to the sunlight. Qin Pingan stood outside the threshold of the main palace. The Yang Qi lantern-lifting talisman seemed to have hit a wall. It shook and swayed again and again, unable to move forward. The Yang Qi contained in the yellow paper talisman gradually disappeared. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand. His palm seemed to be stuck to a layer of ice in a winter river. He slightly increased his strength but still couldn't break it. Qin Pingan put 2 fingers together. As he turned around, he suddenly twisted his wrist. The lantern-lifting talisman, which didn't have much spiritual qi left, hurriedly flew to the square and circled around the heads of the 2 puppet corpses. The two men fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The rays of light on their bodies snapped. After the corpses fell to the ground, blood flowed freely. The woman in white withdrew her hand. She wasn't angry. On the other hand, the women in the two palaces bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They looked at Qin Pingan with eyes full of hatred. As long as you fell into evil, no matter how merciful you were in life, you would no longer have the so-called kindness of human nature of the Confucian school's second sage. In the end, not a single drop would be left. This was the will of heaven in the unseen world. Qin Pingan looked at the back of the woman on the stone tablet and said softly, "Miss, the dead are more important. No matter what grudges you had in life, let's just forget about it." The woman in white turned a deaf ear to him and continued to sing. This time, she used the language of the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingan could understand it. Like a skeleton, like a dead heart. Truth is actually known, don't hold yourself back. The media is cryptic, unintentional but not conspiring. Who is that? The woman's tone was gentle. There was actually a hint of peace and tranquility. There wasn't any resentment or hatred. Qin Pingan could roughly understand the words, but he couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind them. Qin Pingan also didn't have the mind to speculate about this. Currently, the main hall of the city god pavilion was isolated from the outside world by some kind of technique. It should be that the city god pavilion was detained and couldn't go out to patrol the county city to help Yanji County get through the upcoming calamity. In the main hall behind Qin Pingan, there was the city god hall where the three statues of the city god Shenwen were enshrined. The statue of Shenwen was more than 30 feet tall. Pilgrims and tourists had to raise their heads to look at it. The civil and military statues on the left and right were also 20 feet tall. They held an iron mace and an official seal respectively. It was rumored that 200 years ago, there was a Taoist priest with the surname Zhang from another continent who traveled here. He felt the simplicity of the people in Yanji County. After returning to his hometown, the current Taoist master of Mount Longhu bestowed him with the seal of the city god protecting the beautiful clothes country's Yanji County. At that time, everyone knew that the young Taoist priest was actually the Taoist master of Mount Longhu. This beautiful story was known by half of the continent. It was rumored that the golden seal of illustrious origin had long been secretly kept in the national treasury by the emperor of Mount Longhu. There was also a huge mural inside. It depicted 81 beauties with big sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was praised by later generations as, "The ink is like life, the breath is like life." Qin Pingan saw that the white-clothed woman was indifferent, so he didn't say anything more. He quietly patted the sword-nurturing gourd at his waist. He turned around and smashed his fist on the layer of ice. Waves of ripples spread out. The three statues of the city god pavilion inside the threshold seemed to be shaking. Qin Pingan walked slowly with the six-step walking stance. He smashed his fist on the ice surface. It was the deity drumming style. Of course, he also had to be on guard against the woman on the other side of the stone tablet. A sigh sounded from a towering ancient tree. It was the voice of a young girl. "Idiot, that's a formation set up by two great cultivators of the fifth realm. Even my master can't do anything about it for a while. Otherwise, how could Lord City God not be able to come out? You're just a martial artist, yet you want to forcefully break it? Save your strength. Take advantage of the fact that the female ghost hasn't developed any killing intent towards you and leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the next time an idiot barges in, you'll be a dancing puppet." Maybe it was because Qin Pingan's boxing was too casual, so it didn't show any power. It made the strange young girl hiding in the tree look down on him. After the battle with Ma Kuxuan in the small street, Qin Pingan's fist intent became more and more restrained. Normally when he practiced his boxing, his walking stance became slower. It was more in line with the word gentle. Generally, the martial arts of the lower level of the Jianghu, the reason why external martial arts would attract evil spirits to the body, was because they didn't know the method and hadn't reached a higher level. As a result, the more diligent one practiced, the more it hurt one's body and soul. However, although Qin Pingan's walking stance was slow, when he practiced the stand sword furnace, the speed of his qi circulation was countless times faster. If in the past he could only send messages at a normal relay station, then now he could send messages at a speed of 800 miles. This kind of mysterious state of withdrawing, if one wasn't a solid 6th or 7th stage martial artist, they definitely wouldn't be able to see the depth of this. The white-clothed woman suddenly stopped singing, turned her head, and stared at Qin Pingan's 18th punch. When the punch landed, it was as loud as a great bell. The qi in the entire plaza rumbled. The steels, which were soaked in blood, immediately gave off a cracking sound. She screamed and it pierced the eardrums. Like a general giving an order, the floating women in the two halls turned into two streams of thick smoke. One of them merged into the layer of ice, and used the remnants of their otherworldly souls to strengthen the filthy array. The other stream of black smoke rushed towards Qin Pingan, trying its best to interrupt Qin Pingan's continuous fist intent and prevent him from delivering the 19th punch of the deity's drum-beating style. "I'm going to die because of you, reckless brat. If I die here today, when the time comes, we'll walk on the road to the underworld together. See if I won't curse you to death. You're already dead. I haven't died yet, but I'm already annoyed to death." At the top of the ancient tree, the young girl finished grumbling angrily and didn't hesitate any longer. A graceful figure dashed out and emitted a string of clear and melodious tinkling sounds. Along with the tinkling sounds that lingered around her body, it brought along circles of light golden flowers, and her graceful figure could be said to be pleasing to the eye. The white-clothed woman's face, which was covered by thick black hair, slightly raised the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were cold and mocking. She stretched out two bony palms and lightly clapped. Within the main hall of the Xingwang Pavilion, the civil and martial deity statues beside Lord Xingwang creaked as if they had come alive. They shook off large amounts of dust and dirt, and at the same time stepped out of the altar, stepping onto the bluestone floor of the main hall. Then two statues that were 20 feet tall charged towards the doorstep. One of the statues that held an iron mace smashed down towards the head of the young man who had punched out. The other statue that held an iron official seal stepped out of the doorstep without any hesitation, holding a large iron official seal and smashing it towards the young girl. Originally, breaking the array would allow Lord Xingwang to regain his freedom. This was the logical development of the situation. Who would have thought that the real danger wasn't in the square outside the Xingwang Pavilion, nor was it in the white-clothed woman, but in the Xingwang Pavilion where hope was? Then where did Lord Xingwang, who should have had the golden body of a god, go? Within the Xingwang Hall, the tallest and most majestic god statue, which was originally shining with a golden light, was now dim and lifeless. The ground was covered in golden fragments, leaving only a pair of eyes that shone with a golden light. None of the locals of Yanji County dared to believe that this was the golden Xingwang of Yanji County that they were so proud of. This was because according to the county records of Yanji County, close to 100 taels of gold had been used to cover this statue. The county governor of that generation had begged the rich and powerful in the county for this. After the donation was successful, he had even specially carved a good person's tablet to record the names and families of all the donors. The main statue, which was covered in golden foil, spoke with difficulty, and its hoarse voice traveled to the door. "The two of you leave quickly. There are many of these evil people of unknown origins. There is only one white-clothed ghost here. If you can escape, you must find the immortal master of the Divine Grandeur sect or the gentleman and sage of Lakeview Academy. Tell them that the colorful robes kingdom is in great trouble. Once the kingdom is destroyed, the 6 neighboring kingdoms, including the ancient Yu kingdom, will not be spared." It turned out that the Xingwang Pavilion, which was supposed to protect the people of the county, was clearly a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. Could not even protect itself. Outside the door of the main hall. First, it was the young girl with silver bells on her arms and ankles that helped Qin Pingan block the black smoke. Where the 4 bells rang, countless faint golden flowers bloomed, dazzling the eyes. The originally aggressive black smoke was cut into pieces, but the young girl was also hit by strands of black smoke. She vomited blood, but she insisted on not retreating. She stood near the reckless person and shook her wrists. The bells rang, and the golden petals continued to eliminate the black smoke that was mixed with wails. Qin Pingan, on the other hand, casually threw out the 19th punch. Then, the remaining black smoke surged wildly into the ice surface that separated the main hall from the outside, helping the formation to remove the accumulated power of the deity's 19 punches. Then there were the 2 traitorous clay statues. One of them waved an iron mace to smash Qin Pingan's head, and the other held an iron official seal to hit the back of the young girl's head. Qin Pingan's expression was composed as he punched out the 20th punch with lightning speed, causing the formation to shake violently. Even though it hadn't been broken, it was already on the verge of collapse, and it was only a single punch away. But Qin Pingan was helpless. He could not throw the 21st punch of the deity's drum, but he could not watch the young girl be killed by the civil official statue that rushed out of the door. Otherwise he would have the opportunity to throw the last punch. The stone floor under Qin Pingan's feet cracked, and he disappeared in an instant, dodging the iron mace that the general statue had smashed down on his head. In an instant he arrived at the side of the civil official statue. Using the iron cavalry chisel formation, he punched the waist of the statue. This punch was to save a life, so Chin Pingan did not dare to hold anything back. When he punched, his arm was surrounded by a snow-white fist intent. The fist aura vibrated, and there was a vague and mighty sound of wind and thunder. A 2-foot-tall clay statue was stunned by Chin Pingan's punch. The feet of the huge statue plowed a gully on the ground. The young girl heard the noise behind her. She turned her head and roughly guessed the reason. Then she looked at the ordinary-looking young man with the box. Her eyes were somewhat sluggish. Chin Pingan did not care about the young girl's thoughts. His arms paused. It looked like he was going to punch, but in reality 2 golden pagoda demon-suppressing talismans slipped out from his sleeves and quietly stuck them to his palms. The general statue holding the iron mace missed and smashed the bricks on the ground. It straightened its back and once again swung the iron mace at Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan's journey to the south this time had taken countless slow punches. But when he wanted to be fast, was really fast, the iron mace still missed. Chin Pingan had unknowingly arrived in front of the general statue. With a tap of his foot, he jumped up and heavily slapped the statue's forehead with his palm. The golden light was dazzling. Around the general statue, a golden pagoda that was slightly taller and larger than it appeared out of thin air. Lightning flashed like dragons. The statue seemed to be enshrined in this pagoda. But the specific feeling could be seen from the crumbling of the statue's huge body. No matter how it struggled, how it swung the iron mace, the demon-suppressing talisman firmly suppressed it. After Chin Pingan took out the first golden pagoda demon-subduing talisman, his feet tapped on the chest of the divine general statue. Borrowing the momentum, he bounced back and disappeared in a flash. With an even faster speed, he arrived in front of the divine civil official statue that was sprinting towards the young girl. With another slap, he just happened to stick the golden talisman onto the fine iron official seal. The tall statue was like a mountain pressing down. Its knees were bent and debris constantly fell from them. It almost staggered and fell. Chin Pingan's feet still did not touch the ground. After taking out the golden talisman, his body continued to rise. He stepped on the top of the statue's head and looked at the white-clothed girl who was already standing at the top of the stone tablet. The two faced each other. Chin Pingan did not stop at all. Like riding the wind, he rushed towards the stone tablet under the ancient cypress tree. In the air, he stretched out his hand and lightly patted the sword box. He softly said, "Exorcise the demon." The scholar-wood sword shot out of the box and was grabbed by Chin Pingan with one hand. The sword flew out. It was done in one breath, somewhat elegant. "228. Chin Pingan wielded the scholar-wood sword and slashed down at the white-clothed woman on the stone tablet. Ignoring the sword moves, the wooden sword did not have enough spiritual light to intimidate otherworldly items. The white-clothed woman with black hair pulled the corners of her mouth. Although she looked down on him, she did not want to be too arrogant since he could successfully suppress 2 statues. It was fine to play with him. In any case, it was best to protect the city god pavilion. It did not matter if they lost it. There would be an expert who would take it back. She reached out to her waist and a sheathless sword appeared. The sword was scarlet and filled with a nauseating smell of blood. She must have used a camouflage technique before. When her bony palm brushed past the long sword, it came into contact with the blade, causing a string of sparks to fly. Not only that, a jade-green bracelet slipped off her wrist and spun around her rapidly without any trace. It was so fast that the bracelet could not be seen in an instant, and only waves of jade-green fireflies could be seen. For the cultivators in the world, the more magic weapons they had, the better. This was the same logic as the common people who didn't mind money. But after all, the spiritual weapons and magic weapons were too rare. If one was lucky enough to have 2 of them, they would generally pursue both offense and defense as much as possible. One was used to kill and retreat the enemy, and the other was used to protect one's life. It could be used to attack and retreat, and it was absolutely foolproof. For example, the military armor pill of the tree demon surnamed Chu in the old house could transform into a radiant armor. It was one of the best defensive magic treasures. The white-clothed woman's scarlet sword and the green bracelet, one for offense and one for defense, was the same principle. From the moment the foreign youth carrying the sword box on his back used the strange talisman of extremely high quality to forcefully suppress the statue of the civil official to the moment he stepped on the statue's head and pounced over with the wooden sword in his hand, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The scholar-wood sword arrived in the blink of an eye. The white-clothed woman quickly raised her sword and swept it horizontally. A scarlet sword chi appeared above her head. If the young man did not dodge in time, he would be cut in half by the sword chi. However, the young man suddenly disappeared. Mind talisman. The white-clothed woman knew something was wrong. Ding. The sound of metal and stone rang out in the square without warning. After that, there was a series of rapping sounds as fine and hurried as raindrops falling on the roof. The white-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. She twisted her waist and quickly flew away from the top of the stone tablet. White clothes and red swords, one red and one white. They revolved around the ancient cypress tree as if they were avoiding something. The woman had already deliberately distanced herself from the jade bracelet by about 20 feet. Not only could she control it as she wished, but she could also avoid being caught in the crossfire. It was a flying sword. The young man was actually a sword cultivator who could kill with a flying sword. What wooden sword, what exorcism, they were all just a pretense to confuse people. The real killing move was the sinister flying sword that had yet to reveal its true form. At such a young age, his thoughts were meticulous and vicious. It was no wonder that he could become the most difficult swordsman to achieve results among the chi refinement warriors. Based on those continuous sounds, the white-clothed woman's heart ached. No matter how spiritual the bracelet was, it could not withstand such a flying sword. It was no different from ruthlessly destroying a flower. The bracelet, named Bing Nua, was a superior spiritual weapon personally bestowed by the old ancestor. It was not known for its toughness and firmness. It was mainly used to defend against the unexpected killing moves of the so-called righteous immortal masters. After all, the old ancestor had long predicted that this conspiracy to seize the national treasure of the colorful robes kingdom would inevitably be a bloody battle with heavy casualties. The chi refinement warriors of the famous immortal families did not have the courage to fight with their lives. However, the mysterious secret skills and magical weapons that had been passed down from generation to generation were endless, so they had to be on guard. The white-clothed woman could not deduce the trajectory of the flying sword for the time being, and she did not dare to take back the bracelet. This made her extremely resentful. For the first time she was furious. If the bracelet was broken, then in this trip to the colorful robes kingdom, not to mention the other allies, she was destined to lose more than gain. Even if she succeeded in the end, in terms of rewards, the rewards she received would not be as valuable as this bracelet. The white-clothed woman's black hair fluttered wildly, revealing her true appearance. She was the woman in colorful clothes who had taken the lead on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. At that time she had shocked countless men in Yenji County. They only hated that they could not hold her in their arms and love her tenderly. In that case, the old immortal who looked very sage-like was at least one of the masterminds. However, this group of people was so ostentatious. Did not a single cultivator in the colorful robes kingdom see through the truth? Chin Pingon, who was standing in the square, was stunned for a moment. With a heavy heart, he put the scholarwood sword back into the wooden box and habitually took off the wine gourd to drink. Seeing that the youth was still in the mood to drink, the white-clothed woman was so angry that she laughed. Her sleeves fluttered, revealing her wrists and ankles, which were all white bones. Presumably, the delicate body under the white clothes was also in the same condition. Only the face was still intact. Moreover, it was exceptionally beautiful. It turned out to be a beauty of withered bones. No, it should be a beautiful ghost of withered bones. After confirming that the flying sword was unable to break through the bracelet and get close to her, the white-clothed woman made up her mind. In order to catch bandits, she had to catch the leader first. She would kill the youth first. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, she wanted to tease him for a while. Who would have thought that he would be such a difficult person to deal with? So what if he was a sword cultivator? As long as he was not an illusory great sword immortal, even if he was a small sword immortal in the middle 5 realms, as long as he dared to show his face in Yenji County City, he would die. Imperceptibly, the small square outside the city god hall was divided into 3 battlefields. The 2 demon-suppressing pagoda talismans made of golden materials were slowly depleting the devil chi of the 2 clay statues. Debris flew everywhere, dust flew and cracking sounds were constantly heard. No matter how the 2 statues roared, the demon-suppressing pagoda manifested by the demon-suppressing pagoda intertwined with lightning. It was like the Thunder-Sex Lord of Heaven was holding an electric whip to whip evil spirits. It was steadily suppressing them. Next was Chin Pingon's flying sword, Chui. This time he did not care about leaving the blade strengthening gourd's ostentatious display. He quietly flew out without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, the white-clothed woman had the bracelet to protect her. It helped her block the disaster of the sword piercing through her head. It was unknown whether Chu-yi was really angry or a mischievous child who had found an interesting plaything. He no longer paid attention to Qin Pinggan's intentions and focused on pestering the emerald bracelet. He struck it again and again as if he was forging iron. The flying sword even deliberately slowed down its flying speed. Every time, it affected the range of the bracelet's rotation. Finally, of course, the white-clothed woman, who was full of murderous intent, was determined to kill Qin Pinggan, the sword cultivator. She held a bright scarlet long sword in her hand and rushed down. Before that, she shouted angrily at the two side halls. The female otherworldly ghosts who had been ready to take action swarmed out. For a moment, black smoke billowed and covered the sky. They all rushed toward Qin Pinggan, who was standing alone in the square. The young girl, who had silver bells on her hands and feet, wanted to enter the scene to help. However, Qin Pinggan immediately signaled her with his eyes, telling her not to get involved. The young girl did not let her emotions affect her decisions. She stood in the first battlefield obediently. She just waved her hands and feet, constantly shaking the bells to make clear spiritual sounds. She tried her best to make the golden flowers float out of the eaves of the main hall. Even though she was pale, she still insisted on helping Qin Pinggan to kill one female ghost. For Qin Pinggan, it was enough for the young girl to do so. Qin Pinggan swung his hands quickly and fiercely. His fists were surging with bright light. It was the cloud-steaming swamp style taught by the old man surnamed Chui. In an instant, abundant qi leaked out and shook the surroundings. Dozens of ferocious female ghosts who had rushed out of the side halls were instantly wiped out. They already had the sun above their heads and were burning fiercely. Coupled with this punch, they walked the domineering path of one man guarding the pass. It was no different from adding frost to frost. Their fingernails, which were as long as fingers, could not get within one zhang of Qin Pinggan. Qin Pinggan did not only have the ability to launch a single punch. His body leaned back and with a tap of his toes, he immediately retreated several feet away, dodging the sword of the white-clothed ghost. The white-clothed ghost was also like a maggot attached to a bone. Her toes did not even touch the ground. She leaped into the air like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Her body leaned forward and she followed Qin Pinggan with a stab of her sword. However, during this interval, Qin Pinggan swung his fists again, making the same ancient boxing stance as before. In just a short while, more than 10 otherworldly ghosts were killed on the spot. The white-clothed beautiful ghost, whose black hair was fluttering in the wind, said with a stern face. She took small steps in the air, moving faster and faster. "You really deserve to die." The long sword in her hand was only a few inches away from piercing Qin Pinggan's heart. Qin Pinggan twisted the tip of his foot and imitated Ma Kuxuan, who had fought in the small street. His body spun like a top and dodged the sword. He took the opportunity to get closer and punched the withered bone beautiful ghost's face. The latter could instantly turn into white mist and dissipate in all directions. In the next moment she reappeared several zhang away. Her 5 fingers pulled back, and the scarlet long sword that had not disappeared with her turned half a circle and slashed toward Qin Pinggan's arm. Qin Pinggan did not hesitate to use the last mind talisman. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the beautiful ghost again. His powerful fist was like the sun, making the beautiful ghost scream in pain. She did not have time to control the long sword in the distance. She used the same trick again. Once again she turned into white mist and disappeared quickly. Qin Pinggan's face was resolute. He said in his heart, "First sword." Although it was reluctant, flying sword number 1 still left the original battlefield. A white rainbow streaked across the sky and stabbed at the withered bone-gorgeous ghost who had just revealed her true form. The moment she disappeared for the second time, the green bracelet and the scarlet long sword showed a trace of imperceptible stagnation. It was as if they had lost the connection with their master's mind and were somewhat hesitant. When the flying sword first sword pierced between her eyebrows, the beautiful ghost finally panicked. She covered her face with her hands and her black hair frantically rolled back to cover her face. The snow-white pocket-sized flying sword hovered quietly in front of her eyes and did not continue to rush forward. However, she felt a chill at the back of her head. The withered bone-gorgeous ghost was frozen in place, as if she had been cast by an immortal. Her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her head stiffly and stared at the young man who was rushing towards her. "It's fine if you're a sword cultivator, but why do you have 2 flying swords? Why are you pretending to be a pure martial artist? You can dodge first sword but you can't dodge 15th sword." However, even though she had been pierced by the 15th sword, Qin Pinggan did not lower his guard. He ignored the otherworldly items and let them attack him. Chen Pingan just rushed to the beautiful ghost's side as fast as he could. He made a prompt decision and punched her with the god's drum-beating style. One punch, one punch, one punch. After 20 punches, the bones under her white clothes were smashed one by one. In the end, the beautiful ghost's body and white clothes exploded together. A yellow talisman with a woman's figure on it fell from the sky. As soon as she died, the otherworldly items lost their backbone and hid in the halls on both sides of the hall. Many of them were burned to death by the sun before they could escape. This time, there was no more charming laughter coming from the side hall. Instead, there was only a whimper. The scarlet long sword fell to the ground. The green bracelet was like a lost person, spinning slowly in the place where the beautiful ghost had disappeared. Chen Pingan stood still. He was not in a hurry to catch the bracelet or the yellow talisman. Looking around, there was nothing strange. Chen Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd. Chui and 15 sword jumped in. Squatting down, Chen Pingan carefully observed the yellow talisman. Chen Pingan took out the other evil talisman that Zhang Shanfeng had given him. He put it near the yellow talisman on the ground and shook it. The talisman was not quiet, but it was very quiet. It only burned a corner of the talisman and then stopped burning. Chen Pingan picked up the yellow talisman. When Chen Pingan pinched the yellow talisman between his fingers, he realized that it was not an ordinary yellow paper talisman. The paper was very smooth and soft. It was also very tough. He guessed that it was not afraid of being torn by a strong young man. Chen Pingan thought about it and put the beautiful talisman into his sleeve. In fact, he hid it in the square-inch object. The reason why the square-inch object was precious was that it could isolate the outside world. Although nothing was absolute, it was still the general rule. When Chen Pingan put away the yellow talisman, the green bracelet also took the initiative to stick to him. Chen Pingan held the fire talisman in one hand and found that there was no movement at all. He took the opportunity to hold the bracelet and put it into his pocket. However, when he went to pick up the scarlet long sword, the fire talisman was just a little closer and it burned out. Chen Pingan was a little hesitant. This sword could be sold for a lot of money, but he was more worried that if he put it into the square-inch object, it would affect the flying sword 15th sword. In the end, Chen Pingan picked up the sword and looked around. He looked up at the ancient cypress next to the stone tablet. He ran forward, tipped his toes and rushed to the ancient cypress. He temporarily hid the sword in the shade of the tall tree. The girl shyly shouted, "Immortal?" Chen Pingan looked down. The girl pointed to the ground at her feet. The clay statue had collapsed and broken into pieces, piling up into a small sharp mound. A few silver fragments were shining in the soil, very eye-catching. What was more surprising was that the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman was floating quietly beside the mound. Except for the slightly dim golden luster, it was not damaged at all. The other mound of soil was in a similar situation. However, unlike the iron mace in the hands of the general statue, which had been completely melted by the thunder and lightning, the civil official statue had only the golden demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and the silver fragments. The square iron official seal was also gone. Instead, there was a simple and unadorned small green wooden box, which was just enough for a child's 5 fingers to hold. Chen Pingan was pleasantly surprised and quickly floated down. He first put the 2 golden talisman and a total of 6 silver fragments into the square-inch object. Finally, he carefully picked up the green wooden box that was emitting a warm aura. Even if he only held it gently, Chen Pingan felt an inexplicable sense of security. He put the small wooden box with unknown contents into his sleeve, but did not hide the square-inch object. Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the side kept her eyes wide open, staring at the sword immortal, who was killing demons and showing great magical powers. Her master, who secretly taught her magic, had said that there were many old immortals in the world who had reached the peak of cultivation and looked like a child. Those were the real immortals who were free and unfettered, completely unrestrained by heaven and earth. She had seen many strange things today, but the immortal who looked like a teenager in front of her had the most strange things about him. For example, there was a talisman in the world that was taken back after it was used up. Although her master was half a Jianghu man and half an immortal on the mountain, he had never heard of such a thing before. Chen Pingan had a good impression of the girl. As he walked to the front door of the city god hall and was about to completely break the magic restriction with the deity drum-beating style, he turned his head and asked softly, "It's very dangerous here. Why did you come in earlier?" "Wow, the immortal is talking to me. The key point is that he is quite friendly." The girl was very happy. She shook her wrist and the bell sounded melodiously. Immortal Lord, the 4 bells on me can protect me. My master said that even if an immortal of the cave-dwelling realm wants to kill me, I can still hold on for a while. But there is a big problem. Don't tell anyone about this kind of secret that involves magic treasures. Chen Pingan quickly waved his hand and interrupted the girl's silly words. He reminded her, it's not good to stay here for long. You should leave quickly and it's best if you leave the city immediately. The girl shook her head and said, my parents are in the city. I won't go anywhere. Since I learned magic I have to protect them. Chen Pingan had to give up and didn't force it. He just asked the girl to stay a little further away and then began to rapidly punch the secret restriction. After 21 punches, the ice surface suddenly exploded. Black smoke rolled, mixed with countless wails, resentment and hatred. Chen Pingan used the cloud steaming great swamp style to clear them all. Occasionally there were fish that escaped the net, but the bell girl behind him helped to kill them. Chen Pingan suddenly turned his head and looked at the east city wall. Although he couldn't see the city tower clearly, he seemed to feel some kind of gaze from there for a moment. It was most likely that the Xing Wang Pavilion's formation was destroyed, causing the great demon lord behind the scenes to discover his existence. Chen Pingan was careful. Before stepping over the threshold, he took out his last remaining Yang Qi lantern-raising glyph. Chen Pingan had just raised his foot when he noticed that the girl beside him wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pingan couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Do you know there's something strange inside? The girl was a bit embarrassed. She seemed to feel that she was too childish. But since the deity asked, she could only bite the bullet and say sullenly, my parents said that when you enter the temple to burn incense, men on the left and women on the right. You men cross the threshold with your left foot, we cross the threshold with our right foot. Chen Pingan smiled and said, okay, thank you. His left foot stepped over the doorstep, following the floating light-raising talisman, walking to Lord Xing Wang Chenwen's statue. However, without waiting for Chen Pingan to speak, Lord Xing Wang spoke in a dignified manner, saying something that made the young girl furious. But because she was in awe of city god Shin's hundreds of years of power, the girl didn't dare to speak out. She could only curse in her heart. The little bits of gold that fell on the ground all flew back to the statue. From the time Chen Pingan broke the formation until he walked here, the statue's golden body was already 70 to 80% of the gold leaf. The pair of eyes of the statue gave off a faint golden glow. It was like a 30-foot-tall deity that was looking down on all life in the county. This city god Shin's first words were not very polite. Young man, quickly hand over the iron official seal. Chen Pingan's expression was calm. He was about to take out the green wooden box that had the iron official seal on the outside melted away. At the same time he explained, the official seal has already been melted by my talisman. Chen Pingan only said half of what he wanted to say. Don't talk nonsense. The Xing Wang statue was enraged. Dust flew everywhere, and the golden fragments on the ground were almost completely sewn together. The statue was covered in gold, and it was indeed the golden Xing Wang that was famous in many countries. The statue raised its leg high and said in a deep voice, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in front of me just because you took care of a few small pieces of trash? If it wasn't for the 3 of them working together and the betrayal of my subordinates, I wouldn't have been suppressed in the city god hall. How could they have the chance to be so presumptuous? Quickly hand over the iron official seal. Don't waste time. The situation is serious. I still have to go into the city to suppress the demons. Before the formation was broken, city god Shenwen was busy maintaining the last bit of divinity. Also, with the filthy technique that isolated the world, the city god hall couldn't know what was happening outside. In his opinion, after the 3 big monsters and the big devil cultivator left, the other party wouldn't know the real mystery of this place. Thus, they wouldn't leave any important battle force behind. Therefore, the only thing that surprised City God about the young man with the box was how he broke the formation at the door. Could it be that he was a disciple of a sect who was proficient in Qi Men Dun Jia and immortal formations? However, no matter what, the life and death of the hundreds of thousands of people in Yanji County was closely related to the thing in the City God Pavilion. There couldn't be any mistakes. The giant statue stepped out of the altar and stepped on the bluestone floor 3 meters in front of Chen Pingan. It stepped on it and shattered the bluestone floor. It bent down and stretched out its hand. Quickly hand over the official seal. Chen Pingan didn't move. He asked, others helped you. Is it so hard to say thank you? The statue was obviously stunned. After a long time it sighed and nodded. I was too impatient. It was wrong. I really have to thank you for this. Qin Pingan took out the green wooden box. The iron official seal melted and became one with the soil of the civil official statue. However, this small wooden box was exposed. I wonder if it's what you're looking for? The statue slowly nodded. Qin Pingan threw the wooden box high up. The city god statue reached out and caught it. It smiled and said, "It is this item." Qin Pingan turned and left. The young girl hurriedly followed. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled behind him. Qin Pingan knew that the situation was not good. He immediately circulated his qi. His real qi was like a fiery dragon. It traveled hundreds of miles in one go, passing through many acupoints of the qi mansion. The young girl who had just reached the threshold was dumbstruck. Turning his head, he saw one of Lord Xingwang's statue thighs stomping on the back of the sword immortal carrying the case. The young man's waist was bent, and he was about to kneel down. He forcefully held his breath, and only then was he not stepped into the ground by the 3-foot-tall statue. Qin Pingan's face flushed red. He said with a trembling voice, "You go first." The young girl didn't dare hesitate as she hurriedly flew out of the door and landed on the square. Turning her head to look, she saw that around the statue of Lord Xingwang, there was thick smoke that was as black as ink. The smoke went in and out of the 7 orifices on the statue's face, and the eyes of the Lord Xingwang had also become a strange dark gold color. The young girl screamed, "Be careful, the city god is possessed." Qin Pingan bent his knees slightly. He gritted his teeth and bent his waist. The leg of the statue increased the strength on his back. He stood up straight little by little. He quickly patted the blade-strengthening gourd. At the same time, 2 golden pagoda demon-suppressing talismans slid out from his sleeves. He held them between his fingers. He lowered his head and inadvertently saw the pair of straw sandals on his feet. Qin Pingan suddenly felt very happy. This trip down the mountain was really exciting. He laughed and said, "First day, 15th day, follow me to kill the demon." 229. When Qin Pingan went to the city god's pavilion to check out the situation, Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng went to the county governor's mansion. The two of them were already mentally prepared to run into a wall. Unexpectedly, under the recommendation of his son Lu Gaohua, the worried county governor Lu quickly received the bearded man and the young Taoist priest in the living room. Not only did he not ask them to leave, he did not even ask Su Yuanxia to show off her domineering bladesmanship, nor did he ask Zhang Shanfeng to fly around the courtyard with his peachwood sword. After hearing the two of them's report, he hesitated for a moment before allowing them to follow him to the main hall. The two of them were shocked. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in the main hall. There were armored warriors who sat with their hands on their sabers, elderly civil officials who were pointing at the county city's geomancy map, and a few energetic men and women. At first glance they could tell that they were cultivators. If they did not deliberately hide their aura and breathing, they should be chi cultivators of the 3rd or 4th realm. Governor Lu gave them a general introduction. Most of them were unworldly experts from Yanji County. There were also foreigners who came after hearing the news. They were similar to Su Yuanxia and the rest. Su Yuanxia focused on an ordinary-looking man. His aura was calm and steady. He should be an expert who did not make a move. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. Zhang Shanfeng, on the other hand, took a few more glances at Taoist Chongmiao. The old Taoist priest was leisurely drinking tea. Behind him stood 2 brass strongmen who were 10 feet tall. Strongmen were the unique symbol of the Taoist talisman sect. Most of them did not have spiritual intelligence. They would only listen to their master's simplest orders, such as killing enemies. The high-grade brass strongmen's combat power was comparable to that of a martial artist of the 3rd realm. They should not be underestimated. They should not be seen as crude and stupid puppets. Governor Lu gave Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, who had arrived later, a rough overview of the current situation. Then, with some emotion, he clasped his hands and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help. If we can safely survive this disaster, Yanji County will definitely erect a monument for you and write it in the local annals." Almost everyone who was seated stood up to return the greeting and said some polite words that were duty-bound to be exchanged. Governor Lu walked to the side of the table. There were 2 maps on it. One was the map of the county city, and the other was the map of the 6 counties of the Colorful Robes Kingdom, including Yanji County. Governor Lu pointed at a place between Yanji County and the neighboring county. "I just received good news. General Ma and Old Immortal are personally watching over the city wall. 600 elite cavalry have already left the station and are moving towards our county city at top speed. They can enter the city and wait for orders at the latest. The 2,000 infantrymen should arrive outside the city after midnight. It was Governor Lu's first time dealing with this kind of incident. He was so anxious that his throat was smoking. In addition, he had been on the move all day and was on tenterhooks all day. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. He quickly took a cup of hot tea from the old advisor. The old advisor who had been advising in the governor's mansion for many years stood beside the table in place of Governor Lu. He pointed out one place at a time. The Xinguang Pavilion in the northeast, the Embroidery Lane in the north of the city, the Horsehead Bridge in the south, the Hanging Copper Tower in the west, and the Zhao Mansion in the middle. These 6 places are all strange. The Xinguang Pavilion has been urgently closed. The 2 immortal masters who snuck in have yet to come out. 6 people suddenly died in the Embroidery Lane. The 32 families of the local people have all moved out. Man-eating water demons have appeared under the Horsehead Bridge. It is unknown if they have flowed along the river to other parts of the city. It is quite troublesome. The Hanging Copper Tower, which was originally used to warn the immortals on the mountain, has collapsed. The old man guarding the tower has also died suddenly. As for the Zhao Mansion, more than 10 people have gone crazy. They acted up inexplicably like a plague. Even 2 Yamen runners who went in to check on the situation have gone crazy. As for us. At this point, Governor Lu coughed softly. The old advisor did not continue speaking. After all, it would not be good if word got out. It might affect the governor's reputation as an official. This was because the Zhao Mansion was in the same situation as the Xinguang Pavilion. The government had sent people to seal off the exits, forbidding the people in the mansion to go out. The old Taoist named Chongmiao put down his teacup and smiled. This is a serious matter. Lord Lu's actions are very bold. It is for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of people in the county city. I believe that after this, as long as the Zhao Mansion has a little conscience, they will be grateful for Lord Lu's decision today. The armored general who sat on the chair glanced at Taoist Chongmiao. The corner of his mouth twitched, full of sarcasm. Governor Lu was a little embarrassed. He said softly, "There's no need to be grateful. If you can understand a little, I'll be very relieved." He quickly changed the topic and sighed. Fortunately, the old immortal happened to pass by our county and observed the night sky. He discovered the abnormality of the yin qi above the county city. Otherwise we would still be in the dark. If something were to happen and we were caught off guard by those demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unimaginable. Su Yuanxia asked, "That hanging copper pagoda, does it function like a beacon at the border? It can transmit signals to the immortals on the nearby mountains?" The armored general's face was gloomy. He nodded and said, "That's right. However, the demons are vicious and cunning. They made a vicious move, causing the county city to lose contact with the immortal Lingxi sect 900 miles away. The hanging copper pagoda originally used a secret technique to transmit messages. It's very mysterious. At most, the Lingxi sect would know about it in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Now the flying sword is sending messages. Haha, the speed is acceptable, but the price is a little expensive." The armored general glanced at the smug Taoist Chongmiao from the corner of his eye. No matter how he looked at him, he was asking for a beating. He actually asked for 100,000 taels of silver for the most common flying sword message. Did he really think that he didn't know the market price of the relay station on the mountain? He probably asked Governor Lu to fork out a lot of money to hire the 2 bronze strongmen. The general was General Ma's assistant. They had been on the battlefield together for many years. Although he used to dislike the bookworm Governor Lu, when he saw this famous scholar of colorful clothes nation running forward, he didn't hide under his bed in fear. Instead, he tried his best to maintain the situation. This changed his impression of this civil official. On the other hand, he had an extremely bad impression of the old Taoist who took advantage of the situation. "You're just an unorthodox Taoist whose family's foundation is in Yanji County City. What right do you have to raise the price? If the county city is destroyed, even if Taoist Chongmiao can escape and abandon his family, disciples and ancestral foundation, aren't you afraid that he'll end up with nothing?" Su Yuanxia asked, "Governor Lu, may I ask when the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect will arrive in Yanji County? How many of them will arrive?" The county governor smiled. "Fortunately, there's a 1,000-year-old phoenix in the Lingxi sect's mountain gate. It was once the mount of the Lingxi sect's founding ancestor. After the ancestor passed away, the phoenix never left the mountain. Every generation of sect masters can ask it to do something. The phoenix can carry 5 to 6 immortal masters on its back. If there's no accident with the flying sword message, I believe that the Lingxi sect will arrive in the sky above the county city at noon tomorrow. Governor Liu sighed and suddenly raised his voice to encourage everyone. Therefore, we need everyone to help the county city hold on until the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect arrive. At the very least, we have to hold on until noon tomorrow. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng's eyes met. Their expressions were not relaxed. Zhang Shanfeng was more worried about Qin Pingan's trip to the city god pavilion. Would there be any accidents? There was a towering tower at the east gate of Yanji County. It was 2 stories high and had 3 layers of eaves. It looked like a coiling dragon and a crouching tiger. General Ma's armor was not new and shiny. Instead, it was very old. It was covered with cuts from swords and sabers. It was obvious that it was the favorite of this border general of the Colorful Robes Kingdom. In the past 100 years, the Colorful Robes Kingdom did not have many border wars. They only had occasional conflicts with the ancient Yu Kingdom in the north. Therefore, the military men on the battlefield had always valued military achievements. It was often the key to promotion in the army and promotion in the imperial court. If not for the fact that General Ma had no one to speak for him in the imperial court, he would have become a young leader of the Ministry of War. On the top floor of the tower, General Ma suddenly saw the old immortal looking in the direction of the city god pavilion for a long time. He thought that something unexpected had happened and asked, "Elder Huang, has the demon inside started to appear and cause trouble?" The old immortal with fluttering sleeves stroked his beard and smiled. "It's okay. I have my ways of winning. The place we really need to pay attention to is the Zhao Manor in the center of the city. It's too close to the county governor's manor. If anything happens, the consequences will be severe. Fortunately, I met 2 good friends on this trip to the south. They are both leaders of the righteous immortals on the mountain. They originally wanted to travel to Lakeview Academy and discuss Taoism with the teachers. Now that things are urgent, they can't care about whether their journey will be delayed. I have already sent a message to the 2 of them, asking them to quickly reinforce Yanji County. I think they will be here soon. When the time comes, General Ma and I will work together to guard the east gate of the city. One of my old friends will keep an eye on the Zhao Manor and protect the county governor's manor at the same time." General Ma cupped his hands and said gratefully, "If Elder Huang had not discovered the clues and quickly informed us, the people of the county governor's manor would have been in great trouble. Elder Huang, you are still willing to take the risk and help us. I'm a rough man. I can't say beautiful words, but I will definitely remember them." The old immortal shook his head and smiled. "If cultivating on the mountain is to achieve Taoism and ascend without caring about the suffering of the people, then what is the point of cultivating as an immortal? Why do you want immortality?" General Ma hammered his chest armor with his fist and then gave him a thumbs up. He said with sincere admiration, "Elder Huang, just based on this sentence, you are really cultivating." Speaking of this, the middle-aged general said indignantly, "As for those immortal masters in the colorful clothes nation who only know how to fish for compliments, especially those in the capital, humph, they are really shameless. All they do is ask for money from the imperial court and build immortal pavilions and tall buildings, wasting people's money. Sigh, it's better not to talk about it. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get." The old immortal put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "Which river in the world is not filled with mud and sand? General Ma, you don't have to be too resentful. Since things are like this, just be yourself first." The general nodded and agreed. He admired the old immortal beside him who was profound in Taoism and compassionate at the same time. Immortals didn't just exist in the heavenly paradises on the mountain. There were also immortals at the foot of the mountain. The old immortal used his abilities again and squinted his eyes to look towards the city god's pavilion. Because they were too far away, he couldn't see clearly. If only old Demon Me was here. He knew a bit of mountain view, so he should be able to see everything clearly from such a distance. However, he had sensed the destruction of the city god's pavilion's secret technique formation. There was definitely someone who overestimated himself trying to be a hero. It didn't matter. He already had a backup plan in place. The Golden City God and the civil and martial deities on both sides had been secretly tampered with by old Demon Me. He didn't hesitate to pay a huge price and use the special incense that had lasted for over 20 years to unknowingly corrupt them. Because of this, old Demon Me shamelessly demanded 3 spirit artifacts from the 3 of them. Only then did he stop. That was why the city god's pavilion's little disturbance couldn't affect the final flow of a great river. After 30 years of scheming, the 4 powers worked together. How could they fail at the last moment? Unless a 10th realm land immortal descended from the heavens and suddenly declared that he would protect Yanji County City, they would not stop. However, they had already figured out the movements of the Divine Grandeur sect, the Lakeview Academy, and the other major immortal sections. It was impossible for a 10th realm chi cultivator to appear out of nowhere. Moreover, the big shots who had reached the nascent soul realm had always been elusive. To put it bluntly, even if they really saw the situation here, as long as they were not from a reputable sect and were righteous ancestors, they might not be willing to get involved. The situation was already set. The outcome was already decided. The old immortal smiled inwardly. He really wanted to turn around and pat the general's shoulder. He laughed and teased him, "Old brother Ma, your eyesight isn't too good. I'm not some righteous immortal master, but one of those heretical demons that you all speak of. The two most famous immortal masters in the capital of the Rainbow Robes Nation are both my direct disciples. These heretical cultivators were originally rats in the mud of the fields. Their goal was to not open for business for 3 years. Once they opened, they would eat for 3 years. After this matter, they would obtain the magic treasure. At worst, they would go into seclusion for another 20 to 30 years and head to a place further south. There, they would secretly plan for an even bigger business. After that, they would be good men again. Perhaps one day, they would become an existence like the White Emperor city of the Central Plains. Although the world knew that he was a demonic cultivator, who would dare to call him a demon to his face? Most of the cultivators in the upper 5 realms wouldn't dare. However, the old immortal only thought about such a wonderful thing for the sake of amusement. The old immortal looked to the south, then turned his head to the north. He was a bit hesitant. After this matter was settled, taking refuge in the south would definitely be the safest. If he went to the north according to the agreement, he would have to seek riches and honor amidst danger. However, as long as he could survive to the end, he would obtain great riches and honor. According to the request of the little ancestor surnamed Fu, the group of people from the Divine Grandeur sect went to find the temple. However, halfway there, the fortune of the mountains and rivers changed greatly. It turned from turbid to clear. The old Taoist leading the group, Zhao Lu, was greatly astonished. He decided to go to the temple first. In the end, he discovered that the golden body of the mountain god surnamed Qin had already shattered and completely disappeared. An unexpected surprise was that the group actually picked up a golden body fragment from the ruins. Even Zhao Lu was greatly shocked. He first took care of the golden body fragment and carefully stored it away. Although it was destined to be handed over to the sect, he could touch and study it when he was free. After that, the old Taoist returned to the small town. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to go to the old mansion alone to repair his relationship with Yang Huang, who had been reduced to a servant ghost. Once Yang Huang and his wife took this opportunity, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished by the Divine Grandeur sect. Not only did they protect the array formation of the old mansion, but they also had a chance to increase their realm. Perhaps, with Yang Huang's outstanding talent, after the female ghost tree was no longer a burden to him, he would become a rogue cultivator in the middle 5 realms. He could completely foresee the scene of the future. For example, Yang Huang's personality wasn't pedantic. In his early years, he was very popular in the Divine Grandeur sect. Moreover, he was a native of the Colorful Clothes Nation. With a little manipulation, perhaps Yang Huang or his wife would be able to take advantage of the situation and become a legitimate mountain god granted by the imperial court. If it was the latter, it would be terrifying. The husband and wife were both in the cave realm. If they didn't curry favor with each other, it was very likely that the Divine Grandeur sect would push the boat with the current and give them goodwill. At that time, what would Zhao Lu do? At that time, it would be useless even if he kowtowed and admitted his mistake. He might as well lower his posture now and take the initiative to show goodwill. Zhao Lu had already made up his mind. He no longer hesitated in his heart and openly went to the old mansion to congratulate the husband and wife. He admitted his mistake and apologized to them. He drank 3 cups of wine as punishment and gave them a low-grade but very likable spiritual tool. Yang Huang was also a clever person. It hadn't been long since they shed all pretense of cordiality. Now that Zhao Lu was carrying a bramble to ask for forgiveness, he was very polite and enthusiastic. He drank the wine and even accepted the spiritual tool. However, after drinking he was half drunk. Yang Huang began to curse Zhao Lu again. In the end, even the female ghost couldn't stand it anymore. After persuading him for a long time, Yang Huang didn't listen. Zhao Lu didn't say anything at the table and just endured it. After that, Zhao Lu stayed in the old mansion and sent a message to the Divine Grandeur sect disciples in the small town. Then the group stayed for another day. The atmosphere was harmonious. When Zhao Lu left, he knew that all of Yang Huang's actions were just for show. In his heart he only looked down on him. Yang Huang was more of a smart person who would rather scold a gentleman than provoke a villain. However, Zhao Lu's trip was not in vain. The relationship between the two was already very satisfactory. They were far from being friends. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. However, they would no longer be enemies. In the future, if they managed things well and put in more effort to come to Yanji County, there might even be a chance for them to become acquaintances on the surface. Zhao Lu led the group back to the north with mixed feelings. However, after just a few dozen miles of mountain roads, Zhao Lu noticed that something was wrong in Yanji County. However, this old immortal master of the Divine Grandeur sect was silent and only hurried on. That night, the group slept outdoors on the peak of the mountain. The young Third Realm Sword cultivator found the old Taoist standing at the edge of the cliff and asked softly, "Master, there's obviously a demonic aura in Yanji County. It's quite big. Since it dares to be so brazen in the county, it's definitely not an ordinary demon. Should we hurry over and take a look?" Zhao Lu chuckled and said, "Even you can see that the demonic aura there is soaring to the sky. I'm not blind." The young man carefully digested the meaning of his master's words. He asked tentatively, "Then should we send a message to the sect by flying sword? Just say that we need reinforcements." The old man squinted and looked at the night sky above Yanji County. He said slowly, "Uncle Master Fu wanted us to suppress the Qin Mountain God. Now that the Mountain God Temple has collapsed, we've also retrieved 3 fragments of the golden body. You guys have gained a lot from this trip down the mountain, far surpassing your peers. How many Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms have seen so many golden body fragments of the mountain gods? You'll definitely be able to come up with a good evaluation for this outer sect inspection. If you're lucky, you might even get a good evaluation." The old man turned his head and said softly, "Sheeping, you must know that for good things in the world, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Once you and I choose to send a message by flying sword, the sect will send people to Colorful Robes country to carefully investigate this matter. When we compare the time, we'll shrink back and be easily exposed. As for these words, it's only because you're my proudest disciple that I'm willing to pour my heart out to you. Remember not to spread this to anyone else." The young swordsman was sincerely convinced. He lowered his voice and said, "Master is wise. Your plan is flawless." Zhao Lu turned around and looked at the bonfire in the distance. The 3 disciples of the Divine Grandeur sect were sleeping cross-legged. The youngest one among them was unconscious. When he breathed in and out, wisps of mist hung around his ears and nose. On the other hand, the brother and sister who had entered the sect earlier than him were not as good as the youngest one. The old man frowned and said in a low voice, "We still have to inform that wimpy kid about this matter. This child has sharp senses. Don't be fooled by his pretense that he doesn't know anything. In fact, we can deceive the siblings, but we can't deceive him. If we don't make it clear and he spills the beans when he returns to the sect, it'll be a disaster." The young swordsman nodded. Zhao Lu turned his head to look at his direct disciple with a smile and said amiably, "Sheeping, it's not easy to stop that mischievous brat. Didn't you secretly hide a golden body fragment? This is against the rules. Once it's discovered, the sect will punish you severely. Take it out, Master will help you give it to him. Let's see if he dares to accept this hot potato. If he accepts it, then we will be on the same side. When we return to the mountain, we can take care of each other in the future. Master can be considered as paving the way for you and building a bridge for you. If he doesn't accept it, Master is the person who led you on this journey and has the responsibility of investigating. After this, I will have to submit a document to the outer sect. Within the rules, if I want to discuss that child's backer, no one can find fault with it." Then the old Taoist opened his palm and extended it to the young swordsman. "Take it out." The young swordsman's face turned pale in an instant, but he quickly squeezed out a smile. He didn't hide it, nor did he look unwilling. Soon, he handed the largest golden shard to the old Taoist. Zhao Lu put away the golden shard and smiled. "Oh, it's not small. 1 piece is worth 2 pieces. It seems that the kid's luck is pretty good. He picked up such a big bargain." The young swordsman's face stiffened. He forced a smile and said, "I originally wanted to return to the sect and give it as a birthday gift on Master's birthday next month." The old Taoist nodded and patted the young swordsman's shoulder. "You're considerate." Then the young swordsman quietly returned to the bonfire and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and kept a smile on his face. The old Taoist sat alone on the edge of the cliff and practiced qi. After a long silence, he suddenly mocked himself in a low voice. There's no hope for the great Tao. I can only rely on these little tricks. Ah, it's really tragic. The scholar Lu Qiqing left the city from the east gate and walked along the official road. After walking for 10 miles, he stopped to rest outside the courier station. Commoners who didn't have scholarly honors weren't qualified to sit inside. There was a tea stall outside the courier station. The scholar ordered a bowl of hot tea and drank it to warm his stomach. He whispered as if he was talking to himself, "Don't you always brag about how powerful you are? You really don't care about such a big mess? That Miss Lu is a good girl. She gives me money to spend. She doesn't even blink when she takes out the money. She also hugs and hugs me. She really solved a big problem for me. Otherwise, do you really want me to be a beggar or sell my butt? If I starve to death, you won't be any better." What? To have a master like me, is it your bad luck from 8 lifetimes? Why don't you say that if I didn't enter the grave of desolation by mistake and accidentally break the 1,000-year-old formation and save you from the prison, you would have a chance to see the light of day again? Do you know that because of your existence, I don't even dare to utilize my full strength when I'm galloping through the flowers now, and I only dare to touch them and kiss them? Otherwise, wouldn't I be benefiting an old geezer like you? Bullsh *T immortal. Hiding your head and tail like a stray dog. Even I was punched to the ground and you didn't dare to show your head. You're the only immortal above the jade pudding? I'm the golden elixir immortal. I heard that the golden elixir immortals are real immortals. Every day when they have nothing to do, they fly around in the sky. Occasionally they land on the ground to drink wine. When the emperor sees them, they have to be respectful. The owner of the tea stall looked at them from afar and was worried. That poor scholar couldn't be a fool, right? Why was she nagging and talking to herself? It doesn't matter if he's a fool, but he better have money on him. The scholar stared and said, "What? What's the golden elixir realm? Do you believe that I won't let you go after I finish drinking my tea and let out a fart? In the future we'll go our separate ways? Don't expose me when you're scolding me. So what if I'm an illegitimate child? Even if I have no mother to raise me, I'm still better than an old pervert like you. You're already so old and you still insist on wearing that pink Taoist robe. TSK. You're really shameless. Why don't you beg me to buy you a few boxes of rouge and face powder? Damn you." Again, the scholar's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and in the end, it was almost inaudible even to himself. His eyes gradually became murky, and then they suddenly became bright and full of spirit, as if he was possessed by a god. His entire person from inside to outside had a completely different aura. He was no longer that poor scholar, but more like an incognito emperor on a private visit. Scholar Lu's face was full of smiles. He stretched out his hand and shakily raised the teacup. After drinking the last mouthful of tea, he stood up, took out a large number of copper coins and threw them on the table. Then he strode away. At first, his footsteps were a little shaky. Drinking tea was like drinking fine wine. His eyes were a little tipsy. However, as he walked, his footsteps became steadier and steadier. Finally, the scholar crossed the official road into the farmland where the rapeseed flowers were blooming. There was no one around. He shook his shoulder and the knot of the bag automatically opened. It fell off his body and hovered in the air. A beautiful Taoist robe with exquisite embroidery floated out of the bag. It was really pink. The scholar's outer robe also unbuttoned and fell off by itself. It happened to be in the position of the pink Taoist robe. Then it lay down obediently in the bag. In addition to the gorgeous Taoist robe that did not conform to the secular rules, there was also a golden hairpin in the bag. It slowly floated to the top of the scholar's head and pinned itself on his hair bun. Then the bag flashed and disappeared. Apparently, it had disappeared into the object. Of course, it could also be an object that was close at hand. It could even be an object that was known as the wonderful small cave in the legend. The scholar spread out his hands and looked up at the sky with an intoxicated smile. The pink Taoist robe gave people a feeling of joy. It suddenly spread out and came behind the scholar. It was as if there was a maid waiting on him. The scholar didn't need to do anything. The robe was put on him just like that. Scholar Lu Qiqing, who was already handsome, was really handsome after putting on the Taoist robe. The elegant scholar strode forward. His footsteps were in the air. He was free and unfettered. Step by step, he ascended to the sky and went straight into the clouds. He sang loudly, "1,000 years in the tomb, 1,000 years in the world." The earth under his feet was full of foreign yellow flowers. "230. In the governor's manor, the old aide pulled Lu Gaohua to the back door of the official residence. Lu Gaohua saw a carriage ready for a long journey. The old man extended his hand and said with a smile, "Young master, please get in." A woman lifted the curtain, looking like a weeping pear blossom. When she saw that it was her younger brother, Lu Gaohua, she was slightly relieved. She put down the curtain and leaned against the wall of the carriage, missing her husband. Lu Gaohua was confused. "Uncle Song, what are you doing?" The old man said seriously, "The governor wants me to escort you out of the city." Lu Gaohua was anxious. "Why are we leaving the city at this time? Is Yanji County really going to face a great disaster?" "Uncle Song, the more it's like this, the more I can't leave here. What if something happens to father?" The old aide who had been in the governor's manor for many years laughed. "If something really happens, what can a weak scholar like you do?" Lu Gaohua was speechless. The old man urged, "Young master, let's go. Eldest miss is still waiting." Lu Gaohua shook his head. "I'm not leaving. If I want to leave, let my sister leave alone." Before Lu Gaohua finished speaking, he suddenly ran to the back door. However, his vision blurred and he found that the old man was blocking the door. When Lu Gaohua stopped, the old man smiled like an old fox and sized up the young man in front of him. "Uncle Song has been in the Jianghu and knows a bit of showy martial arts. Do you want to get in the carriage yourself, or do you want me to knock you out and put you in the carriage? To be honest, Uncle Song is a bag of old bones. Do you have the heart to carry someone around?" Lu Gaohua stiffened his neck. "Knock me out." The old aide sighed. "Your father knows your bad temper. He originally wanted me to tell you something, but I was afraid of hurting the relationship between you and your father, so I deliberately hid it and didn't mention it. Now that you're like this, I can only tell you the truth. Your father wants to tell you, Lu Gaohua, in the past 20 years, you haven't done anything to make your father happy. Don't stay in the mansion and be an eyesore, okay?" Lu Gaohua's eyes were red and his lips trembled. Lu Gaohua was silent for a moment and said weakly, "Where's my sister?" The old aide shook his head and said, "We can't deal with it for the time being. You and First Miss can go first. I've already sent someone to find Second Mississippi." Lu Gaohua was going to be stubborn again. The thin old man was also anxious. He stomped his foot and said angrily, "My young master Lu, I really don't want to criticize you. You're a big man, yet you're so wishy-washy. How can you accomplish great things?" Lu Gaohua felt wronged and said, "Father and mother don't care and younger sister doesn't care either. It would be strange if a heartless bastard like me could accomplish anything great." The old man choked on his words and said angrily, "Go, go, go. Let's go quickly." Lu Gaohua was at a loss. He felt that whatever he did was wrong. At this time he felt the heavy burden in his heart in the past. For example, his father was busy with official business and moral essays. He liked to talk to outsiders and was willing to play chess with the house's guests for an afternoon. He was never stingy with his praise for all the children of his good friends. He was only indifferent to him, his own son. Especially when he failed to pass the imperial examinations, he would use words to stab him. Only now did he realize that these things weren't a big deal. The old man sighed and said, "Let's go. You'll only cause trouble if you stay here. You'll make your parents worry for nothing." Lu Gaohua smiled sadly, "Then let's go." The old man nodded. He waited until Lu Gaohua sat in the carriage. The old man drove the carriage slowly out of the tightly shut streets. The sound of horse hooves rang out as they headed towards the south of the city. Along the way they looked left and right at the scenery of the city. Most of the streets were still bustling as usual. Tourists weaved together and shops stood in great numbers. It was extraordinarily lively. They were completely unaware that danger had already enveloped the entire city. Life and death were on the line. According to what General Ma said, the demons had come with such great fanfare. They must have come prepared. In the worst-case scenario, it wouldn't just be a few hundred people dying. In the history of the beautiful Robes Kingdom, the imperial court had defined many disasters as plagues. They had harmed tens of thousands of people. Among them were the evil formations of the demonic path or some filthy magical treasures that had gone out of control. The people who died from these kinds of accidents often had their bones exposed to the sun. They didn't dare to collect the bodies for burial. The plague that had affected Yanji County in the past was like this, resulting in the large-scale mass grave of several hundred li. If the sky really collapsed, how could the ignorant commoners escape? Unless there was a tall person who could withstand it? If not, then they could only wait for death. The old man felt a little emotional. The actions of the governor's residence and Governor Lu this time had made him, as an old aide, look at them in a new light. It was true that Governor Lu had spent money to hire Dawish Chong Miao to send a message on a flying sword. The Consonance sect would definitely send reinforcements. It was also true that the Rainbow Wand could carry people on the wind and travel south quickly. However, Governor Lu had lied about how fast it could travel. The Rainbow Wand could indeed reach Yanji County by tomorrow afternoon if it flew alone. However, if it carried 2 or 3 people, it might not even reach the northern border of Yanji County by night. Why did Governor Lu lie? Because as the head official of a county, Governor Lu needed people to stand up in times of danger. If these people could hold on until the Rainbow Wand arrived, that would be the best outcome. If they could hold on until tomorrow afternoon, then those who had shown their faces and formed a personal grudge against the demons would have no way out. They could only live and die with the county. If the great demon lurking in the city did not make a move and did not cause trouble by tomorrow afternoon, then it would be fine. Governor Lu would still have a way to force them to show themselves. If Yanji County took the initiative to declare war, the demons could still wait patiently until the day after tomorrow. By then, the county would be in a good position to receive reinforcements from all directions, especially when the immortal masters of the Consonance sect were about to arrive. Governor Lu was even less worried about the situation. That was why it was said that when a scholar was at his wit's end, he could be ruthless and have a belly full of evil tricks. This was also the first time the old man truly met his advisor, Governor Lu. Not only was the old man not disappointed, he even felt that it was worth drinking to his heart's content. Unfortunately, the chances of that happening were slim. Before tricking the young master Lu Gaohua to the back door, the old man had a heartfelt conversation with Governor Lu. Governor Lu said that if the calamity in Yanji County ended with the death of 100 or 200 people, he would definitely run if he could. However, if many innocent people were going to die, he would not run. At that time, the scholar in official robes pointed at his chest and said that something was wrong there. He also said that he had read so many books of the saints and could be considered old friends with them. If he lived in this world, he would not have the face to flip through books in the future and would not be able to see his old friends. If I don't read books in this lifetime, what's the point of living? Yanji County's parents, who had never experienced war and smoke in their lives, were actually trembling when they said those sincere words. Their faces were pale and their legs were shaking. They could not hide it no matter how hard they tried. He let the old aide see everything clearly. Saying such bold words with such a cowardly attitude. It was quite comical. However, the old advisor could not laugh, nor did he find it funny. Some of the scholars who became officials were indeed different from those poor scholars who believed that they were born at the wrong time and that they were not given the opportunity to do so. The old man who acted as the coachman collected his thoughts and sped up the horses' hooves as they left the city. The old man could not help but look back. He did not know where the naughty disciple he had secretly taken in had gone to play. He could not find her no matter how hard he tried. He only hoped that she would not cause trouble. The calamity in Yanji County was not something she could mess up. The old man shook his head and said helplessly, "The Jianghu waters are muddy and the winds are strong on the mountain. It is not easy to survive anywhere. Is it so hard to find a place to eat?" There was a rice shop in the north of Yanji County that had been open for more than 20 years. The owner of the shop was a tall and thin old man who was silent all year round. The 2 workers in the shop who were rooted in the county with the old man did not like to joke either. However, they often went to the city god pavilion to burn incense, which made the neighbors have a good impression of them. In addition, the rice shop sold rice and mountain delicacies at low prices, so business was good. Today 2 foreigners came to the rice shop. They were a middle-aged couple who looked simple and honest. The shop had closed early. One of the young workers that the shop had recruited at the end of last winter explained that the shopkeeper's distant relatives had come. No one found it strange. It was normal for relatives who had not visited for so many years to chat after seeing each other. After the shop closed, the owner and the couple sat at the table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes and a fragrant smell. The 3 workers in the shop gathered together and cracked melon seeds. They clearly did not have the qualifications to sit. The man who had come from afar reached out and grabbed a greasy chicken leg. He gnawed on it madly while holding a wine pot in one hand. When he tilted his head back, half of the wine spilled out. The woman tilted her head slightly, pinched the skin under her chin with 2 fingers and tore it lightly. She actually tore off a thin piece of skin and threw it heavily on the table. Only then did she lean back on the chair and let out a heavy breath. "This bullshit thing, it's really torturous to wear. I can't even breathe properly and it actually costs 30 snowflakes." The 3 workers in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman who had torn off her disguise was really ugly. The three brothers looked at each other and smiled. They felt that the woman had bought that face worth 30 snowflakes. As the woman spoke, she reached out with her other hand and tore off a second piece of skin and threw it on the table. The three of them were stunned. They swallowed their saliva. This old woman was really good looking. The three of them began to pray for a third face. When the woman raised her hand again, the three of them wailed inwardly. It was actually an ugly freak. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman threw them a coquettish glance and said sweetly, "That's all. Big sister looks like this. Am I pretty?" The owner of the shop said unhappily, "Hurry up and get to the point." The man raised his chin, indicating that the woman should continue. He was busy with his wine and meat. The woman took out a small mirror and tidied up her hair. Languid, she said, "Old demon me, we came to split the spoils with you." The old man picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and chewed on it. He frowned and said, "We haven't even gotten the spoils yet, and you're already thinking about splitting the spoils? Is there something wrong with the two of you?" The woman lowered the mirror slightly and said with a charming smile, "You and Fairy Luli are very close. You've been friends for over 100 years. Of course we know that. However, the ship is about to sink. Old demon me, you can't drown with him, right?" The old man called Old Demon Me put down his chopsticks. "What do you mean? It's really beautiful. As expected of a high-quality product worth 80 snow coins. It's just that you're too cowardly. I offered you 200 snow coins, but you didn't even dare to make me a face that's 70 to 80% similar to He Xiaoyang's." The woman put down the mirror and tore off another piece of skin, revealing an old, freckled face. The man's mouth was full of oil. He said with a smile, that's right. If it's 70 to 80% similar to He Xiaoyang or Su Jia, let alone 200 snow coins, I'd even be willing to pay 500. At night, I'd be hugging Fairy He or Fairy Su and rolling in bed. TSK. What a heavenly life. I'd be able to keep the lights on all night. The woman rolled her eyes at the man and continued, "A little sword immortal surnamed Fu from the Divine Edict sect has also joined the Spirit Rhinoceros sect's expedition to the south. She's young, but her airs are bigger than the heavens. On the way south, the two ancestors of the Spirit Rhinoceros sect treated her like a bodhisattva." The old man put down his chopsticks and said with a heavy expression, "Really?" The woman nodded and said, "If not, we'd like to break up ahead of time. What good would it do us to leave you behind? We won't do things that harm others without benefiting ourselves. If we're too careless in doing business, our business won't last long." The old man asked a crucial question. "How do you know that the people of the Divine Edict sect are involved? Do you have spies in the Spirit Rhinoceros sect? And their seniority isn't low either?" The woman asked in return, "Is that strange?" The old man sneered and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "So you're doing business up in the mountains. Admirable. The man threw the chicken drumstick on the ground and interrupted loudly, "Up in the mountains? That's awesome, isn't it? What's the big deal about our little squabbles?" The woman said bluntly, "Old demon me, that's how it is. Give me a definite answer. If you're determined to stay with Elder Luli, we'll leave as soon as we finish our meal. That business with the Spirit Rhinoceros sect is enough for us to make a fortune. If you're willing to work with us, then we'll work together. After killing Elder Luli, we'll activate the formation in advance, seize the treasure in the chaos and run." The old man hesitated. The man wiped his mouth. "After killing Elder Luli, not only will his glazed lamp belong to you, you can also take whatever you find on this old friend of yours. However, that seal must belong to us." Old Demon Me muttered to himself for a moment. Wait a moment. He turned his head to look at the youngest disciple. "Throw a copper coin and divine your fortune." The young shop assistant had handsome features, red lips, and white teeth. He smiled brilliantly and took out a handful of copper coins. He squatted on the ground and raised his head to ask, "Old me, are there any benefits?" The old man said indifferently, "You won't have to wear those women's clothes every night." The other two disciples' expressions remained the same. They smiled at each other. The young man blushed slightly and said coyly, "What kind of benefits are these? Old me, why don't you change to something else?" The old man thought for a moment. "I'll give you 10%. The young man with the feminine voice asked, "Will this disciple still have the life to spend the benefits?" Old Demon Me coldly glanced at the two disciples who had been in the sect for a long time. He nodded at the young man. "Yes." The young man smiled charmingly. He bit his finger and smeared his blood on the copper coins. Finally he threw them out. After examining them for a moment, He raised his head and said in pleasant surprise, "Great." Old Demon Me felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He looked at the couple. "I'll have my disciple activate the formation in advance. The three of us will deal with Elder Luli together. We'll end this quickly. What do you think?" The woman slowly withdrew her gaze from the handsome young man's face. She was in a good mood. "Sure." The man suddenly asked in a sinister voice, "Old Demon Me, you've been friends with Elder Luli for 100 years. Can you really bear to kill him?" Old Demon Me picked up some food with his chopsticks. "I'll give you an immortal's glazed lamp to kill your wife. Will you do it?" The man was resentful. The woman wasn't sad at all. She took out her bronze mirror and looked it over. "If I'm worth a glazed lamp in this heartless bastard's eyes, then I'll have lived a good life." Outside the city god's hall, a young girl stood at the back door of the first hall, trembling with fear. She didn't even dare to stand in the small plaza between the wealth god's hall and the Taisui hall. This was because the battle in the city god's hall was turning the heavens and earth upside down. The deity in her heart was first stepped on in the back by the demonized city god, Shenwen. Then she saw that the young deity was even more powerful. He straightened his back in an instant, forcing the city god to take 2 steps back. Afterwards, the renowned golden city god of the beautiful robes nation erupted with astonishing battle prowess. He ran around the spacious hall as if he was flying, chasing after the sword immortal with the case. During this time he threw out 21 punches, and it was still that strange fist stance that could break through magical restrictions. The golden city god had clearly been beaten to the point where he had fallen into the demonic path. His golden dust scattered throughout the hall, and countless cracks appeared on his clay idol. Wisps of black smoke seeped out. However, the golden city god let out a loud roar, and formed a strange hand seal that the young girl didn't recognize. Not only did the golden dust return to the surface of the idol, even the cracks instantly closed up. The city god's eyes were pitch black and emitted a sinister aura. If one looked into his eyes, they would feel a chill run down their spines. However, apart from that, his golden body was still dazzling and dazzling. He was 3 zhang tall, and each of his punches caused the walls to cave in. Every step he took shattered the tiles on the ground. He was just like a dignified deity that presided over the heavens, vanquishing demons in the mortal realm. The Silver Bell girl was filled with worry. Could the invincible golden city god really be defeated by someone? She was also a bit confused. Why didn't the old immortal bring out his 2 golden talisman? He didn't even want to use his flying sword? Instead, he only fought with the golden city god in close combat. He had already used many different fist techniques. There were a few times when she saw the immortal carrying the box being sent flying from one side of the city god palace to the other. Listening to the sounds, he should have been sent flying into the wall by the golden city god. Later on, the golden city god simply tore down a pillar of the hall. He didn't care if the city god palace would collapse. He used it as a weapon and wantonly smashed it. When the immortals fought, the earth shook. The young girl was shocked to the core. Her palms were full of sweat as she silently cheered for him. Although the old immortal was temporarily at a disadvantage, he was still fighting valiantly. For example, he used his arms to block above his head, and forcefully blocked a huge pillar that smashed down on his head. The pillar suddenly broke and his knees sank into the ground. The young girl hurriedly closed one of her eyes and turned her head. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. She thought that it must be very painful. Another time he was kicked out of the hall, and his whole body rolled more than 10 times on the square. The golden city god stood behind the door of the hall with a cold smile. He curled his finger at Qin Pingon, and Qin Pingon got up and rushed into the hall. In less than half an hour, the city god palace was torn apart by the golden city god. 5 to 6 pillars were torn down, and the hall that had experienced hundreds of years of ups and downs completely collapsed. Dust covered the sky. The golden city god pulled out the last red pillar. The wall on the left was not as broken as the wall on the right. Instead, the entire wall collapsed outwards. Qin Pingon stood on the wall. His sleeves were already torn to shreds. He turned his head and lightly spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Pingon treated the golden city god as the second Makushuan. Through the battle, he used it to train his body and soul. He probably couldn't win with just his fists. It seemed that the statue could quickly recover to its peak state in the city god palace no matter how badly it was beaten. This was too unreasonable. Qin Pingon glanced at the ruins from the corner of his eyes. He recalled the position where the golden city god stood from the beginning to the end, and understood. The square-inch world was known as the wonderful little grotto heaven, and it had the same effect. For example, Mr. Qi and Master Yuan were in the Liju Grotto heaven. As long as the scholarly sage was in the academy, and the military sage was in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, they would have the time and place to fight with others. Presumably, the city god of Yanji County was here, and it was also in line with this point. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and continued to charge forward. He wanted to try to lure the city god away from the city god palace. If possible, it would be best if he could lure him away from the entire city god pavilion area. However, things didn't always go as planned. Although the golden city god had turned into a demon and its intelligence was chaotic, it instinctively refused to leave the ruined city god palace. Even if Chen Pingan used injuries as bait twice and threw himself out of the city god palace, the golden city god would at most use sections of the pillars as weapons and crazily smash them at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan didn't want to continue wasting time here. He had to go to the governor's office as soon as possible and expose the mastermind who was pretending to be mysterious. It was only at this moment that the true satisfaction of this great battle was fully displayed. Chen Pingan kept punching, and at the same time Chu Yi and Chu Wu in the sword-strengthening gourd also flew toward the golden city god. Above the city god palace ruins, White Rainbow E and Jade Green 15, two flying swords, along with Chen Pingan's punches, wrapped around the tall golden city god statue. The girl with the silver bell was dazzled and her mouth was agape. In the end, Chen Pingan took out a golden pagoda demon-suppressing talisman, paying the price of a golden talisman that was completely dark. Only then was he able to suppress it. The golden body cracked, and in the end only a dozen pieces of the golden body in that small green wooden box were left. Chen Pingan silently kept those things and touched the blood on his face. He walked beside the girl and smiled. "What is your name?" The girl was startled. "Lu Gaoxin." Chen Pingan said, "Happy?" The girl's face was a little red and she explained, "Gao as in high place, Xn as in warm. It's not Xing as in happy." When her parents gave her this name, it meant that in the future she would be able to outshine others and have a fragrance at the highest place. The girl's appearance was pretty, and her state of mind was pure. She did not want to be entangled in this matter. The immortal in front of her had just finished his battle with the possessed golden city god and needed to rest. Chen Pingan originally wanted to say that this name was very good, and that it was very similar to his name. But in the end it was not happy, so he could only swallow the words back into his stomach. Chen Pingan suddenly felt a little apprehensive and asked doubtfully, "You can't be Lu Gaohua's sister, right?" The girl's eyes brightened. "Why, does the immortal know my brother?" Chen Pingan smiled. "We just met not long ago. Just in time, I'm going to the county governor's office to tell your father that the old immortal is the main culprit." The girl did not go to the high platform in the middle of the lake that night, so she did not see the faces of the old immortal and the colorful female ghost. Chen Pingan had already rushed to the high wall, and the girl hurriedly followed behind. The two of them jumped on roofs and ran on walls one after another. Although the girl's body was also tempered, she was still far from Chen Pingan, and soon she was out of breath. Chen Pingan stood on a raised roof and let her rest for a while. Lu Gaoxin carefully said, "Old sword immortal, why don't you fly on your sword? You can take me to my house with you, it'll be faster." It's fine if she randomly called him a sword immortal, but calling him an old sword immortal? Chen Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry, and simply ignored her. When the girl's breathing returned to normal, he took the lead and ran wildly on the roofs of the county city. The girl thought that this old immortal sword immortal really did not take the normal path. Moreover, his temper was always good. Previously, when she was talking, she secretly looked at him a few times. He looked quite handsome and did not look old at all. (231) Chen Pingan's forceful charge was met with a wave of precise and orderly arrows. The personal troops that General Ma had placed in the county governor's mansion were all elite soldiers brought back from the border. They had amazing physical strength and were experienced on the battlefield. Even when facing a person from the mountain, they still cooperated well. Chen Pingan flew up from the roof ridge and landed in the depths of the county governor's mansion. In the short process of a few blinks of an eye, he had to use his hands to push aside two aggressive and extremely accurate arrows. The girl with silver bells shouted loudly, "I am the county governor's daughter, Lu Gaoxin. The old immortal is an ally who has come to help. Please put down your bows and arrows." Chen Pingan's figure landed at the entrance of the main hall of the official residence. Without turning his head, he took 2 steps sideways and reached out to grab an arrow that was shot from behind him. The arrow was engraved with ancient cloud patterns, and there were 3 tiny grooves on it. Radiance flowed between them. Qin Pingan casually threw the arrow to the ground and said in a deep voice, "Hero Su Zhongshan, are you in the main hall?" The old man who revealed his supernatural power on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night is the mastermind behind the city god pavilion's disaster this time. The bearded man took the lead and flew out. The armored general and Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng followed closely behind. A brass strongman over 10 feet tall charged over with large strides. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan had no choice but to extend his palm to block the fist. The brass strongman that Daoist Chong Miao had painstakingly created with talismans had extraordinary strength. Although its grade was not high, its battle prowess was comparable to a pure martial artist at the peak of the second realm. However, after Qin Pingan blocked the fist with his 5 fingers, the joints of its body trembled violently, producing a series of hissing sounds. It was unable to advance even an inch. Governor Lu also ran out of the main door and looked up. When he saw the girl with silver bells standing on the wall, he immediately shouted, it's my daughter, Lu Gaoxin. Warriors, don't hurt her by accident." The big bearded swordsman hurriedly explained to the people beside him, "It's our friend. His name is Qin Pingan. Previously he went to investigate the city god pavilion." The armored general nodded. He raised his arm and made a military gesture. The archers hidden everywhere didn't immediately put away the bows in their hands, only pressing down on the arrowheads. At the same time, the arrowheads shrank back into the shape of a crescent moon. It was almost exactly the same, not even the change in arc difference. Su Yuanxia, who had traveled to many countries, was very attentive. After seeing this scene, she immediately gasped in admiration. She had never thought that a place like the colorful robes country, which was filled with a scholarly atmosphere, would have such a well-trained army of tigers and wolves. General Ma, who was currently in charge of overseeing the east gate of the city, was definitely a great talent in managing an army. Taoist Chong Miao made a gesture to summon back the brass strongman that had failed to start the battle. His expression was ugly as he sneered, "Old immortal Huang is the mastermind? Ha, you yellow-mouthed, white-toothed young man, I think you're the evil one who wants to fish in troubled waters." The old Taoist in bright Taoist robes turned his head and said to Governor Lu and the military general, "If old immortal Huang, whose Tao is exceedingly powerful, is the mastermind with ulterior motives, then why are we still plotting here? Besides, if old immortal Huang is the mastermind, why would he take off his pants to fart and take the initiative to warn us?" Governor Lu muttered, "That doesn't make sense." The general said something fair for the young man, "Evil spirits are the best at taking risks. They can't be judged with common sense. It's best that we don't believe anyone so easily. We might as well listen to what the young man has to say first." The young girl Lu Gaoxin jumped off the wall and ran all the way. Her movements were full of spiritual aura, especially the tinkling of the silver bells. Waves of golden ripples rippled around her body. She was clearly a cultivator who had reached a higher level. Governor Lu didn't have time to ponder why his daughter had turned into a flying immortal. When his youngest daughter came to his side, he immediately asked anxiously, "Are you hurt anywhere? You brat, the county city is in chaos now. Why are you running around?" "Nonsense." Lu Gaoxin pointed at Qin Pingan. "Old immortal." She suddenly realized that she had said something wrong. This was because when they were on the road, the old immortal who had an earth-shattering flying sword technique had specifically told her not to talk too much about the battle at the city god's pavilion. He was still unwilling to reveal his identity at the moment, in case the prefectural governor's manor also had a fiendish demon spy causing mischief. Lu Gaoxin hurriedly made up for it. "Young hero Qin Pingan and I encountered a female ghost with withered bones in the city god pavilion. It was the Tsai talisman beauty who first appeared on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. She was one of the demons who had brought disaster to the county city. Young hero Qin and I managed to subdue her with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, Lord City God and the 2 civil and military officials had turned into demons. Black smoke surged from their 7 orifices and they wanted to kill us. Fortunately, an old immortal who knew how to use a flying sword appeared out of nowhere and saved us. However, the old immortal was also seriously injured. He wanted us to first inform him that the fellow with the surname Huang and his allies were scheming to obtain a magic weapon. He wanted me to pass a message to Father that we must not invite a wolf into our house. The old immortal also said that if necessary, he would definitely take action again after he had recuperated his sea of chi and natal flying sword to help us slay the demons." Qin Pingan looked calm. In his heart, he was praising the young girl for her quick thinking. Compared to Zhu Lu on Chituan Mountain and the group of Jianghu men and women in front of the dilapidated temple, the young girl named Lu Gaoxin with silver bells was indeed much better. Everyone quickly returned to the main hall. Before they could take their seats, armored soldiers covered in blood entered. It was said that there were many people in the county city who seemed to have fallen into a demonic state. They began to kill people in a frenzy. Regardless of whether it was their relatives, friends, or neighbors, none of them were spared. These people in the county city who seemed to be purely martial artists who had gone mad had one thing in common. Blood oozed out of their eyes. Moreover, their bodies were quite strong and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Many government officials, soldiers, and constables had already been injured. Not only that, there were several places in the county city where there were stone arch bridges and secluded alleys. Almost at the same time, scarlet lights appeared. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the grass and trees withered and the fishes turned up their bellies white. The atmosphere in the main hall was solemn. Governor Lu forced himself to calm down and began to arrange the troops. In addition to sending people to the east gate of the city to inform General Ma to be careful of old immortal Huang, everyone in the hall formed teams of 2 and went to various strange places together to prevent accidents. If they found any demonic people or otherworldly items, they could be executed immediately. In addition, all the officials in the governor's mansion had to leave their official residences and inform the people in the county to return home immediately. Once they were discovered, they would be punished severely for violating the night law. The bearded swordsmen Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng were in the same group. One was purely a martial artist and the other was a Taoist priest. Taoist Chongmiao and the armored general were in the same group. At Lu Gaoxin's request, she followed Qin Pingan. No matter how selfless Governor Lu was, he would not let his precious daughter take risks. Fortunately, the Jianghu warrior volunteered to assist Qin Pingan to go to the gate of the Zhao mansion. Governor Lu reminded Lu Gaoxin not to be impulsive and to listen to the orders of the 2 masters. Of course, Lu Gaoxin was overjoyed and agreed readily. Governor Lu was afraid that she would not take it seriously, so he held her back and reminded her again. The young girl was getting impatient. Suddenly, the old sword immortal, who did not look old beside her, said, "Miss Lu, don't let the governor worry." Lu Gaoxin was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and saw that Qin Pingan was not angry or annoyed, nor was he taking advantage of his seniority. It was as if he simply wanted her to do a better job. Although Lu Gaoxin did not understand, she still patiently bid farewell to her father and promised that she would not act on impulse. Governor Lu was slightly relieved. Finally, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and thanked Qin Pingan and the martial artist. He said sincerely, "I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to take care of my daughter." The 2 of them returned the gesture. The 3 of them rushed to the Zhao mansion, which was only 2 streets away from the governor's mansion. The martial artist surnamed Do looked up at the sky and shook his head. He lamented, "Whether it's the immortals or demons on the mountain, deep down they never take human lives seriously. They shouldn't be like this." Qin Pingan did not know how to answer, so he could only keep silent. When the 3 of them arrived outside the Zhao mansion, there were already demonic men and women with blood oozing out of their eyes who were rushing out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they ran swiftly. The machete men and archers outside were mostly constables of the county city and yamen runners of the governor's mansion. They usually dealt with big thieves and small thieves, so they had never seen such a scene. Most of them were pale and the accuracy of their arrows was unsightly. Moreover, the demonic servants and maids of the Zhao mansion were still able to continue forward even if they were hit by arrows. Qin Pingan saw with his own eyes a youth whose face was covered in blood being shot in the chest by a powerful arrow from a distance of 20 steps. His entire body was sent flying by the huge penetrating force. After falling backward, he struggled to stand up. More than half of the arrow was still in his chest. He spat out blood as he continued to rush forward. The poor formation of the archers, constables, and machete men was almost destroyed at the first charge. They could only engage in close combat with the fearless demonic men. If Qin Pingan and the other 2 had not arrived just in time, the endless stream of people of the Zhao mansion would have scattered everywhere, forming a disaster similar to a swarm of locusts. Qin Pingan did not know if there was a way to deal with the demonic men, so he used his fists and feet to send the demonic men of the Zhao mansion flying back to the gate. Lu Gaoxin's bell rang loudly, and the golden flowers scattered in all directions. As long as the demonic men were touched by the golden flowers, their bodies would fester and turn into a pool of blood and pus. The stench of blood filled the air. After the machete man surnamed Do unsheathed his saber, the blade bloomed with a dazzling snow-white light. With every slash, the demonic men, women, and children were split in half. The macheteman's machete skills were extraordinary. He had clearly reached the Grandmaster realm of returning to simplicity. He was straightforward, and his moves were straightforward without any sloppiness. However, compared to the machete man of the bearded machete man Su Yuanxia's machete skills, this man's machete skills lacked the rough aura of the battlefield and had a touch of the acme of perfection. It was very likely that he was a martial arts grandmaster who was on his way to the fourth realm. From this, it could be seen that the concealment in the main hall of the official residence was more of the so-called, the real man does not show his face in Jianghu. After Lu Gaoxin blocked a wave of demonic qi in the Zhao mansion, she found that the ground around her was covered in blood and broken limbs. She suddenly squatted down and vomited. A red light flashed in the Zhao mansion, emitting a thick gloomy aura. Qin Pingan saw that there was no danger at the entrance of the Zhao mansion for the time being. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and swiftly flew over the high wall like a swallow, heading straight for the origin of the red light. Following the traces of the red light, Qin Pingan arrived at an elegant and quiet courtyard. There was a private library that was 3 stories high. A young master in white was sitting on the steps outside the library. He sat in a lazy posture, with his elbow resting on the armrest of the chair. He rested his chin on one hand and held an ancient book in the other, yawning. The extraordinarily handsome young master squinted at Qin Pingan and said with a smile, "Why did you come so late? This young master has an extraordinary bearing. Are you an immortal cultivator on the mountain? Or a grandmaster's disciple who travels the Jianghu?" Sitting up straight, the young master of the Zhao mansion dipped his finger in his saliva and gently turned a page of the book. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed between the pages. The red light converged into a thick rope, twisting and turning in the air like a python. It circled around the high wall of the courtyard and was about to rush into the mansion, trying to attach itself to the people in the mansion. Qin Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. The scarlet python was cut in half. The young master in white raised his eyebrows. "Oh, a little sword immortal? Impressive. I heard that sword immortals in the lower 5 levels have great killing power, but their physical strength is easily exhausted. A few breaths of sword chi can be dazzling, but it is easy for it to disappear. I wonder if you are more powerful?" The young master in white held a book in one hand and flipped through an ancient book to the end with the other. Dozens of small scarlet snakes as thick as thumbs rushed into the sky from the library and were about to scatter in all directions. However, the young master in white saw that the young man who was about to hang the wine gourd was still in the mood to take off the wine gourd and drink a mouthful of wine. Before the young master of the Zhao mansion sneered, he could not laugh anymore. Because those little red snakes called crimson drill in the sky were instantly sliced into pieces by a wisp of crisscrossing white light. Then, he felt a chill between his eyebrows and suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He died with his eyes wide open. It turned out that his head was pierced by the flying sword from between his eyebrows. The wisp of sword chi that had seeped into his body and spirit also destroyed all his vitality in an instant with lightning speed. When Qin Pingan put away the wine gourd, the 2 flying swords, Chu Yi and Chu Wu, slowly returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. On the other side of the courtyard wall, the machete man surnamed Do stood on the wall. After seeing this scene, he saluted Qin Pingan with clasped hands. Qin Pingan thought of something and said to the machete man, "Tell Lu Gaoxin that I have to go to the Earth Temple immediately. I will be back soon." The machete man laughed heartily and said, "There is no big problem here. There are only a few cats and dogs. Immortal Master Qin, don't worry." Qin Pingan felt a little helpless. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but he did not expect that the machete man would still see him kill the enemy with his flying sword. He nodded at the machete man and then his figure disappeared quickly. Qin Pingan sprinted all the way and leaped over a wall. Finally, he followed the voice of the ripples that appeared in his heart lake and followed that person's instructions. He came to an empty earth temple and looked up. Inside the earth temple, there was an elegant scholar waving at him with a smile on his face. However, his figure was swaying, like the last bit of light that would be extinguished with the slightest breeze. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and then rushed over. The deity stood in the dimly lit doorway while Qin Pingan stood outside the slightly brighter doorway. The scholar bowed first and then stood up with a smile. "This is the second time we meet. I am Shen Wen, the Lord Xing Wang of Yanji County. I have been watching over this city for hundreds of years. Today's result is the result of the past. I have neglected my duty first. If you did not break the restriction and successfully stop me from falling into the demonic path, the upright Lord Xingwang of Tsai Nation might have become an accomplice to the evildoer and become a murderer who harms the people in his jurisdiction. I want to thank you. Speaking of this, the scholar smiled and said, "Previously, I did not know that I was about to fall into the demonic path. Therefore I made a fool of myself. This time, I want to thank you not only for helping me not to go out and harm the people, but also for your sincerity and willingness to take the initiative to return the green wooden box." When he entered the Xingwang Hall, the young man returned the wooden box. It was a good deed, a good deed. He clearly had a Fangsuan item, but when he handed over the wooden box, he did not take it out from the Fangsuan item, but directly took it out from his sleeve. This meant that the young man in front of him believed that the wooden box belonged to the Xingwang Hall from the beginning. This was another good deed, a good deed. Chen Pingan looked at Xingwang carefully. He could no longer see any traces of him falling into the demonic path. He was slightly relieved. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Previously in the Xingwang Hall, in order to protect myself, I had no choice but to break Lord Xingwang's golden body." Lord Xingwang, who was no longer in the form of a Lord Xingwang, waved his hand and changed the topic. He asked, "Little immortal, are you a scholar?" Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed and shook his head. "I am not a scholar. Now, I only know how to flip through books and take notes. I hope to know more words and learn more about how to be a person." Xingwang smiled and asked, "Do you know the use of the golden body fragments?" Chen Pingan still shook his head. He really did not know. Xingwang said softly, "Those golden body fragments must be kept well. The gods in the world who enjoy the worship of the gods, whether it is the mountain gods or us, the Xingwang and the civil and military temples, all have the golden body. First, the imperial court conferred the title and created the statue. Then, the gods themselves nurtured the little divine light. However, the golden body is also divided into high and low ranks. Similar to the officialdom, generally, the golden body of the 5 mountain gods is of the highest quality, followed by the great river god and Lord Xingwang of the capital, and so on. That green wooden box contains the Xingwang of Tsai Country's Tuaji County seal of Tsai Country, which was personally engraved by a great celestial master of the celestial master residence of Longhu Mountain. It is an extremely powerful instrument that contains the mighty power of heaven. However, it can only be used with the 5 thunder mantra. Although I am the current Lord Xingwang of Yanji County, as a god, I am unable to use the thunder mantra. In fact, when the celestial master residence bestowed this item, it had more of a symbolic meaning to help protect the feng shui of the county. It was not for the qi cultivators of Tsai Country or Lord Xingwang to use the seal to show off. If it was not for this little celestial master seal that deterred the demons, and the early formation of the mass grave outside the city with heavy resentment, they would have rushed into Yanji County long ago. Chen Pingan thought for a while and asked, "Do you need me to help you hand it to Governor Liu? Or hand it to the Emperor of Tsai Country?" Lord Xingwang Shenwen looked carefully at the pair of clear eyes. He waved his sleeves and laughed loudly. "The teachings of the saints, the divine weapon of heaven and earth, can only be held by the virtuous." (232) I wish everyone a happy and peaceful new year. Just like little Ping An in this novel, I wish you all a happy and peaceful new year. I wish you all the best in this new year. The Golden City God's words carried a lot of weight. Even the gentlemen chosen by the Confucian Academy would not dare to call themselves virtuous. The 3 immortality of a scholar was to establish virtue, make contributions and speak. With virtue as the head, it was the most difficult. Most scholars could only settle for the next best thing in their lives, and they would even retreat again and again. However, Chen Pingan's knowledge was still shallow. He could not understand the deeper meaning behind Shenwen's words as a scholar and not as the Golden City God. Chen Pingan naturally liked the green wooden box that made him feel at ease. Now that he knew that it contained a seal personally carved by the palm imprint Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, he liked it even more. Who didn't like good things in the world? Chen Pingan liked it very much. However, liking was one thing, but it did not mean that he could take what others liked. This had nothing to do with how fast Chen Pingan's punches were, how high his martial arts realm was, or how many flying swords he had. This was actually what the Confucian Academy advocated. It was just that Chen Pingan did not know the truth, yet. Shenwen smiled and said, "Just take the seal." Seeing that the little immortal master in front of him was a little confused, the Golden City god Shenwen was even happier. After hundreds of years of exposure to incense, he had seen all kinds of prayers, demands and ignorance from pilgrims, as well as suffering, piety and helplessness in worldly affairs. Shenwen had changed from a pure official who only knew how to serve his country to someone who understood worldly affairs more and more. Occasionally, even a clay bodhisattva would get angry. He was angry at those men and women who only knew how to burn incense and pray to gods but not themselves. He was angry at those filthy rich and unruly people. He would also lament their misfortune and be angry at those who did not strive. Many things and people appeared in his mind one by one as he was about to disappear. The Golden City god Shenwen looked at the young man standing outside the door with mixed feelings. Shenwen suddenly took a deep breath, and his scattered and ethereal figure stabilized a little. He said, "Shenwen has a final request. You can consider whether you want to do it or not. Shenwen does not dare to force you." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "The Golden City god can just say it." Shenwen asked, "If a wise monarch appears in colorful robes country in the future, will you be able to help? Even if it's just a little bit of help, such as a drought or a flood, you're not far from here. Can you use your divine ability to help the people of the beautiful robes nation safely survive the natural disaster? Every time is better." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Lord Xingwang, don't worry. Regardless of whether the Colorful Clothes Empire's emperor is wise or not, as long as I hear that the Colorful Clothes Empire is in trouble, I will definitely take the initiative to come here. But let me say this first, I will only do what I can. I hope Lord Xingwang can understand." Shenwen's face was filled with relief as he muttered, "Very good, this is very good." In truth, this Golden City god felt guilty because he was scheming against others. Shenwen firmly believed that as long as the young man in front of him cultivated the great Tao and didn't make any major mistakes, he would definitely have a bright future. At that time, as long as the young man had feelings for the beautiful robes nation, the later he acted, the higher his realm, and the more beneficial it would be for the beautiful robes nation. Shenwen looked at the gloomy sky outside the Earth Temple and felt bitter in his heart. I, Shenwen, can only do this much for the beautiful robes nation. Shenwen came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Previously, I only talked about half of the golden body fragments. I talked about the origin and grade. As for the use, it's a little similar to the dragon slaying technique. It's extremely useful, but the threshold is very high. If it's an ordinary person, holding hundreds of golden body fragments in their hands would probably be meaningless. However, if the person who has the fragments has friends who walk the path of the divine path, that would be a genuine priceless treasure. It's an innate spirit weapon in the world, an extremely rare and precious one. Or if it's given by the monarch of a country to the gods of their own mountains and rivers, it would definitely be considered a top gift in the world. Taking a step back, when you reach a place near the top of the mountain, you can sell it to knowledgeable people who need it. For example, great cultivators of the Golden Core realm and Nascent Soul realm. You can ask for a sky-high price. No matter how much you ask, it wouldn't be excessive." Qin Pingan's expression was solemn as he memorized everything. Shenwen smiled and said, "Please extend your hand." Qin Pingan was a little dazed as he extended his hand. Shenwen extended his hand and dug into his chest. After clenching his fist, he extended it towards Qin Pingan. Releasing his fist, he gently placed an item in Qin Pingan's palm. It was a golden item the size of a goose egg. Qin Pingan raised his head and blinked his eyes. Shenwen smiled and said, "In the ruins of the ancient battlefield, countless military cultivators painstakingly searched for the spirits of the battlefield. They were actually looking for the heroic spirits of heroes and war gods. I, Shenwen, was born a scholar. After my death, I was conferred the title of city god of this place by the emperor of the colorful robes country. I have a golden body and its appearance is decent. It's not the city god of the capital city of the dynasty. However, this golden body, guts, it's not inferior to any city god of the continent." At this moment, Shenwen seemed to have returned to his youth. He studied hard for more than 10 years. He was a carp that jumped over the dragon's gate. He was a farmer in the morning and ascended to the emperor's hall in the evening. He was in high spirits. As the top scholar, he led the way in the palace. He was not doing it to bring glory to his family, but to bring joy to all the families. After Shenwen handed over the golden body guts, he seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. After hundreds of years of conscientious protection, he could finally have a good rest. Qin Pingan did not retract his hand for a long time. Shenwen laughed loudly and extended a finger. He gently tapped on the guts and said with a smile, I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but my heart is as one. Little immortal teacher, read more books in the future. Qin Pingan solemnly kept the golden body guts and placed them together with the green wooden box into the Fangsuan item. The youth bowed as a scholar's junior. Shenwen returned the greeting as a scholar of the same generation. Qin Pingan remembered something. He stepped into the earth temple and took out the seal of mountains and rivers. He said softly, Lord City God, my name is Qin Pingan. I came from Dali's Longquan County. Mr. Qi gave me this seal. He said that when I saw mountains and rivers I could stamp on a map. Previously the Yin energy at the mass grave was very heavy. I asked someone from the county governor's office to get a map and put it on the map. In the end it seemed like the fate of the mountains and rivers were reversed. Now the demons are causing trouble in Yenji County City. Is it still useful? Can it suppress the evil energy they create? Shenwen's expression was solemn. He asked, Can I take it? Qin Pingan nodded and said, Of course. Shenwen carefully took the seal of mountains and rivers with both hands. Then with one in each hand he raised it high above his head. He looked at the seal script at the bottom of the seal and the slightly faded red seal. Shenwen took a deep breath and put down his arms. He asked, Did that mister tell you that there is a flaw in this pair of invaluable artifacts? Every time you seal it, the spiritual energy will dissipate a little. In the end, the spiritual energy will be used up and it will become the most ordinary seal? Qin Pingan scratched his head and grinned. He said, Mr. Qi didn't tell me this. Shenwen asked again, Aren't you afraid that your spiritual energy will be greatly damaged after you seal it? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, What's there to be afraid of? I'm not squandering it. Previously, I saw these words in a travel book about mountains and rivers that was printed in Yenji County. It was called, The river is clear and the sea is clear, the time is abundant. I liked it very much and even carved it on a bamboo slip. Besides, I think this is also Mr. Qi's original intention for giving me the seal. If Mr. Qi were here he would definitely do the same. Shenwen sighed. It's a pity that the demons are causing trouble this time. They're using evil arts to bewitch people and spread plagues. This has great significance for the seal of the landscape seal, but it's not very useful in the current dangerous situation. Qin Pingan, keep the seal well. I still say the same thing. If there's a wise ruler in Colorful Clothes Nation in the future, when you pass by Colorful Clothes Nation, you can ask the emperor for a map of the capital. Once you seal it, it'll benefit you for at least 100 years. Keep it well. Remember and treasure it well. Don't take it out so easily and let others see it. Qin Pingan was somewhat disappointed. He could only put the seal away again. Seeing this scene, Shenwen did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be such a stupid child? The hillmen were all businessmen. They all pursued small capital and huge profits. They did not care about the losses and gains in front of them. But they also planned far ahead. They planned for thousands of miles and thousands of years. In the end, they still wanted to make a huge profit. Shenwen's figure became more and more illusory. He said solemnly, Qin Pingan, this time the demons are causing mischief. Just like what you said, it's within your power. It's enough. Qin Pingan nodded his head. He took down his wine gourd and looked at the sky with Lord Xingwang. Shenwen suddenly asked, Dali Longquan County? The counties of Aquarius continent usually do not have the word dragon in their name. Qin Pingan laughed. My hometown used to be the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Later on, the Grotto Heaven shattered and fell to the ground. Hence, it was renamed Longquan County. Shenwen was startled. He probed, The Mr. Qi you are talking about, is it Mr. Qi from Cliff Academy, the disciple that Saint is most proud of? Qin Pingan nodded. His expression dimmed. It's that Mr. Qi. Shenwen stared blankly at the young man from Dali. Straw sandals, wine gourd, flying sword, seal, pure and innocent heart. His name was Qin Pingan. Shenwen's mouth was dry. Qin Pingan, then are you Mr. Qi's direct disciple? Qin Pingan was hesitant. In the end he decided to speak the truth. Mr. Qi was not willing to accept me as his disciple. But later on I met old Master Sheng. It seems that Mr. Qi wanted to accept me as his disciple. But at that time I felt that I was not even a scholar. I did not agree to be his disciple. Old Master Sheng was not angry. He was drunk. When I was carrying him, the old man patted my head and urged me to drink. Qin Pingan smiled and raised the wine gourd in his hand. He smiled brightly and said, So now I drink. The scholar Shenwen felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was not just one lightning strike on his head, but wave after wave. Qi Jingchun. Qi Jingchuan's junior brother. Old Master Sheng. Old Master Sheng's closed-door disciple. The young man rejected him. Shenwen was dumbstruck. Qin Pingan stared blankly at Lord City God. Could it be that he had said something wrong? He could only secretly drink a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. Shenwen suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he almost cried. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder hard. Good. Others will definitely not understand the matters of us scholars. That's right. Shenwen retracted his hand. He put his hands behind his back and strode out of the temple. Wonderful. Scholar. Shenwen turned around and smiled. He gave a thumbs up. Well done. After Shenwen stepped out of the door, the last bit of divine aura dissipated. He laughed loudly and disappeared between heaven and earth. His entire figure shattered into pieces. Qin Pingan was a little sad. He put the wine gourd on his waist and looked at the place where the scholar from Dali-E Kingdom disappeared. He whispered softly, everything is fine. After the white-clothed young master was killed, no one else in the Zhao mansion fell into a demonic state. Although Lu Gaoxin was vomiting non-stop, she was still unwilling to return to the peaceful county governor's mansion. She accompanied the master of the Jianghu surnamed Do to search for the missing fish. When they came to a firewood hut, the door was tightly shut. The machete man frowned and kicked it open. He found a boy who was 8 or 9 years old inside. Behind him was a pile of firewood. The machete man said indifferently, "Move. Once you fall into a demonic state, you can't be saved." The boy pursed his lips and shook his head hard. The macheteman's face was cold. He strode forward and pushed the boy's head back. The boy crashed into the wall. The machete man used his long knife to push aside 2 bundles of firewood. There was a sallow and emaciated girl inside. She was tied up tightly with rope. One of her eye sockets was bleeding non-stop. The other eye socket was no different from a normal person's. The girl's lips were pale and slightly trembling. The machete man raised his knife and was about to strike when the boy struggled to get up. He picked up a hatchet and rushed to the girl. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill him, I'll kill you." The Zhao Manor was indeed the #1 aristocratic family in Yanji County. Even the servants and children of the Zhao Manor could understand the language of the entire continent. The machete man sneered and said, "You don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that your *T kindness today may cause the deaths of thousands of people?" The boy was thin and his clothes were thin. He had a determined look in his eyes and said, "I don't care. I want to protect Luan." The machete man kicked the boy who was holding the hatchet and sent a gust of knife energy toward the poor girl. A silver bell rang out, and the saber aura shattered the many golden flowers that flew over. The bladesman's hand paused for a moment, but the edge of the saber still left an inch-long wound on the girl's forehead. The machete man was not angry when his knife was blocked. He turned and stared at the girl and asked, "Lu Gaoxin, can you save her?" Others may not know the consequences of becoming a demon, but as an accomplished qi cultivator, how can you not know? Why, when the situation is beyond saving, are you going to personally execute this girl? Lu Gaoxin's face was pale and her lips trembled. "I can't bear to." The machete man snorted. "I think it's because I killed those demons outside the Zhao mansion too quickly. Miss Lu didn't see them gnawing on the flesh of the commoners." Lu Gaoxin. The boy struggled to get up again. He was in so much pain that he could not hold the knife steadily. The tip of the knife trembled. The boy screamed at the machete man, "Bastard, kill me first if you dare." The machete man sneered, "What's the point of killing you?" He was about to strike again. Lu Gaoxin's eyes were red. She turned away and could not bear to watch. Someone outside the door said, "Wait a moment." The machete man thought for a moment and sheathed his knife. He turned and smiled at the person. "Since the immortal master has spoken, I won't do anything unnecessary." It turned out to be Qin Pingan who had returned to the Zhao mansion. He nodded at the machete man. Qin Pingan walked quickly into the woodshed and squatted in front of the girl. He found that the girl seemed to be fighting against the demon in her body. Even though her eyes were bleeding and she was in so much pain, she still kept her lips tightly shut and did not make a sound. The girl tried her best to open her normal eye. Her eyes were full of pleading. If one could live, who would be willing to die? Especially a child of this age. Qin Pingan looked at the stubborn girl and patted her head gently. He said warmly, "Don't be afraid. Cry out when you're in pain. It's okay. The girl raised her head. Half of her face was bleeding. She looked at the unfamiliar young man who was smiling and cried out loud. Some grievances, no matter how big or small, could only be understood by those who had suffered the same grievances. Otherwise, no matter how kind others were, they would not be able to make people feel at ease. Chin Pingan helped her untie the rope and turned around. He squatted and turned his head. "Come, I'll carry you to a safe place. Someone will save you." After putting 2 cold hands on his shoulders, Chin Pingan smiled at the boy with the machete. "Please tie us together with a rope. I'm afraid that something will happen to Wani Dong and I won't be able to take care of her. You have to be quick." "Can you do it?" "Yes." The boy threw away the hatchet and wiped away his tears. He hurriedly ran to Chin Pingan and the little girl's side and deftly tied them together. Chin Pingan slowly stood up and said to Lu Gaoxin and the machete man surnamed Do, "I'll take the girl to the governor's mansion first. We can't delay any longer. Let's see if there are any experts there who can save her. You two take the boy. If there are any problems in the Zhao mansion, Lu Gaoxin, you can let him stay outside. Is that okay?" The machete man smiled. "This is a small matter. Let Miss Lu take him out first. I can search the Zhao mansion alone." Chin Pingan turned to the boy and said, "Be careful. No matter what the result is, I'll come and tell you. Is that okay?" The boy raised his arm to wipe his tears and nodded vigorously. Chin Pingan carried the cold girl on his back and leaped out of the woodshed. He leaped over the wall and landed on the high wall of the county governor's mansion after a few light jumps. This time they recognized Chin Pingan's face. The hidden elite guards did not draw their bows and shoot. They allowed Chin Pingan to enter the mansion and quickly headed for the meeting hall. Lu Gaoxin took the boy out of the gate of the Zhao mansion. The boy asked uneasily, "Fairy sister, can your friend really save Luan Luan?" It was the first time Lu Gaoxin was called fairy sister. She was not used to it. She forced a smile and said, "I'm not a fairy sister. Don't worry, that fairy is the real mountain fairy. He will save the girl. But if he doesn't save her, you can't blame him. Do you understand?" The boy nodded while crying. Lu Gaoxin rubbed the boy's head and sighed softly. After Chin Pingan entered the main hall, apart from Governor Lu, there were 2 other Qi refinement warriors who were in charge of holding down the fort. One of them was an old woman with a sword in her hand. There was a cloth bag hanging from her waist. He did not know what was in it. The other was an old man with a silver brush hanging from his waist. It was said that he was an itinerant cultivator near Yanji County. He was at the 3rd realm and had never joined a celestial clan in his life. He had only reached where he was today through luck and hard work. Qi refinement warriors at the 3rd realm might not even dare to breathe loudly when they walked in Longquan County, but it was enough for them to command the wind and clouds in small countries. Chin Pingan explained the general situation to the 3 of them. He had already untied the rope and placed the girl carefully on a chair. He asked, "Is there any way to save this child?" The old woman was displeased, but when she saw that Governor Lu did not say anything, she did not want to steal the limelight either. She only snorted coldly and remained where she was. She just closed her eyes and chose to ignore it. On the other hand, the old man quickly walked to the side of the chair and crouched down. He extended his hand and pried open the girl's bloodied eyelid. He said with a heavy voice, "The little girl has good talent. She was born with a pair of yin and yang eyes. She can see the flow of spiritual qi in the world of the living with a single glance, and she can see ghosts and otherworldly items at night with a single glance." Originally, there was hope for her to embark on the path of cultivation, but a bright pearl was covered in dust. She did not meet a talent scout, which was why she suffered this disaster. This yinzai has become a habitat for dense demonic qi. What a small mass grave. The old man took the girl's pulse as he raised his head and carefully stared at the bloodstains around her eyes. The little girl's desire to live is very strong. Right now, she urgently needs a miracle pill that is filled with yang qi. No, even if it's a low-grade pill that is suitable for the illness, it won't be able to get rid of the accumulated miasma in this yinzai after swallowing it. It's difficult. Right now, I only have a single spring breeze pill that can strengthen her foundation. It can only temporarily help her maintain her life. What she truly needs is a talisman, and it has to be a talisman of an extremely high grade that can draw in the spiritual qi of the yang eye and channel it into the yin's eye, allowing yin and yang to complement each other. The little girl will only have hope of surviving if she relies on her own willpower and luck. However, where can you find a talisman like this? Even if the little girl has my pill to extend her life, she can't delay it any longer. As the old man spoke, He took out a small red sandalwood box from his sleeve. After opening it, a fragrant green pill was revealed. He fed it to the girl without any hesitation. Chin Pingon, who was squatting by the side, asked softly, "Senior, will a young lantern lighting talisman work?" The old man was pleasantly surprised at first. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, why not? There are millions of talisman in the world. This young lantern lighting talisman is of an extremely high grade and is one of the best talismans that is suitable for the illness. Moreover, it has an immediate effect. But do you really have it? And not a fake one? You have to know that there are many chi refinement warriors in the world who are blinded by greed. There are many imitations of this talisman. They use shoddy products to pass off as high-quality ones. Most of them use the yang borrowing talisman to make up the numbers and sell it at 100 times the price." Chin Pingon said in a low voice, "I have one with me." Chin Pingon stood up. "I'll be back soon." The old man did not find it strange. He only reminded him, "You have to hurry." Chi refinement warriors would never reveal their family's wealth in front of outsiders. Governor Liu lowered his head and bent over to take a look at the girl's miserable state. Very quickly, he retracted his gaze and went to the table to look at the situation map. The old woman with the long sword in her arms opened her eyes. She glanced at the back of the young man and sneered. Chin Pingon hurriedly found a secluded corridor and sat cross-legged with his back against the pillar. From the flying sword 15, the small wind and snow, all that Li Shixing gave him, and a golden talisman floated out. From the battle with Ma Kuxuan in the small street, to the battle with the withered bone gorgeous ghost in the city god palace, and the golden city god who was possessed by the devil, Chin Pingon's body and spirit were already at the end of their rope. Just like what Lu Gaoxing thought, he needed to rest and recuperate. For example, the first half of the journey on the mountain road was light and easy. However, the further he went, the more difficult it would be. In the last half of the journey, even if it was just one more step, it would be difficult for him to walk. Chin Pingon took a deep breath and bent down. Holding the small wind and snow all engraved with the words "with spirit," his vision was a bit blurry. Chin Pingon gently shook his head, thinking back to when he was an apprentice of the dragon kiln in his hometown. He was most afraid of the slightest error when it came to burning porcelain. A slight error could mean that the porcelain in his hand would become a decoration in the emperor's house, or a pile of broken porcelain pieces from an old porcelain mountain that was worse than mud. Chin Pingon tried his best to breathe steadily. He began to draw talismans with his martial chi. The chi of a chi cultivator could be endlessly circulating. Although drawing talismans required one to complete it in one go, it was still much easier for a pure martial chi cultivator to draw talismans. On the other hand, Chin Pingon, whose longevity bridge had long been shattered, had to consume a great deal of energy to draw a talisman that was full of spirituality. It was not at all as easy as the 21 punching divine man's drumming style. He could not draw talismans too fast or too slow. In a secluded corridor that no one knew about, the young man held the small snow wind awl and bent over to draw talismans. His strokes were steady, but his 7 orifices were slowly bleeding. Chin Pingon did not think about whether it was worth it to spend a golden talisman that he had already roughly known its value for a girl he had never met before. Whether he would feel heartache after the event, the miser Chin Pingon would definitely feel it. But that was also a matter of the event. He would think about it when the time came. At most, he would just drink to relieve his boredom. A young lighting talisman drawn on the golden talisman paper was done. Chin Pingon wiped off the bloodstains and rushed to the main hall of the official residence. When he handed the talisman to the old man was stunned. He took the talisman with both hands with a look of disbelief. The heavy and abundant chi was almost about to rush out of the golden talisman paper. The old man asked in an uncertain tone, "Then I'll use it?" Chin Pingon nodded and smiled. "Use it." The old man squatted down and clamped the young lighting talisman with 2 fingers. He shouted, "Rise." The golden talisman remained motionless, without the slightest movement. The old man was ashamed and his face flushed. He mobilized all the chi in his body and shouted again, "Rise." The golden talisman suddenly burst into flames. However, it did not burn to ashes. Instead, a large ball of golden light emerged. Governor Liu, who did not know the real mystery, clicked his tongue in admiration. The old woman holding the sword was also staring so hard that her eyeballs almost popped out. The old man did not dare to relax. He forced himself to circulate his chi and raised his other hand. He put 2 fingers together and pointed at the ball of golden light that flowed like water. His lips moved slightly. Divide yin and yang, merge water and fire, go. The golden light went to the girl's yin eye that was constantly bleeding. Most of the golden light majestically merged into the girl's yang eye. Soon, one could clearly see that there seemed to be a small bridge built by a golden thread between the two eyes. The golden light slowly flowed from the left eye to the right eye. The girl was in so much pain that her teeth broke through her lips. She pressed her hands on the chair's armrest. Her thin body shook violently and her face was extremely distorted. Qin Pingan gently grabbed the girl's hand. Regardless of whether she could hear him or not, he always comforted her softly. Hold on, you can definitely survive. Everything is important to survive. Believe that as long as you survive, you will have everything. The old woman could not hold back her kindness. She walked behind the old man and Qin Pingan. She lowered her head and carefully looked at the flow of the golden thread near the girl's nose. The old woman smiled and said, "You are indeed a sword immortal who has achieved great success in cultivation." The old woman's face was wrinkled like chicken skin. She was very old, but at this moment, her eyes were charming like an enchanting woman. She had already noticed the instant change in the young man with the box. However, she laughed loudly as she flew out. She threw away the sword in her arms and stopped at the door. She took down the cloth bag by her waist and raised her hand. She said in a sweet voice, "Sword immortal, do you feel that the chi in your body has stagnated? Don't be nervous. This is the great snow pass that I specially prepared for you. It is odorless and tasteless. It is very easy for those below the Dragon Gate realm to fall for it. It is not embarrassing. Furthermore, it has only been half an hour. Your chi has frozen and your chi cannot be controlled. Yes, your soul also feels like it has frozen. You can no longer control your flying sword with your mind. Of course, you only need to endure for half an hour before you can continue being a sword immortal." As a Realm 3 Chi refinement warrior, the old man was worlds apart from the Realm 5 Dragon Gate realm. He had already been hit. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The moment the old woman was sent flying, his head tilted and he fell to the ground unconscious. Fortunately, the matter with the girl was over. Otherwise, both of them would have died. Of course, this was the result of the old woman being extremely careful. Her true target was the young man with the box. The young sword immortal's head could be exchanged for a Xian-class Dharma treasure from the ancient Yu Kingdom's royal treasury. It was in her hands. The old woman tore off the skin covering her face and threw it far away, revealing the face of a mature beauty. Not only that, after her body contorted, she returned to her normal form. She was graceful and charming. She was the Chi refinement warrior of the ancient Yu Kingdom, Lady Snake Scorpion. She specialized in using poison. She turned her head and smiled. "Brother Do, it's your turn. My body is weak. If it were not for the strong physique of the Manor Lord, I would have been able to withstand 2 stabs from the Sword Immortal's flying sword. Even if the Sword Immortal is now an ordinary person, I would not be able to withstand it if he still has some trump cards hidden." The pugilistic grandmaster surnamed Do slowly walked to the doorstep. The swordsman looked at the young man with the box who stood up and said expressionlessly, "Qin Pingan, I'm sorry. Our imperial tutor needs your head. If we had only met in the pugilistic world we might have had a drink. But now we can't. Including you, the 3 people in the room will all die." Qin Pingan looked at the man and woman at the door. He twitched his mouth but did not say a word. He seemed to be referring to what he had said previously. The mountain was not righteous and was used to disregarding human lives. However, how much better was the foot of the mountain? The man laughed and unsheathed his saber. He strode through the doorstep. "I'll help you finish the wine in the wine flask at your waist." Governor Liu was at a loss. What was going on here? Qin Pingan remained standing in his original spot. Previously, Ma Kushuan's master, the sword cultivator from Martial Mountain, had killed an ancient Yu Kingdom assassin. Now 2 had come at once. He did not know if there was a 4th. Qin Pingan said, "Since you have already seen my family's wealth?" After a slight pause, Qin Pingan suddenly laughed. "The first day, the 15th day. This time we can make our appearance more beautiful." The venomous woman from the ancient Yu Kingdom clicked her tongue. "Sword Immortal, you still want to struggle? Do you know that our Miao Miao Tower's owner, who is known as the Thousand Face, is very experienced in dealing with 5 Realm Mountain Immortals? Usually he might not be able to take advantage of you, but today, it won't be difficult for him to break your neck in half an hour." Qin Pingan could not be bothered with the sarcastic woman. He quietly recuperated his chi. A resplendent white beam and a dark green beam flew out of the blade strengthening gourd and hovered near Qin Pingan's shoulders. The woman was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How can you still summon your flying sword?" Even the swordsman, who was used to great storms, had to stop in his tracks. He switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. Qin Pingan looked around and asked the two flying swords with a smile, "Then let's go together. Let's kill the one who talks the most first. I'll deal with the one who talks the least." The owner of the Miao Miao Tower, who was famous for his assassination skills, did not want to advance rashly. Qin Pingan had already charged forward. Every step he took caused the ground to shatter. At the same time, the snow-white and dark green beams drew two beautiful arcs in the air of the main hall and passed by the swordsman in an instant. The woman screamed. With a tap of her toes, she leaped into the air and wanted to escape. She did not want to see that young monster again in her life. The woman's graceful figure in the air paused twice, one in front and one behind. Then she fell to the ground. Blood slowly seeped out of her chest and between her eyebrows. The machete man roared. Holding the machete with both hands, the man whose momentum had reached its peak retreated instead of advancing. Spiritual light suddenly flashed on his legs, and his whole body flew backward. His body directly hit the screen wall outside the door and crashed through a wall. Covered in dust, the top assassin's palms were shining. He was also supported by talismans. With a heavy slap on the ground, his body instantly disappeared. Qin Pingan slowed down and walked to the threshold. He looked around and finally pointed in a direction in the distance. There. Chu Yi and Chu Wu, who were flying close to the ground, flew toward the direction Qin Pingan pointed at almost at the same time. The floor was made of hard bricks, but ripples appeared. After a while it finally calmed down. Only then did Qin Pingan cover his mouth with his hand. He leaned his shoulder against the door frame and swallowed the blood that surged up to his throat. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and the two flying swords flew back. Qin Pingan took a sip of the wine. It was 8 coins per caddy and it tasted pretty good. He wondered how Yinji County's specialty wine, which cost 10 taels per caddy, would taste like. "233. A respectful and reverent voice sounded from behind. "Young Master Qin, what's going on?" It turned out that Governor Lu had come back to his senses. Governor Lu's son, Lu Gaohua, could only understand bits and pieces about the mountain and river deities, demons and ghosts through the writings of scholars and ghost novels. Governor Lu was different. After all, he was a high official who was in charge of the people of a county. Moreover, Yinji County was a first-class county in the Tsai Kingdom. Governor Lu actually already knew a lot of inside information about many secret histories. At the very least, Governor Lu had to be clear about the matters regarding the county's city god pavilion and the mountain and river deities. The Imperial Court's Ministry of Rites specially had people who would explain the mysteries to these local officials. Qin Pingan slightly stabilized his sea of qi and put away the sword-cultivating gourd. He turned his head to look at Governor Lu. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. His victory could be said to be thrilling. In fact, after the battle at the city god pavilion and the talisman he drew for the little girl, his body was already at the end of its flight. Although he could control 2 flying swords with special origins and didn't need to consume the so-called spiritual energy of qi cultivators, this was true. This was because he had invited the 2 little ancestors of the sword-cultivating gourd to help him subdue demons and demons. Their minds were connected and their minds were connected. Therefore, Lady Snake Scorpion's trump card, the great snow-embracing pass, that she had meticulously prepared, was meaningless to Qin Pingan. However, inviting Chu Yi and Chu Wu would still consume Qin Pingan's mental and physical strength. If that Miao Tower assassin who claimed to be surnamed Do hadn't been scared off, Qin Pingan would have most likely been beheaded or both sides would have suffered heavy injuries. In that case, not only would Qin Pingan's longevity bridge be broken, even the path of a pure martial artist would probably be shattered because of the damage to the foundation of his body and soul. Qin Pingan didn't know how to explain it for a while as it involved too many secrets. Fortunately, Governor Lu saw the difficult expression on this immortal master's face and didn't pursue the matter further. In fact, there were many rules and taboos when immortals walked the mortal world on the mountain. Governor Lu still knew this bit of common sense. As long as he could confirm that this young sword immortal in front of him was one of his own, wasn't he the friend of his son, Lu Gaohua? That was enough. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Prefect Lu, Qin Pingan turned around and walked towards the elder. He squatted down and felt the pulse of this kind-hearted qi refinement warrior. His pulse was stable and there should not be any major problems. When the effect of the great snow-embracing pass wore off, he should be able to wake up very soon. Chen Pingan suddenly looked up and saw the little girl blinking her big eyes full of curiosity. Under the guidance of the Yang Energy Lighting Talisman, a pair of watery eyes that were born with yin-yang eyes immediately overflowed with a faint golden luster. Chen Pingan smiled and reached out to wipe the blood off her face. He comforted her and said, "It's okay now. Does it still hurt?" The corners of the little girl's mouth curled up and two shallow little dimples appeared on her cheeks. Chen Pingan helped the elder up and placed him on a chair. Then he walked towards the door. Governor Lu thought that it was best to stay by this sword immortal's side to protect his life. Thus he blindly followed Chen Pingan and walked out of the main hall's threshold. Chen Pingan walked to the side of Lady Snake and Scorpion's corpse. From the plain white cotton pouch at her waist, he discovered a small pink porcelain brush washer. Inside was a small white snake that was coiled up. It was less than an inch long and extremely slender. It was currently raising its head and crazily flicking its tongue towards the sky. However, it was filled with a fierce exterior but weak interior. There was also a pitch-black scorpion lying on the ground with a sickly appearance. Upon closer inspection, its body frame was like an ink-colored pipa. Chen Pingan's thoughts stirred slightly. Controlling Chu 1 and Chu 15 to kill a strong enemy was a fool's dream. However, it was not difficult to let them come out and show off their might. Chu Yi turned into a snow-white rainbow and swept out of the blade-strengthening gourd. He flew straight into the small antique brush washer and hovered above the heads of the two little things. The little white snake was so frightened that it trembled. Its slender body clung tightly to the inner wall of the brush washer. The little black scorpion even mimicked a human-like posture of hugging its head. Chu Yi slowly circled and flew around inside the brush washer like a military general patrolling the encampment. He was full of vigor. At this very moment, Governor Lu no longer had the prestige of a county governor and scholarly refinement. He just squatted together with Chen Pingan and clicked his tongue in wonder. A true sword immortal, a true sword immortal. Chen Pingan held the brush washer in his hand and stood up. He focused his gaze and only then did he discover that near the bottom of the brush washer, there was actually a circle of fine characters that were like tadpoles slowly moving about. They were like a group of lively and cute young plum blossoms circling around a childhood sweetheart, cheerfully circling around. There were a total of 16 characters: spring flower, autumn moon, spring breeze, autumn tree, spring mountain, autumn stone, spring water, autumn frost. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly and thought of the pair of sisters he met on the Kuan ship. The elder sister, Spring Water, had a steady temperament, while the younger sister, Autumn Sure, was more childish. Chen Pingan could not help but look up at the sky in the south. He wondered if they had arrived at Old Dragon City. If they could meet again in the future, Chen Pingan really wanted to give this beautiful brush washer to them. It was a pity that the brush washer had Spring Water on it but not Autumn Sure. There was a difference of one character and they could not perfectly fit together. Otherwise it would have been better. However, Chen Pingan did not know that it was a pity that there was no way to make it perfect. Some of it was a pity that it was a long-lasting regret. Chen Pingan said, "Sir Lu, the dead are of utmost importance. Can you help to collect this woman's body and find a place to bury her in the future? I will pay for all the expenses." Governor Lu smiled and said, "There is no need for young Master Chen to spend so much effort on such a small matter. Just leave it to the governor's office. It will definitely be done properly." Governor Lu stopped smiling and said tentatively, "It's just that the demons are causing trouble this time. That old man surnamed Huang is harboring evil intentions. Perhaps we still need young Master Chen's flying sword to suppress the demons?" Chen Pingan smiled bitterly and said, "I need a big bucket for now and fill it with scalding hot water. As for the herbs, I have them myself. At least soak them for a few hours to nurse my body back to health." Governor Lu nodded and said, Of course. I will ask the servants in the mansion to prepare it. Young Master Chen's health is important. Your health is important. The safety of hundreds of thousands of people in Yanji County is now tied to young Master Chen's shoulders. Indeed, there is no room for any mistakes. I will ask the servants to prepare it now." Governor Lu ran off quickly. In other words, this fourth-rank local high official of Tsai country did not speak in a roundabout manner and was very straightforward. Even though Chen Pingan was not involved in politics, he naturally understood. However, he could not pat his chest and guarantee anything. It was not good for him to shirk off at the last minute. He could only smile bitterly and say nothing. Apart from gifting the flying sword, Qin Pingan only had 4 words for everything else: to the best of my ability. This was the case for the Golden City god Shenwen. It was also the case for this governor of a region. In the end, Qin Pingan soaked himself in a big bucket of herbs in an elegant and quiet room. The herbs were a gift from Wei Pai before he left Longquan County. It was enough for 3 uses. Wei Pai was naturally able to take out more. This was actually because the northern mountain god had enough silver and the heavenly treasures from the Oxhorn Mountains Baoshuzhai were enough. However, Wei Pai did not prepare too much in one go. Back then he joked that it was a bad omen. If he gave too much, it would be a good thing. He still hoped that Qin Pingan would have a smooth journey in the Jianghu this time. He would not be injured more than 3 times, so he treated it as a good omen. Before Qin Pingan entered this room, he asked Governor Lu to help him keep this a secret and not reveal that he was a sword immortal. Governor Lu understood and agreed very readily. He was just short of swearing an oath. At the same time, he passed the divine travel talisman to Governor Lu, saying that he was returning it to his friend, the Taoist priest Zhang Shan. As Qin Pingan soaked in the water, he clearly sensed that there was a world-shaking disturbance in the Xingwang pavilion of Yanji City. However, since Qin Pingan couldn't care less about it, he decided not to think too much about it. He calmly nurtured his qi and combined it with the 18 stops of sword qi that Alliance had taught him and the breathing exercises that Old Yang had taught him. He entered a meditative state in the water bucket and used his hands to form the sword furnace formula from the Mountain Quaking Fist manual. He was like a withered tree in winter, quietly waiting for the spring breeze to blow past. On one hand, the fiendish demons had successfully activated the formation, causing demonic repellent to take over the bodies of the commoners everywhere. On the other hand, it was both a good thing and a disaster. The good thing was that General Ma had sent a secret message from the eastern gate of the city. For some reason, the old demon Huang, who wore the disguise of an immortal, had rebelled against the 3 of them at the Xingwang Hall. The battle was earth-shattering, and this was the cause of the disaster. The 4 of them didn't hold back at all. They used their magic treasures one after another and used their evil techniques one after another, damaging hundreds of houses and injuring the commoners. The elite cavalry under General Ma, who had rushed to Yanji City as reinforcements, could not pass through the streets and alleys like a cavalry. They could only dismount from their horses and fight on foot. Everyone was clad in metal armor and wielded powerful bows and crossbows. However, when faced with the 4 fiendish demon magnates who were cultivating on the mountain, apart from the dozens of specially made arrows stored in the Xingwang Manor, which could pose a substantial threat, the rest of the arrows could not keep up with the 4 of them as they flew around. Furthermore, before they could even get close, they would be smacked away with a wave of their sleeves. There were even some arrows that the 4 fiendish demons caught and casually tossed back when they were fighting. Another 80 or so elites were killed or injured. Even if they wanted to trade their lives for injuries, they wouldn't be able to do so. General Ma really did live up to his reputation of not fearing death. He was valiant and skilled in battle on the border, and even when facing these cultivators, he led the charge. He and his deputy had found several opportunities to catch a stray demon and engage them in close combat. Later on, Old Immortal Huang and Old Demon Mi, who had provoked the 2 sides into a frenzy, became ruthless. They stopped fighting for a moment, heavily injuring both General Ma and his deputy. If not for a dozen personal guards intercepting them with special Mahist bows and arrows, as well as several reckless guards, the 2 of them wouldn't have been able to leave the battlefield alive. They would have died in Yanji City that very night. In the latter half of the night, Old Immortal Huang, who was fighting against 3 alone, had a large handful of rice sprinkled over his head by Old Demon Mi. His entire body immediately began to emit green smoke, and his flesh was reduced to a bloody mess. Countless bloody holes were burned into his body. He had no choice but to burrow underground. The 3 demons began to search for him. If they encountered any bailiffs or soldiers who dared to obstruct them, they would mercilessly slaughter them. At dawn, Qin Pingan put on his clothes and left his room. As a result, he discovered Lu Gaoxin sitting at the end of the corridor. She was currently napping on a small stool. The girl was a light sleeper, so she quickly woke up. She was afraid that she would drool in her sleep, so she hurriedly turned her head away to wipe her face. She had actually only returned to her residence a short while ago. She had changed into a clean set of clothes before coming here to act as a door god. Qin Pingan accompanied her to the main hall. They exchanged questions and answers. Qin Pingan had a rough understanding of what was going on in the prefectural city during this period of time. When he heard that there was internal strife between the demons, he found it rather hard to believe. However, the slaughter couldn't be faked. Even though he didn't know the twists and turns behind the scenes, as long as it was beneficial to Yinji Prefecture, it was still a good thing. However, no one could control the additional casualties that occurred. In Cui Dong's words, there was a single person in the world who was the most powerful. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. The white-clothed imperial tutor had purposely kept him in suspense. He had no choice but to throw flirtatious glances at a blind man. Chen Pingan was unwilling to answer, so Cui Dong could only talk to himself and give an answer. He called it the general trend. That was the general trend. Cui Shi also said that the prosperity and decline of the human world depended on the direction of some general trend. At the time, Chen Pingan wasn't interested at all in Cui Dong's superstitious words. Because he didn't understand them at all, he was actually afraid that he would fall into that guy's trap. Even though Lin Shui, Li Huai, and Yu Luxi weren't very close to Cui Dong, deep in their hearts, they should have a considerable amount of reverence and even admiration for this person. Of course, the red-padded jacket girl, Li Baoping, was the only exception. It was the young Cui Dong who was afraid of her. From Lu Gaoxin's words, Qin Pingan learned that the county city was filled with the flames of war. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, the Jianghu experts and cultivators on the mountain, each time came back to rest and bandage their wounds. They would quickly go out to suppress the demonic spirits. During this time, Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng also encountered a young demonic cultivator. He should be one of the key figures of the demonic cultivator who set up the formation. The two sides fought for less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Danger surrounded them. The bearded man had a large piece of flesh torn off from his shoulder by his unarmed opponent. Later, Taoist Chongmiao arrived with the brass strongmen as reinforcements, forcing the ruthless demonic cultivator to retreat. Moreover, for some reason her elder sister and brother had clearly left the city safely, but they returned to the residence with her master. After talking with her father behind closed doors in the study, her master took her elder sister and second brother to the rear courtyard to wait. It seemed that they had encountered something very strange, and for the time being, they couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. If it was good, then everyone was happy. If it was bad, then everything was over. In short, her father and master didn't want the young girl Lu Gaoxin to get involved. Tonight she was busy putting out fires everywhere, so she really didn't care. Then there was the Zhao family's little girl who was rescued by Chen Pingan. She and the stubborn boy who depended on each other for survival had already been arranged to stay in the governor's office. When Chen Pingan and Lu Gaoxin approached the main hall, they found that the atmosphere was heavy. They quickened their pace and entered, only to find that the room was filled with the smell of blood. An old Taoist with a tattered Taoist robe was slumped on a chair. His face was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled and blood was flowing from his chest. His body was covered in wounds and there was no way to bandage them. He was in a miserable state where he could barely breathe. Governor Lu, Su Yuanxia, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, and an old man with a writing brush hanging from his waist all surrounded the old Taoist. The old man who had saved the little girl before shook his head gently at the crowd, his face full of bitterness and guilt. Governor Lu also let out a long sigh. The old Taoist who was on the verge of death was the arrogant and unscrupulous Taoist Chong Miao. The old man seemed to have a final burst of energy. His originally murky eyes gradually brightened. He raised his head and smiled at Governor Lu. Lord Lu, if the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect save Yinji County this time and get rid of the big and small devils, I'll have to trouble Lord Lu to take care of my family of dozens of people in the future. Governor Lu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Taoist Chong Miao. Even if I don't work in Yinji County one day, I'll let the new county governor know about today's battle and how much Taoist Chong Miao has contributed to Yinji County. In short, I won't let Taoist Chong Miao's family suffer." The old Taoist cupped his fists and thanked him with difficulty. He then turned to the young Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, whose eyes were slightly red. He smiled and said, "Zhang Shanfeng, if it weren't for your foolishness, I'm afraid I would have been beaten to death. Perhaps the devil would have escaped. How could I have the magnificent feat of killing the devil with my own hands?" The old Taoist coughed violently. Everyone advised Taoist Chong Miao not to speak anymore. The bearded man, Su Yuanxia, asked softly, "Old Taoist Chong Miao, do you want your family's juniors to come here?" The old Taoist nodded. Governor Lu then instructed the servants to quickly inform the old Taoist Chong Miao's family in the county city. The old Taoist Chong Miao took advantage of his breath to mentally calculate the distance and time it would take for his family's descendants to rush here. After a moment of silent rest, he looked around at everyone and smiled slowly. I actually know that all of you look down on people like me who take advantage of a burning house. However, business is business. As cultivators, don't be ashamed to talk about business and money. There's no other way. We're lone cultivators in the mountains. We don't have a big tree to shade us, nor do we have the protection of our ancestors. We can only rely on ourselves to earn money and fight for that slim chance. How else can we do it? At this point, the old Taoist Chong Miao fell into silence again. He looked absent-minded, as if he was recalling the ups and downs of his life. After a long time, the old Taoist Chong Miao collected his thoughts and suddenly sighed. You have to do business, but you also have to be a cultivator. Isn't that right? The old Taoist Chong Miao coughed and laughed. However, it could be that my aptitude is too poor. I knew early on that I had no hope of achieving the great Tao. That's why I had such a childish and ridiculous idea. How could a real cultivator in the mountains be stink of money? How could they care about the life and death of the people at the foot of the mountains? The old Taoist Chong Miao looked in the direction of the door in a daze, as if he was looking for those familiar figures. The old Taoist Chong Miao muttered, I've been called Taoist Chong Miao for my entire life, and I've never been able to change my name. What a pity. As soon as he said that, the old Taoist Chong Miao's spirit seemed to collapse. His vision was blurry and his breathing was extremely weak. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Why aren't they here yet? In the end, the old Taoist Chong Miao did not wait for his family to arrive. He leaned against the back of the chair and passed away. He did not die in peace, nor did he close his eyes peacefully. He was just like an old man squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. He wanted to see something but could not see clearly. Everyone was silent. Chen Pingan walked over and helped the old Taoist Chong Miao wipe away the blood on his face. Not long after he was done, the younger generation of Taoist Chong Miao's family swarmed over. There were more than 10 of them, men and women, old and young. Governor Lu roughly explained the process. Of course, he also told the old Taoist Chong Miao's children and grandchildren about the promise he made. Taoist Chong Miao's eldest son was a middle-aged man with a potbelly. Naturally, he was deeply grateful to the governor. Most of the women were sobbing. However, a boy of about 10 years old rushed out without warning. He angrily questioned everyone, Why is my grandfather the only one who died? The boy, whose face was filled with hatred and anger, widened his eyes like a wolf's. He roared, Answer me. The bearded man Su Yuanxia frowned. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng turned to look at the pale-faced old Taoist Chong Miao. He sighed inwardly. Some answers were truly hurtful if spoken aloud. The old Taoist Chong Miao had wanted to take the credit for himself at first. However, he had fallen into the trap of the devil who pretended to be weak. He had underestimated the enemy and attacked prematurely. If not for the righteousness of Jianghu in their hearts, he and Su Yuanxia would have risked their lives to save the old man. Otherwise, the outcome would have been worse. However, it was true that the old Taoist Chong Miao had selfish motives. However, this was human nature. The old Taoist Chong Miao had killed his way from yesterday until now. In the end, he had died in a spectacular battle. This was not something that could be explained by, business is business. A place nurtured a person. If the old Taoist Chong Miao did not have the most sincere feelings for Yanji County, he would not have risked his life like this. The affairs of the world were the most difficult to reason with. This was because if one were to break them apart and reason with them, it would be tasteless and tasteless. The flustered and exasperated child pointed at the crowd and shouted, All of you are murderers. The old Taoist Chong Miao's eldest son, the man hurriedly asked his wife to pull his crazy son back. Then he apologized to Governor Lu and the crowd. Governor Lu's expression remained the same. He said that the child's words carried no harm and that he would not take it to heart. He even apologized to the man instead. He said that it was his negligence as the county governor and that he had let down their family. He had caused their family to lose a pillar of support. In the future he would have to pay them a visit to apologize and so on. However, what was the county governor thinking? Would the relationship between Taoist Chong Miao and the county governor's office be reduced? Only God knew. Therefore, even if the ancestral blessings in the world were given to their descendants, everyone had their own fate. Some could grasp it while others could not. Some could grasp it more while others could not. Moreover, the people involved in such matters were often unaware of it and could only act according to their hearts. Within a gloomy alley in Yanji County, a young man was seated against the wall. Although his clothes were simple, his lips were red and his teeth were white. His appearance was as beautiful as a young girl's. He was hugging a dying man who was constantly vomiting blood. Beside the two of them crouched a man who was on the lookout. The three of them were the clerks of the rice shop. They were all Old Demon Me's disciples. The young man was a local of Yenji County. Old Demon Me had only taken him in as a disciple last year. The senior brother in the young man's arms was the demonic cultivator who had essentially exchanged lives with Taoist Chong Miao. He truly lived up to his name as a demon. He grinned from ear to ear. His final words before he died were, "Little junior brother, between me and your second senior brother, who do you like more?" The young man gently supported the man's chin with one hand and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with deep affection. He choked out, "Of course it's you." The man fished out a yellowed book from his bosom and handed it to the handsome young man with trembling hands. By the time the young man received the secret tome, the man in his arms had already died. The young man gripped the secret tome tightly and raised it up high. He called out to his second senior brother before turning around. Almost all of the man's attention was on the secret tome. The young man suddenly sped up and turned around. With the book in one hand, he swiftly stabbed his second senior brother's neck with the other. As it turned out, it was a hidden blade. Stabbing and pulling out, he repeated this 3 times. The man's neck was almost completely smashed by the young man. The young man's handsome face was splattered with blood, but the corners of his mouth were filled with a smile. The man covered his neck with both hands and leaned against the wall. He stared wide-eyed at his little junior brother who had suddenly gone on a killing spree. The young man put away the secret tome first. He wiped his face with his hand and kept wiping it on the man's clothes. Then he fished out another book from the man's bosom and laughed. "Second senior brother, I lied to my eldest senior brother just now. In fact, I like you more. However, of course I like myself the most. Eldest senior brother often said that every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Although our weird and smelly master always ridiculed our eldest senior brother for being uneducated and not knowing the true meaning of this sentence, I think our eldest senior brother understood it very well. Anyway, I think so too. Besides, we are originally from a crooked sect, an evil sect. So, second senior brother, don't blame me. At worst, you can just accompany our eldest senior brother on the road to the underworld. When you reach the underworld, you can tell our eldest senior brother that in fact, I like you more." The man died with his eyes wide open. The young man was still muttering and shaking his head. He touched the 2 corpses to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net or if there were any hidden spiritual weapons left behind. He was just like the young man who usually hummed while picking vegetables. However, the young man's body quickly stiffened. He stopped and obediently fished out 2 books from his bosom, placing them above his head. A voice that the young man was extremely familiar with, carrying an even more familiar tone of ridicule, rang out above his head. "You really are something. As expected of my Old Demon Me's proud disciple. You didn't learn much, but you learned quite a few kilograms of the demeanor of a great demon." The young man's teeth chattered. This time he was truly scared. The tall and skinny old man turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the blood touched the wall, it immediately turned into a black bloody mist. This Old Demon Me, who had been hiding in Yenji City for almost 20 years, cursed in a low voice, "You damn glaze immortal Qin Shaoyong. Even if you manage to escape Yenji City, I'll beat you to death, you drowning dog." The old man looked at the young man with disdain. "Get up. Put away those 2 books. Since your 2 senior brothers are dead, you are now the eldest disciple." The young man stood up, trembling with fear. Old Demon Me took out a small oil lamp from his sleeve. He took a deep breath, and the souls of the 2 disciples seemed to be sucked out of their bodies, floating into the oil lamp. The disciples' faces appeared on the oil, twisted with unbearable pain. However, they quickly disappeared, becoming part of the oil. The handsome young man felt a chill run down his spine. 2 people appeared at each end of the alleyway, slowly approaching. It was the couple who had gone to the rice shop. The woman's waist swayed like a willow branch in the wind. "Old Demon Me, what a coincidence. We meet again." Old Demon Me's eyes trembled. He sneered, "What? Are you going back on your word? We already agreed that the glazed lamp would be mine, and the rest of old Chen's belongings would be yours." The woman's fingers were like hooks as she slowly traced them across the wall. She smiled charmingly. "That's true, but Immortal Glaze is now a coward. He can play dead, but we can't just stay here and wait for death with him. Old Demon Me, shouldn't you share some of the benefits? You can't let us come here for nothing, right?" Old Demon Me's expression flickered. The handsome young man lowered his head, standing close to the wall. His eyes darted around. On the eastern city gate tower. After General Ma led his troops out of the city, there was no one left to guard this place. A young man in a pink Taoist robe stood outside the corridor on the top floor of the city gate tower. He had a smile on his face as he looked towards the alleyway where old Demon Me was. He sneered, "Just a little broken glazed lamp, a worthless item I used to drink wine with. How could they fight so fiercely over it? Has the Rainbow Robes Nation become so boring after 1,000 years?" He didn't want to waste any more time, so he turned his head towards the governor's manor. Mount Longhu's Celestial Master Manor. You didn't expect this, did you? You sent people to add this talisman 200 years ago, and placed it in Yenji City in the image of the Celestial Master Seal. The Emperor of the Rainbow Robes Nation must have selfish motives, unwilling to properly add spiritual chi to it. Moreover, the appearance of the mass grave must have disrupted your plans, allowing me to finally escape from my prison. Man proposes, God disposes. He held onto the railing with one hand and formed a seal with the other. With Yenji City as the starting point, he deduced the power of the Rainbow Robes Nation from 500 years ago until now. He suddenly laughed and looked towards the north. It wasn't just the north of the Rainbow Robes Nation, but also the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He clicked his tongue and said, "Expert, expert. The Rainbow Robes Nation has lost a national treasure that has been passed down for a long time. The consonant sect that protects the Rainbow Robes Nation has also suffered greatly. Someone stole their sect treasure, the Rainbow Robes Immortal Robes. How could the three neighboring nations, including the ancient Yu Nation, just stand by and watch? It's a very simple logic to take someone's life while they're down. Furthermore, due to the Emperor's neglect of governance for many years near the capital of the Rainbow Robes Nation, there has been constant criticism from the court. As long as there's another natural disaster, the people will definitely be filled with resentment. Perhaps there will be a great upheaval, and this upheaval will result in a chaotic war between multiple nations." The pink-robed Lu Qiqing nodded and said, "Since the situation has changed, I have to take in a few disciples." He took a step forward, and his figure floated and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment he walked out of the narrow and dark alley. Old Demon Me and his wife, who were about to fight to the death, were so frightened that they stopped moving. That kind of crushing momentum was like a few small shrimps and crabs meeting a flood dragon that almost filled the entire riverbed in a quiet river that was originally flowing slowly. The pink-robed Lu Qiqing didn't waste any words. With a wave of his sleeve, the husband and wife in the alley were reduced to ashes on the spot. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. As for the spiritual tools, magical tools and snowflakes, they naturally disappeared from the world as well. Those pink lotus flowers were not inanimate objects. Instead, they swayed and swayed on the Taoist robe, emitting waves of fragrance. The robe itself was like a lotus pond. Old Demon Me, who was used to storms, was still sweating profusely. He asked, "Immortal Master, why don't you kill me as well?" Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Just because you wear a robe you want to eliminate evil and protect the Tao? You won't allow me to wear it only because I think it looks good?" Old Demon Me was speechless. Motherf *Ker, he's definitely an overlord of the demonic path, and one who stands at the peak of the legendary mountain. Lu Qiqing flicked his finger, sending Old Demon Me flying out of the alley. "Don't be an eyesore. Hurry up and scram. Also, I'll be taking you as my disciple." He walked up to the youth with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Little fellow, what's your name?" The handsome youth raised his head for a long time. He swallowed and said timidly, "Immortal Master, my name is Yuan Tiandi." "Gem?" He was a bit puzzled. "Tiandi as in heaven and earth?" The youth shook his head, his face pale. He was afraid that his head would shatter in the next moment, but he didn't dare lie. He replied honestly, "When my mother was pregnant with me, our family was poor. She was 9 months pregnant and was still doing farm work in the fields. In the end, she accidentally gave birth to me prematurely. My father then named me Tiandi." Lu Qiqing smiled brilliantly and patted the youth's shoulder. "Then your name is quite good. I like it. From now on you are my disciple. Master will first give you a gift for entering the sect." The young man then saw the strange master of his raise his hand and snap his fingers. Then, the scarlet miasma from all directions surged crazily and gathered into a huge red ball. The young cheap master in a pink Taoist robe just rubbed his 2 fingers casually, and the huge miasma ball that was as big as a water tank condensed into a small ball that was as big as a fist. Lu Qiqing gently patted the youth's forehead with his palm and said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you. To become my disciple you have to be alive. If you can survive until daybreak you will be the second great figure of our great sect." The youth's back slammed against the wall. He was in indescribable pain, and the space between his eyebrows felt as if it had split open. Lu Qiqing didn't seem to care. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he looked towards the west and muttered to himself, "Eldest senior brother, your White Emperor city smells even better." This unexpected disaster happened so quickly that people were caught off guard. However, it also ended so quickly that people found it incredible. The entire governor's mansion and the elites under General Ma's command who entered the city mistakenly thought that the great demons and devils had a more swift and violent backup plan. However, when the sun rose, the city began to return to normal, and the number of people who were possessed by demons decreased sharply. People anxiously waited for the immortal master of the Lingxi sect to arrive on the colorful phoenix to calm them down. However, the immortal master of the Lingxi sect didn't show up. From noon to night there was no sign of him. Governor Lu was also sick in bed. Fortunately, after midnight, there were no more tragedies caused by demons and devils in Yanji County. There were only a few cases of ruffians who tried to take advantage of the chaos and broke into houses to rob people. However, General Ma, who was full of righteousness, directly ordered people to suppress them. 2 criminals who resisted with weapons were killed on the spot. In fact, the 2 poor guys just subconsciously took 2 wooden sticks. Another night passed. Yanji County was still quiet and peaceful. However, no one dared to let down their guard. A large number of armored soldiers patrolled the city day and night without rest. Then in the early morning the colorful phoenix didn't descend to the sky above the county city. Instead it was 2 sword immortals, one old and one young, who arrived on their swords. One of them was Qin Pingan and the other was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Lingxi sect. The 2 of them landed in the governor's mansion. Governor Lu's illness was immediately cured. After the Grand Supreme Elder sat down in the official residence, although he had a good temperament and spoke elegantly, he couldn't hide the worry between his brows. He didn't sit for long. After confirming that the miasma in Yanji County had been cleared, he quickly bid farewell to the sword immortal girl surnamed Fu and flew away on the wind, hurrying back to the Lingxi sect. It turned out that when they were on their way to the south to rescue Yanji County, they suddenly received a message from their sect via flying sword. The sect treasure that had been passed down for thousands of years had disappeared without a trace. However, this was a confidential matter that involved the life and death of their sect. Of course, the old man of the Lingxi sect wouldn't tell outsiders. In fact, if it weren't for his reputation and mainly because he didn't want to leave a bad impression on the girl from the Divine Grandeur sect, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Middle 5 Realms wouldn't have come to Yanji County at all. How could the safety of a county in the colorful robes country be more important than the colorful phoenix robe? This was the foundation of their sect. After that, another great thing happened to the governor's mansion. It was said that the sword immortal girl from the Divine Grandeur sect had taken a liking to Governor Lu's youngest daughter, Lu Gaoxin. She said that she could personally recommend her to enter the outer circle of the Divine Grandeur sect. Moreover, there was a great chance that she could directly become one of the direct disciples of one of the ancestors in the inner circle. Everyone was overjoyed. Only the girl was unhappy. Then she was scolded by her parents, her eldest sister, her second brother, and even her master, the old advisor of the governor's mansion. Although the round-faced girl had a very high status in the Divine Grandeur sect, where the orthodoxy of the continent was located, she was cold to the old Taoist Zhao Lu and the ghost Yang Huang. However, when it came to Lu Gaoxin she was very easy to talk to. She laughed happily and even took Lu Gaoxin around Dang County City to buy some things for a girl's boudoir. It wasn't like last year when spring left extremely late and summer came extremely late. This year's spring came at the beginning of spring and left at the end of spring. Tomorrow would be the beginning of summer, so this year's spring would pass just like that. On this day Lu Gaoxin left the county city at dawn. She didn't say goodbye reluctantly, leaving behind letters in her room. The girl's eyes were red. She and Sister Fu, who came from an immortal family, each rode a snow-white horse. The sound of the horses' hooves could be heard as they stepped on the limestone pavement. They were getting further and further away from their family and hometown. However, when the girl rode on the sparse streets on her white horse, she suddenly turned her head to look. She saw a young man carrying a sword case on his back standing on a roof in the distance. He was gently waving goodbye to her. The girl pouted and turned her head back. Her face was full of tears and they fell to the ground one by one. Lu Gaoxing's mood suddenly turned for the better. She raised her head high. With her back facing the fellow who was quietly sending her off, the girl smiled happily. The round-faced girl with the surname Fu turned her head to glance at him. She only felt that the young man on the roof in the distance seemed familiar. However, she didn't have any impression of him and couldn't be bothered to think about it. After Qin Pingan sent Lu Gaoxin off, he sat alone on the roof. He took off the wine gourd at his waist and drank mouthful by mouthful. The young man took small sips of wine and missed Mr. Qi. A spring breeze lingered around his sleeves. Hippy-pap. 234. Recently many people have caught a cold. Everyone take care of your health. It's cold in spring and you should wear more clothes. Qin Pingan and the other two were forced to stay for 3 days by the prefectural governor's office. After this incident, Lu Gaohua seemed to have been reborn. He was no longer as dejected as he was when they first met. He often went to his father to ask for advice. Governor Lu still didn't like this son of his. However, Lu Gaohua would no longer feel guilty and retreat whenever his father showed impatience. In any case, he had annoyed Governor Lu to no end these past 2 days. Most of the time, Lu Gaohua stuck to the bearded man and Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng. He also kept a close eye on the poor scholar Lu Qiqing as if he was guarding against a thief. He didn't mind this poor scholar from Baishui country marrying his elder sister. However, Lu Gaohua wouldn't allow him to take advantage of his sister before marrying her into the family. Since they were friends who had gone through thick and thin together, Lu Gaohua, who was the son of an official, didn't pay much attention to restrictions. He told Qin Pingan and the others about some of the court affairs and official affairs of the Tsai country. The calamity in Yinji County had affected thousands of families. Although the great demons and devils had disappeared, been suppressed, killed, or hidden far away, the impact on the common people of Yinji County was far-reaching and lasting. Everyone was in a state of panic. Many wealthy families began to secretly prepare to move out of Yinji County to the provincial capital, or even the capital of the Tsai country. Even if they didn't move their entire family, these wealthy and powerful families didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket. This was the common sense of the world. It was said that after the imperial court of the beautiful clothes nation received the news, there were already people from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War. They were not high-ranking officials. They slowly left the capital's Yamen and headed south to Yinji County. They said that they were there to investigate the case and to appease the people. However, Governor Lu, who had been in the officialdom for half his life, knew that this was just the emperor putting on an act. The Ministry of Revenue silver allocated for disaster relief was not even one tael of silver. In the mess that was Yinji County, there was not enough silver in the official residence. Furthermore, he was not an unscrupulous official. Thus, he still had to rely on him, the governor, his old face to beg people. He had to rely on his good name to be recorded in the local county annals, writing articles, and erecting a monument for future generations to admire. He had to rely on these things to ask for silver from the county officials in the city. Furthermore, he had to settle the matter of the silver before the imperial envoys from the 2 yamens in the capital entered the county. He could not add to the emperor's heart or add to the already difficult days of the Ministry of Revenue Yamen. Only then could he keep his position as governor. There were ups and downs in life. In the officialdom, in the business world, and on the path of cultivation, someone's downfall could be someone else's upturn. For example, this time, Qin Pingan and the other 2 had taken action. Regardless of whether it was out of righteous indignation or compassion, perhaps it was because good people were rewarded for once. In the end, the big-bearded swordsman and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng had each reaped a bountiful harvest. Su Yuanxia had obtained a new divine weapon. It was a dagger left behind by old Devil Mi's eldest disciple. Its original owner was a genuine member of the Devil Path. Unexpectedly, when this dagger was unsheathed, its blade chi was as bright as snow. It was bright and glorious, without the slightest trace of an evil aura. Then there was General Ma's deputy, the armored martial artist. After fighting side by side for 2 battles, they hit it off at first sight. He reported that he had lost a top-notch bow in the army. He secretly gifted it to Su Yuanxia along with 5 specially made Mahist arrows from the treasury of his official residence. At first, Su Yuanxia was unwilling to accept it. Military law was like a mountain. It was hard to say elsewhere in the colorful robes nation, but looking at how General Ma led and governed the army, he was most likely not careless. After the burly deputy learned of her misgivings, he laughed heartily. His temperament really matched that of the big-bearded swordsman's. He might as well divulge the heavenly secret. He said that it was General Ma who had originally agreed to it. At first he only dared to ask for 1 arrow. It was General Ma who first communicated with Governor Liu and gave him a heads-up. Afterwards, he waved his hand and directly increased the number of arrows in the official document to be submitted to the Imperial Court's Ministry of War from 16 to 21. Zhang Shanfeng seized 2 spiritual weapons that were of poor quality. One of them was severely damaged. It was a white jade wine cup that was as thin as a porcelain piece. It could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. In the end, it could condense into a dewdrop full of spiritual energy every half a day. When Zhang Shanfeng put it into his pouch, the wine cup had a chip on it. Presumably, it would affect the speed of condensing spiritual energy to a certain extent. The other item was a pair of legendary bamboo chopsticks from the Green Immortal Mountain. One of the chopsticks had Green Immortal Mountain inscribed on it, while the other had Divine Cloud Bamboo inscribed on it. At the very least, one could tell at a glance that they were old objects. As for whether or not they really came from the Green Immortal Mountain, it was temporarily unknown. However, the bamboo chopsticks did indeed contain abundant spiritual energy. No matter what, they were spiritual weapons that all Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms yearned for even in their dreams. Chen Pingan did not take out the green wooden box and the gold and silver shards of the golden body. This was a matter of great importance. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. These things were not like the mountain tortoises or snake-hunting eagles that he caught in his hometown back in the day. They were not things that he could enjoy with friends like Lu Xianyang. Chen Pingan only took out that piece of charcoal-like ebony and the white bowl that was painted with the true shape of the 5 sacred mountains. Su Yuanxia did not see through the secret of the white bowl. However, she was amazed by the heavy piece of wood. She said that this was a piece of wood that was struck by lightning. It could not be formed by ordinary lightning strikes. It must be some special type of lightning that contained the power of heaven. Moreover, the tree that was struck by lightning had to survive. It could not be dead wood because dead wood would not be able to retain the mysterious power of heaven's lightning. Su Yuanxia weighed the ebony that looked like charcoal in her hand and smiled. Qin Pingan, do you believe that as long as you give it to a farmer Qi cultivator, he will turn it into a small sapling that is full of vitality? Qin Pingan immediately understood. It was a valuable item. The county governor's residence even symbolically gave them 500 taels of silver as a reward for their meritorious service. The bearded man was unwilling to accept it. Neither the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was willing to accept it. Only Qin Pingan accepted it. Because of this, Zhang Shanfeng even teased Qin Pingan that he was a money grubber. Qin Pingan smiled indifferently. The boy in the Zhao residence was called Zhao Shuxia and the girl was called Luan Luan. Now they had profited from their misfortune and left their lowly status. They followed the old man who was nicknamed Mr. Fisherman. The girl, Luan Luan, had even become the last disciple of the old man. Qin Pingan practiced his stance walking in the courtyard of his residence every morning. The boy would squat at the entrance of the courtyard and watch carefully with his hands on his cheeks. Qin Pingan also turned a blind eye to it. This was something from the Mountain Quaking Fist Manual. He did not treat the manual as his own. It was even more inappropriate for him to casually impart his fist techniques to others. However, the boy Zhao Shuxia had the intention to secretly learn from him. In fact, Qin Pingan felt that it was not a bad thing. This child had a good heart. Therefore, Qin Pingan deliberately slowed down his 6-step stance walking over and over again. On the last day the sun was high in the sky. The beginning of summer had arrived and all living things had grown up. In the twilight, Qin Pingan said to the boy, Zhao Shuxia, can you seriously practice that stance walking 100 times? Qin Pingan quickly changed his words, practice 100,000 times? The boy vigorously nodded his head. Qin Pingan warned, you can't ask for speed. You can only ask for stability. Moreover, you can't make any mistakes each time. Then, practice 100,000 punches in 3 to 5 years. Finishing all 6 steps counts as 1 punch. Remember, if you feel that you have taken a wrong step, you have to start all over again. You can't be the slightest bit careless. Qin Pingan either did not speak or was overly sentimental. This was something that the blue-clothed boy and the girl in pink, who were currently in Luopa Mountain, should be most familiar with. Qin Pingan carefully thought for a while and continued, practicing boxing is a very stupid thing. Zhao Shuxia, you can be smart. Of course you are indeed very smart, much better than me. However, the more stupid you are, the better. Do you understand? The boy's eyes were firm. He clenched his fists and said, I understand. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise to the top. This talented and intelligent child really understood. Qin Pingan was amused and asked, What do you want to do when you rise to the top? The boy did not even think before blurting out, Buy a lot of good clothes for Luan Luan to wear in winter. Qin Pingan asked again, Then what about yourself? The boy wiped his mouth and said with longing, Eat a full meal every day. Qin Pingan restrained his smile and frowned slightly. That's it? The boy was born poor at the bottom and was best at observing people's expressions. He immediately felt a little embarrassed, afraid that this great benefactor of his would think that he was useless. However, he really did not have any distracting thoughts. The child was unwilling to deceive Qin Pingan, so he hung his head and said guiltily, There's really nothing else. How can eating a full meal be enough? Qin Pingan's deliberately stern face suddenly became much gentler. He rubbed the child's head and joked, There must be meat in every meal. The boy immediately grinned foolishly. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng, Lu Gaohua, and Lu Qiqing squatted side by side on the corridor chairs. Luan Luan was held in the arms of Lu Gaohua's sister and was slightly further away from the three men. After seeing this scene, they could not help but laugh. This was a chance meeting. Although there were twists and turns, it was not easy for them to meet and part easily. At noon, the scholar Lu Qiqing left the county town with Qin Pingan and the others. Lu Gaohua and his sister, Zhao Shuxia and Luan Luan, as well as the Confucian fishermen, all came to see them off. They walked to the roadside pavilion 5 miles outside the town. The pavilion was surrounded by willow trees. Lu Qiqing and Miss Lu reluctantly said goodbye under the shade of the tree. No one knew what words of love they said. Although the woman was sad, she was also smiling. Her eyes were obviously filled with many thoughts and expectations. Qin Pingan found the fisherman alone and gave him 500 taels of silver notes and a piece of golden talisman paper. He said that this was a gift for Zhao Shuxia and Luan Luan to become his disciple. He earnestly asked the fisherman to accept it. The old man was also open-minded and accepted them without any hesitation. He smiled and told Qin Pingan not to worry. He would definitely treat the 2 children under the tree and Luan Luan as his own and would not wrong them. Qin Pingan finally made a fist salute and said, Teacher, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. These were Qin Pingan's words from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, Qin Pingan spoke in a genteel manner for the first time and was not embarrassed at all. The old man held the children in each hand and watched the 4 people walk away. He smiled softly and said, Immortal and chivalrous. What a true national scholar. Lu Gaohua gently nudged his sister's arm with his elbow and asked with a smile, Sister, what kind of magic potion did Lu Qiqing give you that made you not cry? The woman smiled and said, Lu Qiqing said that when he became successful, he would definitely come back to marry me. At that time, he would definitely hold hands with his father-in-law and let our father call him a virtuous son-in-law at the table. Lu Gaohua grimaced and said, Do you really believe the nonsense of a scholar? The woman clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at the back of the scholar with a willow wreath on his head. She murmured, That's what the books say. Lu Gaohua said helplessly, He's a man and he's already so old. Isn't he ashamed to wear a willow wreath? What can a poor scholar like him do? The woman stepped on the back of her brother's foot and said angrily, Don't talk about your brother-in-law like that. Lu Gaohua was in so much pain that he quickly retracted his foot and stood a little further away. He held the back of his head with both hands and leisurely. As a result, his head was heavily slapped. Lu Gaohua turned his head and was about to curse, but his whole body seemed to be grabbed by the neck. He could not open his mouth no matter what. His face was red for a long time and he shouted angrily, Father. The woman was even more nervous. Governor Lu, who had taken off his official uniform and changed into a scholar's green robe, stood between the 2 children and asked, Are you friends with Qin Pingan? Lu Gaohua could not understand his father's scholarly temperament and the profound meaning of his words. He said carefully, Kind of? Governor Lu glanced at his son and laughed. He did not say another word and turned to the fisherman. He talked with the old man about morality. The woman secretly patted her chest and felt relieved. Lu Gaohua asked softly, Sister, did I say something wrong again? She gloated and said, Debt is no burden. That's it. What are you afraid of? Lu Gaohua wailed. The brother and sister did not dare to get close to their father for fear of being glared at. They were even more afraid of walking into a trap. They just followed at a distance. The boy, Zhao Shuxia, suddenly slowed down his footsteps and came to Lu Gaohua's side. He whispered, "Brother Lu, my master is praising you. He said that you are filial and kind. Your father is too kind. You barely live up to the family name." As a result, Lu Gaohua, a big man, had just said that Lu Qiqing was useless behind his back. Now he ran to the river and said that he wanted to wash his face. It was rare for them to be free. They walked slowly along the official road back to Yanji County. They passed by a handsome young man one after another. The young man was swinging a bunch of willow branches. There was a red mark between his eyebrows. He was really beautiful. 3 days later, Qin Pingan and the other 3 were on a secluded mountain road to Shushui country. They stopped at a dilapidated ancient temple. Governor Lu had said something before. He heard that there was a strange fairy port in Shushui country's Earth Dragon Mountain that was not recorded by the government. It was very likely that it was the place that Qin Pingan was looking for. It was the starting point for the immortals on the mountain to travel in the Sea of Clouds. Su Yuanxia would say goodbye to the 2 there and go to Qinghuan country in the southeast of Aquarius continent alone. She would send her friend's ashes back to her hometown. Su Yuanxia liked to travel the mountains and rivers on foot. She also liked to write about the mountains and rivers. She recorded the strange landscapes and landforms, so she was not willing to take the immortal ferry. Lu Qiqing was going to the southwest of Aquarius continent. It was a place that no one had ever heard of. Even Su Yuanxia, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had never heard of it. At night, the ancient temple that had been abandoned for a long time was a little creepy. The statues of the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism had fallen to the ground. The temple occupied a large area and was empty. The chilly wind blew through the hall and corridor. In addition, there were occasional noises in the mountain forest. Lu Qiqing was so scared that his lips trembled. Even though he had lit a bonfire, he still tried his best to stay close to the bearded man. He always felt that this man looked the most fierce and could definitely suppress the ghosts and otherworldly items. Teenagers like Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng were most likely unreliable. As for the Rouge Old Ghost that temporarily lived in his body, Lu Qiqing never thought that he was very powerful. He was not even an immortal in Jindan realm. He only knew how to hide and brag. If he was really powerful, why would he be suppressed for so many years? Why would he need Lu Qiqing to save him? How powerful could he be? Besides, which real immortal did not have the demeanor of an immortal? Who the hell would wear a pink Taoist robe and walk around the city? Anyway, Lu Qiqing was so embarrassed. Lu Qiqing knew everything he had seen and heard about the guy who was nicknamed Rouge Old Ghost. However, after the old ghost wore a pink Taoist robe and appeared in the world for a long time, Lu Qiqing completely lost his memory several times until the old ghost was willing to return to his body. This made Lu Qiqing gnash his teeth with hatred. In the future, he would marry a beautiful wife, have many beautiful concubines, and have many beautiful maids. What if he just went to bed and touched their hands, and then his vision turned dark and he didn't know anything? When he opened his eyes, he found that he was dressed and got out of bed in the middle of the day. What would happen then? The key was that it was useless for Lu Qiqing to complain to anyone about this unique loss in the world. Lu Qiqing squatted with his butt up and reached out to warm himself by the bonfire. His face was full of worry. The ancient temple was shrouded in the night. Lu Qiqing raised his head and looked left and right. It was more and more frightening. Fortunately, Su Yuanxia was drinking, and Taoist little Zhang was practicing his swordsmanship with his peachwood sword. Lu Qiqing was a little relieved. Qin Pingan went to the distance to find firewood for cooking. Lu Qiqing really admired this young man surnamed Qin. He was not afraid of anything and was very stubborn. He practiced the 2 boxing styles every day. Lu Qiqing felt that if he could study half as hard as Qin Pingan, he would have been a student of Lakeview Academy. Lu Qiqing soon saw Qin Pingan trotting all the way back. In addition to a large handful of withered branches, he also brought back an ancient object that was 4 or 5 feet high. Lu Qiqing asked what it was and whether it was valuable. Lu Qiqing rolled his eyes and said angrily, "It's just a long trunk for putting oil lamps. Poor families only have short trunks. They don't pay much attention to it." According to some unofficial records, a long time ago, the Buddhist forest temple was the wealthiest place in many of the Aquarius continent's dynasties. They were even wealthier than the emperor. If this was not going against the heavens, then what was? Therefore, there were several Buddhist exterminations. The long trunk in your hand is not bad if it is brand new. Now it's just a piece of scrap metal. It's not worth much. Qin Pingan was a little regretful. After putting down the withered branch, he eagerly took the long trunk back to its original place. Lu Qiqing touched his forehead and felt that it was very shameful to follow such a country bumpkin in Jianghu. After the food was heated, Lu Qiqing picked 3 or 4 to eat. After dinner, he began to tidy up the bedding and prepared to have a big dream. The bearded man drank enough wine. He fell back and began to sleep. His snoring was as loud as thunder. Today, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng was in charge of the first half of the night while Qin Pingan was in charge of the second half. Qin Pingan first helped to gather the broken statues of the bodhisattvas and heavenly kings and piled them up in a corner that could block the wind and rain. After doing that, he began to practice walking on the uneven ground. Now, according to Lu Qiqing, Qin Pingan's punches were so slow that he could get a good night's sleep. Qin Pingan suddenly sped up toward the end of his practice. In the end, he was as fast as lightning. A moment later, Qin Pingan began to slow down. Zhang Shanfeng walked over and looked for a while. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you a little annoyed?" Qin Pingan stood still and put away his boxing stance. He said helplessly, "I've touched the threshold but I can't cross it. I can't go up or down. I just feel a little unhappy." Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, "Kid, you're going to break through. A martial arts master under the age of 20. Even in the pugilistic world of the North Continent, you're very powerful." Qin Pingan sighed. "Before I left, someone told me that before I reached Old Dragon City, it would be best if I could enter the Qi refinement realm." Suddenly, the devil-listening bell that Zhang Shanfeng had placed on top of his bag vibrated violently and the bell rang loudly. Zhang Shanfeng's heart tightened. Demonic Qi is approaching the temple. Qin Pingan nodded. "Put away the devil-listening bell first so that we don't alert the enemy." The bearded man quickly sat up and laughed. "Our business is really booming. When fortune comes, we can't stop it." After laughing, Su Yuanxia touched his beard. He placed his hands on the handles of the long and short sabers at his waist and said in a low voice, "But remember, when killing demons, staying alive is the most important thing." Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The young Taoist said, "I still have a divine travel talisman." Qin Pingan held it in for a while and said, "I run fast." (235) Longquan County, Xie family in a small town. A young man with long eyebrows ran into the courtyard with a few books in his hands and said happily, "Old ancestor, I learned a new sword technique from my master today." Xie nodded and put down the books in his hands. When talking to people, even if it was a junior like this young man, Xie would still be so serious. He would never look left and right and be absent-minded. The young man still did not know the meaning of this attitude. He was thinking more about the old ancestor's title of Taoist heavenly monarch and the great cause of returning from the south. He was also immersed in the great joy of the Xie family's rise. He was still young and did not feel much about these minor details. Xie took the books and placed them on the stone table. He gestured for the young man to sit. After the young man sat down, he asked, "Old ancestor, are they good enough?" Xie patted the books lightly and smiled, "Why not? If I were to take the exam, I would not even qualify for the exam." Although Xie looked crude and was no different from a farmer in a small town, he was actually well-read. He was well-versed in the knowledge of the 3 religions. During his stay in the Xie family's old house, he read books in the small courtyard. Every day, when Long Eyebrows came back from the Ruan family's shop, he would bring back a few books from the newly opened bookstore in the small town. Xie had already told Long Eyebrows that there was no need to be restricted to Taoist books. He could buy any book. Xie suddenly stood up. Long Eyebrows naturally stood up as well. The two of them stood there for about half an incense stick's time. The young man was shocked to find that his mother was smiling and leading a young Taoist to the courtyard. After the woman left, Xie was about to speak when the lotus flower-crowned Taoist gestured for him to sit down. Lu Qin sat on the stone stool and used his palm as a fan. He slowly fanned the breeze as though he was chatting with someone. He instructed Xie, "After the matter in the Aquarius continent is over and you return to the Lu continent, keep an eye on He Xiaoyang for 60 years. You don't have to help her. Just make sure she doesn't die. Wait until she gets a firm foothold and establishes her own sect. At that time you can add flowers to the brocade. Whether it's people, money, or artifacts, the more the better. The two of you can be considered to have formed a good relationship." Xie stood up again, cupped his hands and bowed, I will obey the sect master's decree. Your old-fashioned temper is really not likable. Lu Qin teased and turned to the young man with a smile. Long may er come. Let me give you a parting gift. The long-browed youth trembled with fear. He was both excited and in awe. He hurriedly looked at elder ancestor Xiesher. Xiesher nodded, indicating that he could accept the reward without worry. The Jade Raw Realm cultivators of the upper 5 realms actually didn't dare to casually give their blessings to anyone. However, for Sect Master Lu Qin, it was already predetermined whether the gifts he gave others were good or bad. How could it be a bad thing to give something to the long-browed teenager in front of Xiesher? It was destined to be one of the most fortunate things in the world. This could be considered a great blessing for the young man. With a flip of Lu Chen's wrist, an exquisite 7-colored pagoda appeared in his palm. It shone with an indescribable brilliance. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that the tiny pagoda was only half a foot tall. There were as many as 36 plaques hanging around it. The moment Xiesher sat down, he stood up abruptly once more and said to the young man in a deep voice, "Hurry up and kneel down to express your gratitude." This time Lu Qin did not force him. He allowed the young man who was holding the pagoda to kneel down in a daze and kowtowed 3 times. Lu Qin smiled. "I know that you have a gentle personality. There's no need to worry that you'll bully others. This pagoda can suppress all evils and otherworldly items below the upper 5 realms in the world. It can be considered as a half-immortal weapon. However, you must remember that evils and otherworldly items that can be seen with the naked eye are not necessarily the worst. When one's heart is in turmoil, it's more likely that inner demons will be born." The young man blushed and said loudly, "I'll definitely remember this." Lu Qin was still in his mischievous attitude. He smiled and said, "In the future when you master the sword with Ruan Teng, since you're a sword cultivator, you'll definitely have to travel around. When the time comes, you'll have to observe people's hearts. The reason why I'm giving you this pagoda is so that you won't have to worry too much about external matters and think more about your own matters. There's a saying in Buddhism that goes like this. It's quite interesting. Alright, Xiesher, remember to find a good item for this child. It's good to not spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. However, as an elder, it's not good to be too stingy." Xiesher stood up to accept the order again. Lu Qin was so angry that he laughed. "Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? There's no end to this." Xiesher could only sit where he was obediently. Lu Qin thought for a moment. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said solemnly, "Remember to protect Li Shixing in the future. If anything happens, I'll return to this vast world from the Beko Kekyung building even if I have to break the rules of both sides. Only you, Xiesher, are worthy." Xiesher, who had already eaten his fill, did not know whether he should sit or stand. Lu Qin slapped his forehead. "With such unenlightened disciples like you, it's no wonder that my lineage doesn't have many descendants." Lu Qin raised his head and raised his arm. He flicked the lotus crown with his finger and said softly with a smile, Hey. 70, are you here? If you're here, I'll have to trouble you to open the door and send our guest off." Xiesher's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly followed the sect master's line of sight and looked up. Even with his vast Dao techniques as a Dao master of a continent, all he could see was through the layers of clouds. Finally he saw some ripples on the dome of the sky. Lu Qin disappeared in a flash. Instantly this small door that opened on the dome of the sky closed. Lu Qin, one of the 3 disciples of the Dao ancestor, left the vast world just like that silently and returned to the green netherworld world. When Lu Qin left the vast world there was almost no movement at all. However, this sect master who wore a lotus crown on his head caused a huge commotion over at the green netherworld world. It was the same dome of the sky, but it was replaced by the green netherworld world that was overseen by Taoists. A cave of golden clouds that was as large as a mountain broke open. A golden rainbow light that was as thick as a mountain crashed down and landed on the peak of a tall building that was 10,000 feet tall. An elderly scholar who held a bamboo cane and carried a book box on his back was walking in the continuous mountain range of the green netherworld world. Beside him was a young page boy that he had just taken in. The thin old man covered his forehead with his hand and looked up. He smiled. "Looks like Qi Jingchun is quite angry." The youth asked curiously, "Mister, who is Qi Jingchun?" The thin old man smiled and said, "He's a scholar from my hometown. He's young but he's very knowledgeable." The youth's following question was somewhat childlike, "How knowledgeable is he?" The thin old man thought for a while and answered somewhat half-heartedly, "Isn't there a saying in your hometown, great waters cannot overflow a duck's back? The youth muttered, looks like he's not that knowledgeable. The old man laughed heartily. The true skill of a scholar is not to blindly pursue knowledge. What he has learned must be able to bring the common people along with him on a long journey. A scholar not only has to give himself a place to be at ease, he also has to give the common people a place to settle down. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable a person is, how beautiful his writing is, how beneficial it is to himself, it won't help the common people. The youth said helplessly, Mister, I think your logic is quite good. The thin old man reached out and knocked the youth's head. Then he sighed to himself. The youth was bored to death. Since he had nothing to do, he sighed along with the old man. The old man was thinking about the current season in his hometown. The land should be covered in yellow flowers. After sect master Lu Chen left this world, Xiesher had to admit that although he was very disappointed, his entire state of mind was clearly much more relaxed. Previously, when Lu Chen was in the small town, Xiesher was actually very nervous. He was afraid that if he did something wrong, the sect master would notice it and remember it in his heart. Xiesher lightly exhaled, his aura completely changed. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the Wudong Mountain Ferry in the mountains to the west. Soon, a huge ferry that was the largest in the North Continent would appear there. On it, there would be several famous people of the continent. This time, the Kuan boat of Mount Daodian was destroyed in the middle of the Aquarius continent. Other than the ancestors of Mount Daodian, there were also a few major forces that came down south. In name, they were working together to investigate the sinking of the boat. As for the truth, other than the smallest Mount Daodian, everyone was kept in the dark. Xiesher knew, Dali Imperial tutor Cui Dong knew, and the two big shots on the new ferry were also well aware. Mr. Jin Ern was the most important chess piece, a sacrificial soldier. Even in the North Continent, only a few people knew that the marten hat of this rogue cultivator was actually the magic weapon Sword Ern. While helping people to nourish flying swords, it also produced countless strands of sword qi. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the sword qi in the sword urn was already densely packed. Therefore, Mr. Jin Ern's all-out attack at the cost of completely destroying the magic weapon sword urn was almost equivalent to the all-out attack of a Jade Raw Realm sword cultivator. It was enough to sink the Kuan boat of Mount Daodian. All of this was to allow Xiesher to take the second step, to let this Taoist heavenly lord of the North Continent personally go to the north of Lakeview Academy. He would completely cut off the connection between the north and south of the Aquarius continent and prevent any accidents from happening to the general trend of Dali swallowing the entire north of the Aquarius continent. Xiesher patted the young man's shoulder. Come with me to a place. The young man with long eyebrows followed his elder master to the Yang family's shop. When he walked out, he had the so-called near object, and a promise from the old Yang. What he paid was also a promise from the heavenly lord Xiesher. Back at home, Xiesher told the young man about the general situation of the Kuan boat's accident. The young man looked at the elder master's solemn expression and asked curiously, Elder master, since our Aquarius continent is the smallest continent in the world, and you are the Taoist master of a big continent like the North Continent, what do we have to worry about? Xiesher shook his head and laughed. You think too simply of the world. In the future there will be countless people who will clamor, is the North Continent bullying our Aquarius continent? Among these people, most of them will only wave their flags and shout and watch the fire burn across the river. A small number of them will be ready to make a move. Among the small number of people, there will be a group of people who will rush over from all directions due to various reasons and original intentions. There will be real experts hidden in this group of people, such as some people similar to the Wei and Jin dynasties of the Wind Snow Temple. And in the end there will be more and more of these people. But for the time being you just have to wait and see. In short, no matter how this matter develops in the future, before you become a Qi refinement warrior of the upper 5 realms, don't interfere. Focus on cultivating the way of the sword with Ruan Tian. The young man with long eyebrows had a lot on his mind. Xiesher laughed involuntarily. Even if the worst outcome happens, it will not happen in a year or so. What are you worried about? The young man was unhappy. He turned and walked towards the door. Elder master, I am going to practice my swordsmanship. Xiesher sat alone at the stone table and closed his eyes to rest. He silently calculated and deduced the general trend of the Aquarius continent. Not long after Xiesher and the young man walked out of the Yang family shop, Chaoshi found the medicine shop. The shop assistant in the shop did not take it seriously. Now that the town was bustling, there were many rich people. They did not lack this fatty. Chaoshi smiled and asked if Elder Yang lived in the backyard. A young shop assistant was weighing the herbs at the medicine cabinet. He glanced at the fat rich man and raised his chin towards the back door of the hall where the bamboo curtain was hung. He was too lazy to say anything. Chao Shi thanked him and walked over slowly. She lifted the curtain and saw a square courtyard with 4 corridors under the eaves. Compared to the ancestral house of the Chao family, it was slightly more imposing. In the corridor opposite the main house in the backyard, there was a long bench, as if it was specially prepared for visitors like Chao Shi. Outside the main house opposite, old Yang was sitting on a bench and smoking a pipe. The bamboo pipe had been rubbed until it was yellow and old. Through the smoke, the old man looked at the sword immortal who came from the South Whirlpool continent. Of course they knew each other. When Chao Shi left the town he was not young. It was just that Chao Shi's memory of the old Yang who hid behind the medicine shop and looked at the sky from the bottom of the well year after year was very faint. However, Chao Shi believed that old Yang was not unfamiliar with him. Perhaps the old man had arranged for him to successfully leave the Pearl Grotto heaven. Of course, Chao Shi did not come here to repay a favor. He was never a person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. Even if old Yang came to find him, Chao Shi might not be willing to pay attention to him. In the Pearl Grotto heaven or Longquan County, everyone had to give some face to the old Yang. However, after Chao Shi finished this business, he would return to the Whirlpool continent and shamelessly ask for a reward from the old ancestor of the Chen family in Yingyin. No matter how mysterious old Yang's identity was and how powerful he was in the future, it was none of Chao Shi's business. As for the Chao family that stayed in the Dali dynasty, whether it was a blessing or a curse in the future depended on their luck. At most, before Chao Shi left, he would help them a little symbolically. As for the Song clan, it did not matter whether the emperor appreciated it or not. Chao Shi had countless children and grandchildren. What's more, cultivation was never for the sake of having a house full of children and grandchildren. It was just an extra bonus. Chao Shi's first question was, Senior Yang, in the thousands of years in the Pearl Grotto heaven which occupied the smallest area in the world Grotto heaven, who had the highest achievement under your eyes? Old Yang asked back, who do you think you are? Chao Shi raised his wrist, revealing a white and fat wrist with a green rope tied to it. He laughed and said, there is really a green onion here. Old Yang said angrily, just say it. Chao Shi put down his arm and immediately changed his face. He rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, Senior Yang, I heard that you are very resourceful. I wonder if you know where my mother's soul is? Did it dissipate in the world beside the grave or reincarnate? Or, were they secretly gathered by you, old senior? So that you can sell it for a good price? Old Yang ignored the hidden killing intent in the words of the land sword immortal and said directly, Chao Shi, you want to buy it? As long as you can afford it, not to mention your mother, even your father's soul is not a problem. Chao Shi laughed out loud and pointed a finger at the old man who was smoking. He said, Senior Yang, you are really a straightforward person. Good. I didn't come here in vain. I just don't know how much your life is worth. Old Yang said calmly, if you want to do business you are welcome. If you don't want to pay, get out of here as soon as possible. After hearing this, Chao Shi narrowed her eyes and rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Both of her hands were doing the same. Her posture was extremely comical. Murderous intent was revealed. Old Yang was completely indifferent. Chao Shi suddenly laughed, I can do business. I, Chao Shi, like to do business with people the most in my life. I just hope that your price is not too high. I won't buy it. Senior Yang, you may not know what kind of person I am. In order to cultivate, I can even sell my son and grandson for money. However, now that I am rich and prosperous, I can return home in glory. Seeing things reminds me of my family, so I have some nostalgia. Old Yang said slowly, there is a girl named Li Lu. She followed her parents to the Ju Lu continent in the north. Your parents' souls are now in her body. If you are willing to do business fairly, I will do business with you. I guarantee that there will be no mistakes. When the time comes, I will give you everything. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, you can take it by force. You can turn around and leave now. Whatever happens in the future, you will have to bear the consequences. Chao Shi said with a bitter face, full beard and full tail. Senior Yang, your words are too unpleasant to hear. All right, you can name your price. Old Yang used his pipe to point at Chao Shi's wrist. Chao Shi was enraged. What the hell? You want me to give this intrinsic flying sword to Li Lu? Old man Yang, have you lost your mind? Old Yang glanced sideways and continued, keep the flying sword you obtained before you refine the river. You can give it to Li Lu as a gift. Remember to impart your sword art to her as well. Chao Shi's expression was unsettled. Old Yang sneered, don't feel like you are at a disadvantage. You have never received a good disciple in your entire life. I'm basically helping you find one for free. Perhaps in the future when people mention you, Chao Shi, they will say something like, Chao Shi is Li Lu's master. Chao Shi's interest was piqued. He rubbed his hands and said with a tsk, that girl is that powerful? Old Yang smirked, it's best you find her yourself. When you hand over that flying sword, I believe you will be very willing. I'll do this business. If I want to gamble, I'll gamble big. Only then will it match my status as sword immortal Chao. Chao Shi slapped his thigh and lowered his voice. Apart from that? What other business can we do between us? Old Yang's tone was indifferent. Your father's soul. Chao Shi was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, no way. I don't want it even if you give it to me. Old man Yang began to smoke. Forget it if you don't want it. Then let's change it. Go find Marshall Mountain's Ma Kushuan and be his path protector. For the next 20 years, you don't have to keep an eye on him all the time. You Chao Shi only need 10 years. Chao Shi put on a fake smile and said, a sword immortal with a chance to reach the 12th realm as a path protector for a child. I Chao Shi don't care much about my reputation. I am indeed known for being shameless in the Hassa continent, but I still want to save some face. Old Yang said in a deep voice, let Chao Jun join the army of Dali and temper his broken sword heart on the battlefield. I can secretly protect him for 20 years until his sword heart is repaired. Chao Shi's expression turned solemn. Old Yang sneered and said, don't pretend to be innocent. Chao Shi, what's more valuable, your reputation, or an additional terrestrial sword immortal in the family? Chao Shi looked troubled. Chao Jun is obviously an ingrate. If he becomes a terrestrial sword immortal, won't he rebel? The Chao family is arrogant. With 2 sword immortals in the family, they can hold their heads high no matter where they go. Oh no, they should be immortals. But I'm afraid that kid will come after me. Old Yang didn't respond to this at all. He said directly, after Chao Jun becomes a terrestrial sword immortal, he must promise to do something for me. Don't worry, I won't ask him to die. It won't be too difficult for Chao Jun at that time. Chao Shi was a little suspicious and asked, Senior Yang, why don't you go directly to Chao Jun? Don't tell me you're plotting something during this period? We brothers are half from the same hometown. When fellow villagers see each other, even if we don't cry, we can't harm fellow villagers, right? Old Yang said bluntly, Chao Jun is not qualified to talk to me about business now. You Chao Shi are. Chao Shi was speechless for a long time. When he finally left the Yang family's shop, Chao Shi stood on the street and looked back at the medicine shop. He said to himself, don't tell me these things were also calculated by that old guy Chin Chunan? Clay Bottle Alley. Late at night, a young man in luxurious clothes sat in the courtyard in a daze. Before the great cultivator of the school of Yin Yang was beaten to death by the imperial uncle Song Jianqiang in the capital, he had secretly found him and made a shocking statement. The old man even confessed his great conspiracy against the current emperor of Dali. He made the emperor cultivate without permission, violating the rules set by the scholarly sage. Not only did he secretly enter the middle 5 realms as the emperor, he even went all the way to the 10th realm. The emperor wanted to see the Dali dynasty annex a continent with his own eyes, while the great cultivator of the school of Yin Yang wanted to make Emperor Dali, Song Jisun's father, into a marionette. Because when Emperor Dali officially entered seclusion to break through the threshold of the middle 5 realms, he would completely lose his intelligence and become a puppet. Alliance's arrival interrupted Emperor Dali's longevity bridge, making it very likely that he saw clues when the longevity bridge was broken. The various mechanisms and foreshadowing that were originally hidden in the bridge were very likely to have been exposed. Although Emperor Dali hid it very well in the square outside the White Jade building, the emperor did not expect that he also did something to Song Jisun. But no matter what, Alliance's punch completely disrupted his branch of the school of Yin Yang, the far-reaching plan that had been carefully planned for decades. But all of this was far from over. At this moment, Song Jisun recalled those words with an extremely heavy heart. The maidservant GQ came out and asked, Young master, is there something on your mind? Song Jisun turned his head and smiled, I just can't sleep. GQ made an O sound and moved a small stool to sit beside Song Jisun. Song Jisun suddenly suggested, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the scenery is beautiful. Why don't we just walk around? Languid GQ said, okay, I'll listen to you. The two, still master and servant, walked through the streets and alleys of the small town together. At the old school where Mr. Chi taught, at the stone table in the backyard, Song Jisun reached out and wiped the cold surface of the table. Every time he sat on the north side and Zhao Yao sat on the south side. At that time he did not know why this arrangement was made, but now that the truth was out, he understood. Song Jisun smiled. I wonder how Zhao Yao is doing. GQ was somewhat taciturn when they arrived here. After that, the two of them continued to stroll around aimlessly, doing whatever they wanted. The iron chain in the iron lock well had already been taken away by a man from another town. This was the immortal's opportunity. The black cat in Apricot Blossom Lane seemed to have followed the taciturn fool Ma Kuxuan out of the small town. The covered bridge was demolished, and the stone arch bridge was restored to its original appearance. The old sword under the bridge was gone. It was said that the sage Yuan Jiao was about to establish a sect in a certain mountain. When the time came, it was destined to be a grand event. Dolly's Ministry of Rites treated this as the top event of the end of spring this year and carefully arranged it. The shops adjacent to Dragon Riding Lane were all surnamed Chen. This was a rare thing. Almost everyone in the small town with the surname Chen was a servant or maid of the 10 clans. The new civil and martial temples in the Immortal Tomb and Old Porcelain Mountain had been completed. They were dedicated to the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families respectively. The two pillars of Dolly's resurgence in the past were now returning to their roots. The couplets were written by famous people. Even the renowned literary figures of the faraway Southern Stream Kingdom had sent over their own handwritten couplets. Their strokes were strong and forceful, and their style was unyielding. Song Jisun was outside the temple where the sage was worshipped. The corners of his mouth twitched. Ha, strong character. In the end, this noble from the Song clan turned his head and looked at the distant mountain in the west, which seemed to be the direction of Luapa Mountain. There was a mountain god temple there with very little incense. The young man who was looking at Luopa Mountain from afar had a gloomy expression, as if he had lost his soul. Other than the big temple of the North Mountain God in the cloud-padding mountain, there were also ordinary mountain god temples in the west. The one with the most incense was Mount Fongliang in the north. Because it was close to Longquan County City, the Divine Road was the widest and smoothest. It was convenient to enter the mountain. Along the road, tea shops, taverns, and inns of various sizes for good men and women to rest on the way, sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. There was a market at the foot of the mountain that sold all kinds of tea, wine, noodles, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. So many children in the small town were very happy when they heard that their parents were going there to burn incense. It was not much worse than the New Year because there were delicious freshly baked meat pies and old men who made dough. Many children received their New Year's money and secretly went there to have fun. As a result, when they returned home, most of them were taught a lesson by their parents. A young man named Dong Shuijing set up a stall there and only sold wontons. Shrimp, spring bamboo shoots, and dried tofu were all very delicious. At the end, he sprinkled a handful of green onions and added a small plate of chili sauce that the young man made himself. The taste was amazing. The young man was originally studying at the school newly opened by the Chen family in Longway Creek. But for some reason, even if he did not need to spend money, the young man still dropped out. He sold one of the 2 old houses in the small town and bought a new big house in the new county city. It was only a dozen miles away from Mount Fongliang. The wonton stall was open from early morning to dusk. As long as there were customers, no matter how late it was, the young man would wait for the customers to finish eating before he cleaned up and pushed the cart back. There was no night curfew in the county city now. Everywhere was a bustling scene with dust flying. If one was at the mountain god temple at the peak of Mount Fongliang and looked at the county city at night, it would be like a big lantern on the ground. When night fell, the tall young man Dong Shuijing had already started to clean up the wonton stall and was ready to go home. Unexpectedly, a strange man walked over from afar. He did not carry a sword on his back, but held it horizontally behind his back. He walked to the stall and asked with a smile, "Shopkeeper, are you still selling wontons?" Dong Shuijing grinned and said, "Of course. Why not? It's just that I have to boil water. Customers will have to wait for a while." The man smiled and sat by the table. He wiped it clean without any grease or stains. On the table was a self-made bamboo tube filled with slender bamboo chopsticks. It turned out that he was a skillful shopkeeper. The man waited for a big bowl of piping hot wontons. The green onions floating on the red soup looked very tempting. Dong Shuijing asked if he could eat spicy food. The man said the spicier the better. The young man handed over a plate full of chili sauce. The man took out a pair of chopsticks and was not in a hurry to eat. He lowered his head and closed his eyes to smell the fragrance. He clicked his tongue and said, "This smell is right." The man asked casually, "Do you know the school of Mo?" Dong Shuijing, who was sitting not far away, nodded and said, "Of course. Mr. used to say that the school of Mo used to be one of the 4 prominent schools. The knowledge they promoted was very impressive, but it was not easy to know and was even more difficult to practice. It was a test of the disciple's temperament." Speaking of this, Dong Shuijing scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "My mister said that." The man chewed on a wonton and nodded vigorously. "Well said." He asked again, "Then have you heard of the school of Mo's rangers who were on credit?" "That's on credit and that's on the sword." Dong Shuijing looked confused and shook his head gently. Mr. Qi really did not mention this. The man put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. He exhaled heavily and was very satisfied. Then he smiled and said, "Then do you want to be a person on credit?" Dong Shuijing's eyes focused and quickly returned to normal. He smiled and shook his head. "Selling wontons is pretty good. I can make money and it's stable." Back then he, Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Li Huai and Shi Chuanjia, the 5 disciples of the school, together deceived the coachman who was actually a Dali loyalist. Although Li Baoping and Lin Shui were the ones who came up with the plan and patched up the loopholes, in fact, if any one of them gave the slightest clue, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Therefore, the 5 children who officially became Qi Jingquan's direct disciples in the end were not easy to deal with. Take Dong Shuijing for example. At such an old age, he knew how to find Miss Ruanxiu and ask her to help him sell the old house in the town at a sky-high price. Then he quickly went to the county capital to buy a big house, not just one but an entire street. Money that fell from the sky had its own way of spending it. Money could make money. The small amount of money to support the family should also have its own way of earning money. Not spending money was equivalent to earning money. There was no conflict between the two. "Don't be in a hurry to answer me." The man waved his hand and smiled. "As for why I chose you, Dong Shuijing, I have observed you for a long time. You are not the best in all aspects, but there are no problems. That is enough." Dong Shuijing said helplessly, "You are?" The man did not hide and went straight to the point. "My name is Su Ruo, a disciple of the school of Mo from the Central Divine Continent. Of course, I am not a person who owes money. But I have a very good friend. Before he died, he asked me to help him choose a suitable disciple to inherit his legacy. He is the ancestor of the previous generation of the school of Mo who owes money. He is a very powerful guy. He used to drink with Alliance many times and he paid for the drinks. When Alliance was traveling in the Central Divine Continent, he signed a lot of debts and he helped to pay them off." "Who is Alliance?" "The son of your master's rival." "What?" Dong Shuijing was confused. What was this? The man stood up. "I will come again next time. Think about it carefully." Dong Shuijing suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The man smiled and said, "I will owe you the money for this bowl of wonton first. Maybe you will agree to be a person who owes money in the future." Dong Shuijing insisted, "How can I do that?" "As long as it is a business deal, you should settle the accounts with your own brother." The man nodded and took out a few copper coins. "Haha, you really are a person who owes money." As the sun set, Su Ruo walked away. Dong Shuijing sat at the same place and watched the Nominator Ranger leave. He raised his arm and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The reason why Dong Shuijing had the courage to ask for those copper coins was not because he was a simple-minded person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was because he wanted to test people's hearts. Dong Shuijing sat quietly at the table, motionless and in a daze. He did not feel the ecstasy of a pie falling from the sky. Instead, he felt a little lost. The teenager actually did not like this feeling. He did not have much ambition. He just wanted to earn money in the future and not have to worry about food and clothing. In the house where he lived, there was a well that could draw water. There was a willow tree beside it. Every spring, the willow tree would spit out tender shoots. When the wind blew, the willow branches would sway. It was very cute. 236. It was a dark and windy night in the wilderness. It was a good time to kill people and rob them. It was also a good time to kill demons. It all depended on whether the Taoist was 1 foot taller or the demon was 10 feet taller. Outside the dilapidated ancient temple of Shu Shui country, there was the sound of laughter. Finally there was a knock on the door. The bearded man looked at Qin Pingan and glanced at Zhang Shanfeng. He teased, "Which one of you is going to welcome the guest? If I go to open the door, I am afraid that I will scare the female demon. What if she turns around and runs away without saying a word?" The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng patted his chest and said, "I am more handsome than Qin Pingan." Lu Qiqing was awakened by the demon listening bell. He was in a daze. When he heard the word female demon, he immediately thought of the fox fairy in the fairy tales. He became bold and quickly got up from the floor and shouted, I will go, I will go. The strange spirits in the books like weak scholars the most. The three of you are carrying knives and swords, so I am the most suitable. But I have to say in advance that if I meet a good demon we can talk it out. If she is willing to spend a night with me, don't stop her. But if I meet a bad demon who eats people's hearts and livers, you have to save me. Lu Qiqing ran to open the door. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, making the poor scholar unable to open his eyes. Then he felt a fragrant wind. Two charming voices sounded beside him, and a silk sleeve swept across his face. It was smooth and delicate, which made Lu Qiqing a little intoxicated. He quickly closed the door. When the mountain wind stopped, he turned around and looked carefully. He saw three beautiful women. Two of them smiled and ran to the fire where the bearded man and his two companions were sitting. Their figures were plump, and their backs swayed Lu Qiqing's mind. There was a younger girl in a light pink dress and embroidered shoes. She stood timidly not far from Lu Qiqing. Her fingers were twirling her dress. Compared with her two bold and beautiful sisters, Lu Qiqing thought that she was a pretty girl from a humble family. The bearded man was sitting cross-legged and drinking. The two well-dressed women exposed a large area of white charming scenery on their chests. The thin-skinned young Taoist blushed a little. Qin Pingan was fiddling with the bonfire. He added dead branches to the fire. The dead branches burned and cracked, making crisp crackling sounds. The two cleavage beauties quickly chose a pleasing target. One of them sat next to the young Taoist priest, and the other landed next to Qin Pingan. The bearded man had already stretched out his arms, but his movements froze. He was stunned for a moment, and could only focus on drinking to hide his embarrassment. The enchanting woman sitting beside Zhang Shanfeng held her collar with one hand. It seemed that she was being reserved and wanted to cover her body. In fact, she pressed down slightly. The sun rose in the east and the rain in the west. Her clothes were tight and bulging as if they were about to come out. She rubbed the young Taoist with her shoulder and asked in a sweet voice, Hey little Taoist, you are carrying a wooden sword. Is it the legendary peachwood sword? Why don't you take it out and let me see if it is long or short? The Taoist Zhang Shanfeng's ears turned red. He did not dare to answer. The woman nestled next to Qin Pingan had an oval-shaped face. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with love. She stretched out her slender hands and said in a soft voice, Young master, my sisters and I were rushing through the night. The mountain wind at night was so strong that it made my hands cold. If you don't believe me, young master, why don't you touch them? Qin Pingan pointed at the bonfire and said with a smile, Young lady, warm your hands by the fire. They will be warm soon. The young lady in a pink dress and embroidered shoes did not join in the fun. She squatted by the bonfire alone and lowered her head. Lu Qiqing sat down beside her and asked with a smile, Young lady, are you from the Combe River country? The young lady nodded gently and looked up. Her eyelashes were trembling. She wanted to say something but stopped. The bearded man squinted at the edge of the young lady's embroidered shoes and then looked at the two seductive women. He said with a smile, Except for the mud on this young lady's feet, why are the two sisters still clean after walking so far on the mountain? Could it be that they are ghosts born in the wild? If so, the four of us will be in trouble. When the time comes, I only ask the two sisters to give us a quick death. Even if we die as ghosts under the peony flowers, we will still be romantic. What do you think? Lu Qiqing said with a smile, These two sisters are so beautiful. How can they be ghosts? The appearance comes from the heart. It's impossible. Even if they are ghosts, they must be good ghosts. Tonight we have flowers and wine. Although the paths of yin and yang are different, it's a meeting between humans and ghosts. It's a really elegant thing to be able to drink a cup of wine with a peach blossom. Sisters, isn't that right? Don't drink the wine later. If you accidentally reveal your frightening demonic state, it won't be pretty. The two seductive women looked at each other and smiled. They had been scourging people for more than 100 years. It was the first time they met such heartless guys. Were they bold because of their skills, or were they inexperienced people who did not know the fierceness of the mountains and rivers? One of them covered her mouth and giggled. The other simply held her belly and laughed. Her body leaned forward and back and her snow-white breasts swayed. Lu Qiqing, who was opposite, swallowed his saliva. The young lady suddenly raised her head and showed a pale face. She screamed, "Run! There!" The beauty covering her mouth and giggling looked serious. She hit the young lady's forehead with her long sleeve, and the young lady fell to the ground. Her forehead was red and swollen. Lu Qiqing, who was next to the young lady, was shocked. Almost at the same time, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng made a sword gesture with 2 fingers. The peachwood sword on his back flew out in an instant. It drew an arc in the air and directly nailed into the back of the woman who attacked. The woman's delicate body was penetrated by the peachwood sword and fell to the ground. There was no blood spurting out. The peachwood sword with spiritual light was like nailing into a fluttering dress. The woman's face and body were ferocious and twisted. Obviously, she was not a monster who had cultivated a human form, but a ghost without a physical body. The female ghost's body was full of black smoke. She kept struggling, trying to escape from the bonfire. However, she could not get rid of the peachwood sword on the ground. She was like a beast tied by an iron chain. Taoist Zhang Shanfeng chanted the incantation. The peachwood sword was shining with spiritual light. The female ghost could no longer maintain her human form. A saber aura exploded. It turned out that the bearded man had swiftly pulled out his saber. That long saber slashed through the flames like a divine weapon refined by an immortal. Flames constantly spread out like fire dragons coiling around the saber. Then Su Yuanxia chopped down with the saber. The female ghost whose soul was nailed by the peachwood sword was chopped into pieces with one slash. Her entire body was covered in black smoke. When the black smoke came into contact with the divine weapon covered in gang qi, it immediately melted into nothingness. The female ghost's ear-piercing wail resounded throughout the ancient temple. Su Yuanxia turned her head and looked. She was a little embarrassed. With one hand Qin Pingan pretended to pull the woman's neck, while with the other hand Qin Pingan punched the female ghost's chest like a gust of wind and torrential rain. His punches had already reduced the black smoke to almost nothing. Qin Pingan's attack could be said to be stealthily and ruthlessly destroying a flower. That was all there was to it. Lu Qiqing was not stupid. He had no time to care about the fairer sex. He ran away from the girl on the ground, went around the bonfire and came to the back of the 3 people. The girl struggled to sit up. She was about to cry. "Hurry up and run. Our mammy will be here soon." Before she finished speaking, the demon listening bell began to vibrate violently again. The door was blown open by a strong wind. A gust of cold mountain wind hit the girl's back. The girl spat out blood. Her petite body was blown over the bonfire, and she threw herself at the young Taoist and the bearded man. Su Yuanxia quickly put away the long saber in her hand to avoid hurting the innocent. But at this moment the girl smiled slyly. Her hands moved like lightning. She tapped on Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng's chest several times. Her body bounced back a little. The girl stood in the bonfire and used her embroidered shoes to gently stir the raging fire. The hot charcoal and flames could not hurt her at all. She no longer paid attention to the bearded man and the young Taoist who could not move. She just kicked the peachwood sword away. The moment the tip of her embroidered shoes touched the peachwood sword, it was slightly charred. She looked down at the only young man who still had the strength to fight. She said with a playful smile, "If you are willing to run for your life, I can let you go." On the other side of the door, a cold wind whistled. Several men and women holding black banners appeared. Ghost Qi lingered around them. They looked at the girl in the temple with burning eyes and shouted, "Mammy's supernatural power is unparalleled. Long live." Qin Pingan stood up and asked, "Are you a human or a ghost?" The mammy, who looked like a girl, smiled gloomily and said, "People's hearts are filled with ghosts. People's hearts are in front and ghosts are behind. It can be seen that people's hearts are more terrible. This immortal has been in Shushui country for 200 years. I have a specialty dish called stir-fried heart and liver. It must be freshly picked heart and liver with a lot of spicy seasonings. Otherwise the earthy smell is too strong and people can't eat it at all. However, there are exceptions. A few years ago there was an old Taoist who passed by here. His cultivation was not weak. He killed many of this immortal's obedient maidservants. That Taoist was born with a first-class heart and liver. It was a rare taste. I don't know how the 4 of you who are foreigners have good skills. How does your heart and liver taste? I think it shouldn't be too bad." After all, the body and spirit of a martial artist are better than the foundation of an ordinary person. Outside the door of the ancient temple, a very clear and old voice sounded from far away. It's suitable for the sword. The girl's expression changed dramatically. On the other side of the gate, sword light flashed everywhere. The heads of the evil creatures that ran rampant rolled down. Under the sword light they were as weak as living people. After their heads were chopped off, there was no chance for them to survive. Soon, a black-clothed old man with a wooden expression strode through the door. A scabbard hung from his waist, and beside him was an unsheathed long sword. The bronze sword was covered in cracks, and there was not the slightest bit of sword chi flowing from it. However, when the rusty long sword quietly hovered beside the old man, it still had a kind of indescribable deterrence. Pure sword aura, abundant sword intent, and sharp swordsmanship. In Jianghu there was always a better mountain. The girl obviously knew the identity of this person. Her fingernails were like 10 silver hooks. She bent her back and stared at the old man in black. She said fiercely, "Song Yufan, you are a Jianghu person. Do you want to be enemies with us, the four evils of Shu Shui? Do you believe that we won't work together to flatten your sword water villa?" The old man's eyes were calm. He looked at the notorious devil path giant of Shu Shui country and said slowly, "Don't you look like a fool? You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.